Members of Parliament, support staff, radio listeners, TV viewers, all those persons following via social media, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I welcome you to this public meeting for today, Thursday, June 19, 2025. This is public meeting number 20. At this time, I want to give a special welcome to the members of the Council of Ministers. So to the ministers here with us this afternoon, starting with the Prime Minister and Minister of General Affairs, Dr. Luc Mercelina. We have the Minister of Finance, Ms. Marinka Gums. We have the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport, Ms. Melissa Gums. We have the Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labor, Mr. Richinel Brug. And we have the Minister of Public Housing, Spatial Planning, Environment and Infrastructure, Mr. Patrice Gums Jr., along with their respective support staff here in the hall as well as in the tribune. We have established a quorum of 9 members, and I invite you for a moment of silence after indicating that actually we went from 9 to 11 members. So we have a quorum of 11 members. Please stand. Thank you. I have received a couple of notices. One of absence from MP Jansen Webster, one of lateness from MP Peterson. Are there any notifications from the floor of Parliament? That does not appear to be the case, so we continue, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, with the agenda points for this public meeting. The agenda points are: 1. Incoming documents. 2. The national ordinance stipulating the budget of the country for the year 2025. National Ordinance Budget 2025. This is document number 371 as registered here at Parliament, dated December the 11th, 2024, which needs to be corrected, of course, because we have, that is the initial budget 2025, but this is number 1093 of the 23rd of May of this year. It is mentioned under the national ordinances number 185 of this parliamentary year. So going over to the agenda point number 1, this is the list of incoming documents, and as is customary, along with the entire list of incoming documents, we have proposals for further handling. The incoming documents of this particular list are the numbers 1008 through 1126, and of course this is of the parliamentary year 24-25. I don't see any indication of a member wishing to speak on the topic. So with that, we can consider the proposal or the list and the proposals for handling as hereby being approved. So we go over to agenda point number 2. As I mentioned, this is the national ordinance stipulating the budget of the country for the year 2025 and was received on May 23rd of this year. This copy, the copy of the entire draft National Ordinance Budget 2025, is available to all members of Parliament in different formats, hard copy, digitally, as well as it being available on Parliament General Team. Just briefly going over again, like I did in the Central Committee handling this particular draft ordinance, it is important to note that in the context of handling this draft, that Parliament had unanimously approved the budget 2025 on January 17th, 2025. We know what transpired between that handling and approval of the budget and the amendments and the ratification of that national ordinance, which never came because of the items that we have elaborately discussed and have elaborately been presented by the government. And the end result of that particular process was, of course, that the Council of Ministers, so the government, informed Parliament that the first draft budget, as approved by Parliament on the 17th of January, could not be ratified. That too is a requirement in the process of legislation. If, following parliamentary approval, the government decides, for whatever reasons, which in this particular case are known, the national ordinance cannot be ratified. So looking at this particular draft in front of us for the budget 2025, we had Central Committee meetings on June 9th, 10th, and 11th. And members, of course, posed questions, answers were given. On June the 11th, by the way, 2025, Parliament received a memorandum of modification, nota van wijziging from the government, registered on the IS 1157. This document too, of course, is available. So following those deliberations in Central Committee, a report was made on these deliberations, the so-called final report, sent to government and the members, and the government answered this report with a so-called nota naar aanleiding van het verslag. This document is registered on the IS 1182, dated the 18th of June 2025. Just some domestic information regarding the handling of the budget before I turn it over to the ministers. So we will start today with the Prime Minister giving some opening remarks, following a presentation regarding the draft budget 2025 by the Minister of Finance. When the ministers have finished their presentation, I will give the floor to the members of Parliament to pose their questions on the draft budget 2025. After this, all ministers will answer the questions posed by the members of Parliament regarding their respective ministries. And just to note, when it comes to handling the budget, and it's no different in this particular case, the speaking time for members of Parliament is set at 90 minutes in the first round and 45 minutes in the second round, maximally. Just briefly again, as part of the process for today's meeting, we have the possibility for the usage of interruptions, with some brief guidelines, which are also mentioned here quickly. And these interruptions are to be permitted by the Chair of Parliament. They need to be brief. They need to be seeking clarification, challenging assertions, or contribute additional information to especially what has or is being said. Of course, as you know, members are allowed 3 interruptions per agenda point, and I haven't had to ask it in this parliament. I've had to in previous parliaments, but here it's running pretty smoothly. But just as a reminder that, you know, we maintain decorum in discussing, especially when it comes to interruptions, you do it respectfully. So, and of course, their interruptions are posed from the lectern here. So, the intention is, especially for the members of Parliament and your schedules, the intention is that we will continue until approximately 6 o'clock, everything going according to schedule, and then we will have a light supper, a brief break and light supper, and we hope that the meeting would not have to go on beyond 9 p.m. this evening, unless we are at a point where we say, let us push through and really get wherever we are, get that over with, allowing quick answers to be prepared, etc. So we are going to kind of play in terms of the continuation of the meeting, play it a little by ear. So now, with those brief comments as to the process for the handling of the draft budget 2025, I want to give the floor to the Prime Minister and Minister of General Affairs, Dr. Luc Mercelina, for some introductory remarks on the budget. Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Madam Chairlady, honorable members of Parliament, Secretary General, ministers, support staff, those sitting in the tribune, those following through social media, and of course the people of St. Maarten in general, good afternoon. Madam Chairlady, we gather today for a matter of critical national importance, the start of our public meetings on the draft 2025 national budget. But more than a procedural milestone, today represents a defining moment of democratic accountability. It is a chance for Parliament and government to reaffirm our shared commitment to responsible governance, transparency, and most importantly, to serve the people of St. Maarten. Early this year, to be exact in January 2025, this House of Representatives took a commendable step forward by unanimously approving Budget 2025, an act that demonstrated what is possible when we rise above partisanship and place the national interest first. The document before us today builds on that consensus and includes the amendments presented and supported by this Parliament. It reflects the work of our civil servants, the input of elected representatives, and the vision of a country determined to grow, recover, and transform. In that same context, I want to express my disappointment with the handling of Budget 2025 in the Central Committee meetings of last week. I think it was surrealistic to hear certain questions asked on a budget and amendments which were already approved unanimously by Parliament in January of this year, especially after an excellent overview presented by the Minister of Finance, which included an overview of the budget which was approved and how the amendments which were also approved in January were incorporated in this new draft national ordinance. I cannot take away the authority and responsibility of Parliament to ask questions, but the way the meeting went last week has me deeply concerned. There may be some new elements incorporated in the budget next to the amendments, but the comments I received is that whoever followed the Central Committee of last week got the impression that we were handling a complete different new national ordinance, which I think is not the case. As government, we accepted that we could not resolve the technical issue we encountered during the handling of the budget after it has been approved by Parliament, and decided actually to come back to Parliament with the same budget. However, the financial content of the budget did not change, taking, of course, the approved amendments in consideration. On another note, as Prime Minister and more personally as a father, I was profoundly touched by the video that has circulated of a father in visible emotional distress at the government administration building holding his son. The pain shown in that moment is a stark reminder of the responsibility we carry as leaders and the expectations our people place in the institutions designed to serve and protect them. No parent should ever feel abandoned or pushed to such a desperate point in order to be seen or heard. The moment this matter was brought to the attention of my office, Immediately steps were taken to address it thought to appropriate to actually address the case in the appropriate channels. A formal inquiry was initiated, and we and the family was engaged with compassion and confidentiality. The handling of this case was done responsible and directly, not in the public eye, but with decisive action. Let me make this clear. Public trust in our healthcare system is essential. It is not just about one case, it's about ensuring that every resident knows their life and their loved ones' lives are valued and safeguarded. When concerns are raised, especially the ones that involve the health of children or a child, we will not look the other way. We will investigate, we will listen, and we will act. The situation involving the father and his son has been addressed. As a father, I stand with every parent who wants answers, fairness, and reassurance that our institutions work for them. As Prime Minister, I reaffirm this government's commitment to protecting the dignity and well-being of our citizens. Coming back to the budget, today I urge all of us to put aside distractions and divisions. The handling and treatment of the budget must be carried out in the common interest of the people of Sint Maarten. Let us not allow personal grievances or miscommunication distract from the serious task at hand. This budget is not just an accounting tool. It's a policy document that shapes the very foundation of our nation's priorities. It is about healthcare, it's about education, about public safety, economic opportunities, and national development. And as such, it deserves our full attention, our best ideas, and our collective responsibility. Let us debate passionately, but respectfully. Let us question truly, but constructively. Let us differ when we must, but always return to our shared goal, the betterment of Sint Maarten. Madam Chair, thank you very, very much.
Prime Minister Dr. Luc Mercelina, thank you for those introductory remarks on the draft budget 2025. I now give the floor to the Minister of Finance, Ms. Marinka Gums, who will give some introductory remarks and a presentation on the budget. Minister Gums, you have the floor.
Madam Chair Lady, honorable members of Parliament, honorable Prime Minister, honorable colleague ministers, Griffier, radio listeners, social media viewers, special guests in the Tribune, my dedicated support staff, and to the beloved people of Sint Maarten, all under the sound of my voice, a pleasant good afternoon and a blessed day to all. Today I return to this honorable house to present the revised draft budget for 2025. This is not a routine submission, but rather the same budget that was unanimously approved earlier this year. However, now adjusted to reflect all approved amendments and modifications. While the original version was well-intentioned, its ratification was halted due to inconsistencies and technical issues in how both government and parliamentary changes were reflected. As such, the government formally had to object to the ratification of the then approved budget. What you have before you today is the outcome of a dedicated effort to correct those issues without altering the essence of what was previously agreed upon. It is not typical for government to pre-incorporate amendments from Parliament into the draft budget. However, in light of the circumstances, we have made an exception. The goal was simple: to get us back on track quickly, transparently, and responsibly, so the budget can finally take legal effect. I would like to reiterate that while today's presentation focuses on the 2025 budget, unlike the previous Central Committee meeting, where I walked members of Parliament through 55 slides, detailing how all approved amendments and modifications were incorporated, I will not repeat that walkthrough today. The full presentation has already been shared with members of Parliament, and only MP De Weaver submitted follow-up questions on that specific topic. As such, I would assume that it is clear that all approved amendments and modifications were duly incorporated in the budget before you today. What I will do, however, is briefly revisit the financial incorporation of Modification 1 to reinforce the rationale behind its inclusion and how it was presented and processed. Additionally, I will present the Q1 performance data, which shows promising alignment with our 2025 projections and a positive comparison to the 2024 figures. Let us approach today's discussion with clarity and a shared commitment to timely budget enactment and sound, sustainable governance. During this presentation, the following key topics will be addressed: Budget 2025, process post-approval January 2025. I will provide a short summary of the steps taken following the formal approval of the 2025 budget in January 2025. Number 2, incorporation of approved modification 1 by government. Explanation of changes initiated by government and approved by Parliament in January 2025 and how these have been integrated into the budget. Number 3, summary of Budget 2025 figures and comparison to Q4. Presentation of the main figures and allocations within the approved 2025 budget. Number 4, Q1 Budget 2025 versus Q1 actuals. Comparative analysis of first quarter budget figures versus actual expenditures and revenues. And 5, the conclusion. I will now proceed in describing the budget process from January 2025 until now. As you are all aware, budget for the year 2025 was unanimously approved by this Honorable Parliament. As part of that approval, the budget and a total of 7 amendments and modifications were adopted to be incorporated. However, during the process of formally incorporating these changes, it became evident that the amendments and modifications posed legal, numerical, and procedural challenges. These issues were primarily due to inconsistencies and technical shortcomings in how the amendments were drafted. While the intentions of Parliament were understood and clear, the amendments required further technical and legal refinement to be incorporated into the budget. Unfortunately, a resolution to these issues could not be found. Based on advice from the Council of Advice, the government formally informed Parliament that the budget as approved could not be ratified in its current form. This position was confirmed in the National Ordinance, which was signed off by the Governor and submitted to Parliament together with the resubmission of this new version of the 2025 budget. Since the budget being approved in January, several letters were sent to Parliament by my person, informing them of the delay and the technical nature of the challenges. On April 14, 2025, I returned to Parliament and went through the key technical issues in detail. To summarize, the main challenges included the ripple effects of amendments not being accounted for, totals not reflecting previously approved amendments, amendments submitted at the general ledger level rather than the required economic category level, and a number of other minor inconsistencies. In parallel, a formal instruction was issued by the Kingdom Council of Ministers requiring St. Maarten to finalize the 2025 budget by April 30th, 2025. The government of St. Maarten committed to identifying the fastest possible solution to ensure enactment. To promote full transparency, during my presentation to Parliament on April 14th, I explained the initial plan to return with a technical adjusted version of the budget, which would undergo full review by the CFT and the Council of Advice, extending the process through June. However, Most members of Parliament expressed concern with this approach, particularly given the timeline and the urgency imposed by the Kingdom Council's deadline. In response to these concerns, the government revised its strategy and opted to submit the same version of the budget, now updated to include the already approved amendments and modifications. This approach was not only considered the fastest and most practical path toward enactment, but it was also the preferred approach of members of Parliament, the CFT, and the Ministry of Bezekah, as it minimized the delay. The revised draft of the budget was approved by the Council of Ministers on April 30th, 2025, and subsequently submitted to the Governor for onward transmission to the Council of Advice. We received the Council's advice on May 9th, 2025, after which we carefully reviewed, addressed, and responded to the remarks. The final version included our response, was approved by the Council of Ministers on May 22nd, 2025, and forwarded to the Governor for transmission to Parliament, which received the budget on May 23rd, 2025. Although the April 30th deadline set by the Kingdom Council of Ministers was not met, the government remains committed to finalizing the budget responsibly and without further delay. Let me reassure this Parliament and the people of St. Maarten, as Minister of Finance, I remain fully committed to transparency, legal compliance, and the delivery of a budget that reflects our shared decisions and is executable in practice. The version of the budget 2025 currently before you honors that commitment. I will now continue with the incorporation of the first government modification. I have chosen to refocus on this particular modification because it contained an error, an issue also noted by the Council of Advice. It is therefore essential that it is clearly understood how the correction has been incorporated into the budget. I will take a moment to reiterate this point. During our previous presentation, I walked through 55 slides to illustrate how each amendment was integrated. At the top of each slide, you saw a snippet taken directly from the modification, and at the bottom, the corresponding section from the 2025 budget, clearly demonstrating the correct incorporation. Today, I will briefly show one example of a proper incorporation before turning to the modification that included the financial discrepancy. I kindly ask all honorable members of Parliament to pay close attention as we proceed. This is the slide showing the first modification submitted by government and approved by Parliament. As previously mentioned, at the top of each slide, you will see a snippet taken directly from the modification. At the bottom, you will see the corresponding section from the 2025 budget, demonstrating that each modification has been correctly incorporated. In this sheet, the yellow shows that the number coincide. On this slide, you can see that points E, F, and G of the first modification have been accurately incorporated, reflecting the amounts 3,500,000, 1,095,319, and 5,038,143 respectively. On this slide, you will see the incorporations of points T through V of the approved first modification, specifically the correct inclusion of the amounts 5,000 and 73,032. However, you will also notice a difference between what is stated in the modification document and what appears in the budget. While the modification lists an amount of 5,000, the budget reflects 20,000. From a financial standpoint, there is one, and this is the one notable deviation within this specific modification. A line item listed as 5,000 in the modification document was incorporated as 20,000 in the budget. I will provide further explanation for this adjustment on the next slide. As previously stated, this discrepancy has not gone unnoticed. It was also raised in the Council of Advisors report and addressed in the government's official response. Regarding the discrepancy between the 20,000 and the 5,000 figures referenced in the modification document. As shown on the screen, the amounts highlighted in yellow align exactly with the figures as presented in the modification document approved by Parliament. The figure of 20,000 shown in red was questioned, as the modification document refers to 5,000. However, had the amount indeed been 5,000, the total sum of 3,373,318, also highlighted in yellow, would not have matched the modification document. This indicates that the figure of 5,000 is inaccurate and would have resulted in numerical inconsistency. It's important to note that this amendment was budget neutral. The item in question, travel costs, was incorrectly reflected in the modification document as a reduction from 35,000 to 5,000, whereas the correct adjustment should have been a reduction from 35,000 to 20,000. This correction ensures that the total material cost as listed in the modification document accurately amounts to 3,373,318. When examining the figures line by line, the shift from 35,000 to 20,000 as opposed to 5,000 may raise questions. However, it is essential to view the amendment holistically. If the figure had indeed been reduced to 5,000, the total would not have aligned with the 3,373,318 represented in the modification document. This is a clear example of a numerical error within the modification document itself, which required correction in order to maintain consistency in the budget figures. Based on my detailed presentation during the Central Committee meeting and the prior slide, it should be evident that each of the amendments approved by Parliament has been accurately and fully reflected in the 2025 budget. While the process did reveal some legal and numerical inconsistencies within the amendment notes, the Ministry approached these challenges with the utmost respect for the intent of Parliament. Despite these technical hurdles, we ensured that the final budget remains true to what was approved. With that said, as Minister of Finance, I believe that this is an opportune moment to reflect on the process and take the lessons from this experience seriously. The delay in ratifying the 2025 budget was underscored. The need for improvement, coordination, and a more structured approach moving forward. In response, I have taken note of the issues raised and brought forward suggestions aimed at preventing such occurrences in the future. These include developing a clear and collaborative framework in consultation with key stakeholders to ensure a smooth and coherent amendment process, while engaging the technical work group TWO was considered. We have been informed that their current scope of work does not allow for this expanded assignment. As an alternative, government will initiate discussions with SWAB, seeking to establish a practical way of working framework. I repeat, discussions with SWAB seeking to establish a practical way of working framework that involves consultation with all relevant stakeholders. This will include structured discussions with the legal teams of both government and Parliament, in consultation with the Governor and the Council of Advice, to ensure consistency, legal soundness, and alignment in budgetary amendments. Furthermore, we should collectively consider allowing more time for a thorough legislative and legal review of proposed amendments before they are brought to a vote. Ultimately, the goal is not only to prevent future delays, but to strengthen the integrity of our legislative and budgetary processes. Through collaboration, transparency, and shared responsibility, we can continue to improve and serve the people of St. Maarten more effectively. With the matter of the amendments and modifications clarified, and given that this was the core objective of today's presentation, I would now like to briefly shift focus to the financial figures. I'll begin with a high-level overview of the multi-year budgeted income and expenditures. This will be followed by a look at the projected income and expenditures for 2025, compared to the actual results from the Q4 2024 report, including a detailed categorized breakdown. After that, I will present a comparison of the Q1 2025.
Minister Gums, just with your indulgence, allow me to hear from MP Otley, but I understand it might be for the presentation, MP Otley? Yes, ma'am. Sure, I will pass that on to the minister if the presentation has been, and if it has not, if it can be provided to Parliament, please. Thank you, MP Otley, and Minister, with that confirmation, you may continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will present a comparison. My apologies. Madam Chair, to respond to the question posed by MP Otley, the presentation will be shared.
Will be. Thank you, Minister. We look forward to receiving that. It has been noted, and we hope we can receive it. Our Secretariat, at least, can receive it. However, if they haven't yet. Minister?
However, Madam Chair, can I just state that this was already sent to the Honourable House of Parliament in the CC.
The very same thing?
Very same thing.
Okay, so then let it be noted that this is the presentation of the CC as registered here at Parliament as well. MP? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. I will present a comparison of the Q1 2025 actuals against the submitted annual budget for 2025. For the purpose of this comparison, the submitted annual budget was divided in 4 to estimate quarterly projections, allowing us to measure actual performance against expectations. The comparison is important to demonstrate that the 2025 budget continued to align well with the country's financial performance to date. While we do intend to propose adjustments in the upcoming amended budget 2025, it's worth highlighting that unlike Q1 of last year, there is no indication of, at this point, that the budget needs to be reduced from a revenue standpoint. In fact, Q1 2024 showed a significant shortfall of approximately 20 million guilders in revenues compared to budgeted figures. In contrast, Q1 2025 shows that revenues are actually exceeding expectations. This is a positive signal and reinforces that the 2025 budget remains on solid footing. I will delve further into those numbers shortly, but first, let's take a look at the multi-year income and expenditure projections. Our projected revenues and tax structure for the coming years are closely tied to the pace of economic growth. As the economy grows, we naturally see an increase in tax revenues, driven by higher corporate profits, rising individual incomes, and greater consumer spending. This growth is higher corporate profits, rising individual incomes, and greater consumer spending. This growth is largely driven by increased wage and turnover taxes, supported by new construction projects that are expected to stimulate employment and consumption. This positively impacts key taxes such as income tax, profit tax, and turnover tax. By 2026, the introduction of the tourist tax, projected to generate 18 million guilders annually, will provide a notable boost to revenues. Additionally, while further tax reforms and improvements in tax administration are planned, their impact is expected to be realized in the longer term. On the other hand, during periods of slower economic activity, we can expect a decline in revenue collection. For 2025, we are working with an assumed 3% correlation between economic growth and tax revenues. However, it is important to note that these estimates remain dependent on actual economic performance and will need to be monitored and adjusted as necessary. Based on the submitted 2025 budget, total revenues are projected at 586 million guilders and total expenditures at 577 million, resulted in an approximate surplus of 8 million. Please note that this revenue figure also includes funds from the TWO Technical Assistance Program. Turning to the expenditure side, our multi-year projections are based on several important assumptions across key spending categories. One, personnel costs. For 2025, we've included a 2% salary indexation and a 1% increase in vacation allowance. Bonuses and step increases have also been factored in. Starting in 2026, costs are expected to rise due to staffing for digital transformation initiatives and adjustments related to job classification. From 2027 onward, the operational realization of the new prison will also add approximately 2.5 million guilders in additional personnel costs. Goods and services. We expect moderate growth in this category in line with a stable inflation forecast of 2 to 2.3% per year. The SPARE project, funded with $23 million, will enhance institutional capacity and contribute to spending in this area. Social provisions and healthcare. This is an area of growing concern. Our aging population from 5% seniors in 2011 to 13% in 2022 is increasing healthcare costs. Structural reforms are urgently needed as the healthcare fund faces a recurring annual deficit of around 50 million guilders. Subsidies. A modest increase is projected for schools in the short term, with larger adjustments expected by 2026, pending the outcome of the funding system evaluation. Interest payments. These are expected to increase due to increased capital loan obligations and refinancing agreements. That said, the refinancing of the COVID-related liquidity loans at a lower 2.9% interest rate will help cushion the impact somewhat. In summary, these projections reinforce the importance of continuous monitoring, timely reform, and prudent resource management. By doing so, we can protect our financial stability and ensure that the government remains responsive and resilient in the face of future challenges. Thank you. The following slide provides a detailed breakdown of the projected revenue for the year 2025, alongside the Q4 2024 actuals. Please note that the Q4 figures are unaudited and therefore not final. For 2025, total revenue is projected at 586 million guilders. This amount is composed of the following: tax revenue, 453 million, permits, 23 million, fees and concessions, 67 million, other revenues, 43 million. While I won't go into detail on the Q4 figures, since that's not the main focus of this presentation, I did consider it more relevant to compare the 2025 budget to the most recent available figures, rather than to the amended 2024 budget. That said, the most meaningful comparison is still to come. In a few slides, I will present a side-by-side look at Q1 2025 actuals versus the projected figures. This will provide clear insight into how this year has started and whether our budget remains on track. The following slide provides a breakdown of the 2025 budgeted expenditures, which total 577 million guilders. As previously mentioned, the figures shown for 2024 are based on the quarterly report and do not reflect final year-end numbers. It is important to note that entities and ministries had until March 2025 to submit eligible expenses related to the 2024 fiscal year, which will still be recorded under 2024. Therefore, we anticipate that the final actual expenditures for 2024 will be higher than the figures currently presented. Looking at the 2025 projections, $253 million is budgeted for personnel expenses, which includes a 2% indexation and an additional 1% vacation allowance. $138 million is allocated for goods and services, $36 million for Social Security, $15 million for depreciation, $109 million for subsidies, which includes an increased 2 million guilders already included in the December 2024 submission of the budget 2025 to support subsidies or subsidized schools with the salary indexation and vacation allowance adjustments. $26 million is budgeted for interest and bank charges. I will now proceed with the comparison between the submitted 2025 budget and the Q1 actuals. As we compare the Q1 actuals to the budgeted Q1 figures based on the submitted 2025 budget divided by 4, we observe a 15 million guilder increase in total revenue compared to what is budgeted. While this is a positive development, it's important to keep in mind that Q1 and Q4 are traditionally the strongest quarters for revenue collection. At the same time, we must remain vigilant as major financial obligations, including loan repayments, are scheduled primarily for Q3. So even though the 15 million increase looks significant, the ministry considers it in line with the budget as seen it as helpful in recovering any potential shortfalls in Q2 and Q3. The increase in Q1 2025 is primarily driven by tax revenues, accounting for 14 million of the total increase. This includes a 6 million increase in wage tax collections and a 6 million increase in turnover tax revenue. In comparison to Q1 2024, the revenue in Q1 2025 is 19 million guilders higher. This is a very positive sign, especially when compared to Q1 of 2024, where it was already clear that revenue for the year was too high and budget cuts had to be made to align the budget with the actuals. That's not the case reflected today. As it relates to expenses, the same method was applied, dividing the submitted 2025 budget by 4 to estimate Q1 projections. When comparing these figures to the actuals, we observe that the actual expenses were 19 million guilders lower than budgeted for the first quarter. Despite this variance, the ministry considers the results generally aligned with the budget. For several key reasons, the retroactive salary indexation has not yet been processed in Q1, which impacts the timing of certain personnel-related costs. Additionally, personnel expenses alone show a reduction of 13 million, largely due to the delayed enactment of the 2025 budget, which prevented the onboarding of new hires. Other non-essential or project-related expenditures were also postponed as priority was given to maintaining core operations. In comparison to Q1 2024, the expenses in Q1 2025 are 5 million lower than the Q1 2024 actuals. While it is unfortunately common for actual expenses to be lower than budgeted, the ministry will have a clearer picture at the end of July when more updated figures are available. These will be carefully reviewed and incorporated into the 2025 budget amendment. This brings me to my last slide. In conclusion, the 2025 budget submitted fully incorporates all approved modifications and amendments as adopted by Parliament in January 2025. Based on the comparison with Q1 actuals, the budget remains realistic and aligned with the country's current financial performance. Most importantly, revenues are not lagging behind, which is typically the primary reason for initiating budget cuts. This approach returning with the exact budget as approved by the members of Parliament was taken to facilitate the swift passage of the budget in line with the expectations of Parliament and the deadline set by the Kingdom Council of Ministers. And most importantly, the urgent need of having an enacted budget for the year 2025 to be able to use the funds budgeted accordingly. As previously noted, it remains important that we address the handling of amendments going forward to ensure better alignment and avoid the procedural and technical issues we experienced this year. The budget amendment for 2025 is forthcoming, and we are already working on budget 2026. But I want to be very clear. I would prefer to never repeat the experience we went through after the approval of the budget in January 2025. During the budget 2025 amendment sessions, all ministers will deliver detailed presentations on their respective ministries, similar to the approach taken in January. These presentations will cover actual expenditures versus budgeted amounts, as well as the remaining intentions for 2025 and projections for the coming years. Both government and Parliament have the right to make modifications and amendments to any law. That right is justified and must be protected. However, we must also ensure that exercising that right does not come at the expense of the country. When legal and procedural challenges prevent the proper incorporation of amendments, we all lose valuable time and resources. As I mentioned earlier, I had requested that this issue be addressed in the scope of the TWO assignment on the budget process, but unfortunately, that wasn't possible. I therefore intend to include it in the SOAB Audit Plan 2025, as I believe it is critical to find alignment and clarity on how we handle this going forward. With that, I hope the presentation has provided a clear overview. I look forward to the approval of the 2025 budget, which will go into effect immediately upon enactment. Madam Chair, with your indulgence, I would like to briefly touch on a topic, which is the dividend withholding tax, which has recently become a matter of public debate. I would like to be clear that this tax has no impact on the 2025 budget, and we are still in the implementation process as previously stated. For that reason, I would prefer to return to Parliament for a dedicated session where we can address all questions thoroughly and transparently. In the spirit of full disclosure and informed debate, I propose to return with a tax specialist who can present the technical aspects of this legislation in detail. As the minister known for transparency, a title I carry with pride, it is my duty to ensure the people of St. Maarten receive accurate information, not assumptions or politically convenient distortions. Unfortunately, I've seen commentary, including a cartoon that was admittedly creative, but not entirely factual. Claims that this measure will be an additional burden on local taxpayers are simply not correct. And while I don't want to believe these inaccuracies are being spread deliberately, I do think they stem from a lack of understanding. This is why I would encourage this legislation being presented by a tax specialist. As Minister of Finance, I have consistently heard a call from members of the opposition. Where are your revenue generating measures? Where is the tax reform? What is the timeline? Well, now we have one, and it is being criticized. I do understand, but I will not accept the spreading of untruths. To balance future tax benefits to be implemented, such as reduction of profit tax and wage tax, we need additional revenue. Madam Chair, when I brought forward the proposal to provide relief for our elderly by adjusting the tax treatment of AOV income, the first question posed by the Honourable Member of Parliament, by a Honourable Member of Parliament, how will we compensate for the revenue loss? How much will it cost? and how do we balance it? Now, proposals are being made to reduce profit tax, which, to be clear, I fully support. However, we cannot ignore the reality that to implement such relief
Minister, with your indulgence, I see that the floor for interruptions is being requested by MP Lewis, to whom I give the opportunity for an interruption at this time. MP Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to be brief, you mentioned opposition.
MP?
When it comes to, sorry, through you, Madam Chair, Minister, you mentioned opposition with the discussion of generation. I'm not one of those members, but I'm also in opposition. Okay, so I think we should be more specific when members mention anything, especially in opposition, that we are all not classed in the same bucket. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Lewis. Minister, you may continue, if possible, address MP Lewis' statement, if necessary, not possible, if necessary. If not, you may continue with your comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think MP Lewis's statement is clear, as was stated. And in reference to, especially the one on AOV, then let me clarify, because I don't want there to be an assumption that it came from the entire opposition. But when I came to Parliament addressing the elderly treatment of AOV income, the question was actually posed by the Honourable Member of Parliament, Arian. And his questions to me was, at the time, Madam Chair, how will we compensate for the revenue loss? How much will it cost? And how do we balance it? Now, proposals are being made to reduce profit tax, which, to be clear, I fully support. However, we cannot ignore the reality that to implement such relief measures responsibly, we must first generate additional revenue. And that revenue cannot come at the continued expense of the people of St. Maarten. If we are serious about bringing relief, we must also be serious about creating a sustainable fiscal foundation to support it. Let us today focus on what is before us, the 2025 budget, and having a meaningful discussion on dividend withholding tax at a later date, especially as it is intended for inclusion in the 2026 budget. I now welcome any questions from the members of Parliament on the budget 2025, and I thank you for your patience, time, and attention.
Thank you, Minister of Finance, for your presentation on the draft National Budget 2025. At this time, we of course go according to the speakers list of those members of Parliament who have indicated their desire to speak. And the first MP who I invite to take the floor is MP Otley. MP Otley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. By the reaction of my colleagues is indeed a surprise. But I'll go ahead, because today I plan on being very objective. Objective, not subjective. Objective based on facts and not feelings. Madam Chair, I see that the government, and I get the impression that the Honourable Prime Minister, who is the head of the Council of Ministers, doesn't realize the role that Parliament plays and doesn't realize that Parliament, quote and unquote, hold them accountable. And while I read the article yesterday basically forewarning members of Parliament, I assume to be of the coalition, today, the start of the Prime Minister's speech is very alarming, because as a member of Parliament, if I want to ask a question 20 times, I ask it 20 times. It's up to you to answer. And based on some of the reactions I have gotten through you, Madam Chair, from certain ministers, they have just plain out chose not to answer certain questions. So as a member of Parliament, regardless if a budget was passed unanimously, obviously there were errors. That's why we are here in an unprecedented situation, one that I have never seen in my history. I don't know if I can stand to be corrected. So therefore, I will not go blindly and just approve anything. I will ask the questions that I missed to ask that put us in this situation. Because maybe, just maybe, had I asked more in-depth questions, I would have not supported the previous budget. So don't for 1 second think I am blindly going to support. And I will say this as well. Don't for 1 second think I am 100% against this budget. Because that is not. That is not. I am on the fence, and based on the answers that I receive in this public meeting, I will determine if I will support or not. Madam Chair, I move to some questions for the Minister of Finance at this moment. Minister of Finance, I understand you spoke of the need for us to better improve the mechanism and processes for handling budget. However, as I have stated, I have requested, I don't know who the template for amendments should come from, but we do not have it. And I think that one cannot expect to then suggest a template and not present it to the members of parliament, because at the end of the day, this is a budget debate. And amendments are welcome to come for this as well. But then what will happen? We're going in the same hamster wheel. Madam Chair, through you to the Honorable Minister of Finance, can you provide me a copy with the notice of, listen carefully, the 18th of August, 2003, for the implementation of Article 39, first paragraph, Part B of the National Ordinance on Taxes concerning levying of tax on business turnover in respect of supply of water, electricity, and gas, and if it is still in effect. Next question. Can you list the companies? Well, I know it's private. Can you give me basically the number of companies that currently receive tax exemptions? Not the name of the companies, just the number of the companies that currently receive tax exemptions. I move to the questions of the Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Prime Minister, there was well, this is for the Minister of Finance and Prime Minister. There was an article that I read where it says, St. Maarten is not able to suffice its current loans, and there's no provision for debt in 2030, 2035, and 2040. Is this article indeed correct? Is this an accurate worry from the CFT? And what provisions will be made to ensure the people of St. Maarten stand strong in the future? Honorable Prime Minister, how feasible is the advice from BTP that was presented to GEBE? How feasible is this advice? See, I asked because during my motion, October 29th, your person voted against the motion, stating that there were unrealistic approaches in such motion. And I had the opportunity to read the BTP report, and some of the recommendations are actually in line with what was presented in the motion, and some of them are actually more exaggerated. But I guess because it came from BTP, we would then approve it. So my next question is, I also saw a post, so it could be wrong, could be misinformation, but I'm asking, that GB stands to lose 20 to 25 million if the recommendations from BTP is taken up. Is this accurate? Is this true? And if the Honorable Prime Minister is able to give an answer, if it's accurate or not, that means that the Prime Minister had a conversation with GEBE. So then I would ask, how was that conversation? And are they in favor with such recommendations? And what can they adapt from the recommendations, and what can't they adapt from the recommendations? Honorable Prime Minister, we speak of arm's length when it approaches the government-owned companies. But yet, during the urgency before election, the urgency after election, the Honorable Prime Minister stood and did what he had to do to help us acquire generators. Where are those generators? What are the process of those generators? And I remember clearly stating that I would like the process to be sent to Parliament as it goes along. Also, have the generators been placed on bid? If so, who was the company that won? And when can the generators expected to be in St. Maarten and fully functionable? What is the government's next step if GEBE says we cannot implement such recommendations. What is the government's next step? Because at some point, the government now has to take the onus. What is happening is exactly as I stated, Honorable Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair. Honorable Prime Minister made an elaborate announcement, and next day in the front page and praises to the Honorable Prime Minister. But in Parliament, when I said that I hope that the Honorable Prime Minister can live up to his word and relief can be given in July, he put his hands up and said, no, 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 that's not what I said. I submitted something to GEBE, so GEBE has to now make the decision. Understandable, but what is the next step if GEBE does not? Honorable Prime Minister, are you aware? Let me look for this document. As I said, we're going to be... I presented to the public of St. Maarten. This is the fuel breakdown. Again, I have been screaming, shouting, fuel breakdown price list of St. Maarten, whether gas go up or down. And I would like to say, read a couple of stuff. We have freight, we have import duty, liquid through port, wholesale margin, max wholesale, and turnover tax. This is for wholesale suppliers of fuel. This is to the people of St. Maarten. And then right underneath, we have retailer margin, consumer price, and turnover tax again. The government of St. Maarten, double taxation on the people of St. Maarten. I have said it and I have presented where Sol, the main supplier of fuel, submitted their TOT. And it was said here that a company should not pass on their turnover tax. As a contractor, I was told by the government of St. Maarten, you can no longer apply turnover tax in your bids to the government because the turnover tax is your responsibility, not the responsibility of the person paying you. I have referred to the exemption list, Article 1.12, whereby any vessel carrying fuel is subject to exemption. This can bring immediate relief to the people of St. Maarten. And just looking at this that was dated June 12, persons that fill their tanks once a week is subject to save $30 to $40 a month. This does not include bus drivers, taxi drivers, tour drivers, those truck drivers that constantly run and have to fill their tanks every other day. Can you imagine the savings that people are going to have? And the savings that GEBE then can offer, because based on discussions with GEBE, based on discussions with SOL, the main supplier is SOL. If we ease the burden there, it trickles down to the consumer. Because again, 5% plus 5% plus 5% is 15% by the time it reaches the consumer. Madam Chair, through you, I move to the Honorable Minister of TEAT. The marketplace. And Honorable Minister of TEAT, I have had and I still have high hopes in you. But do not fool the people. Do not fool the people. And I read and I quote the Honorable Minister, and this is the good thing about receiving stuff in writing. Honorable Minister said, we are currently awaiting adjustments to the architectural design. Once these changes are done, construction will start. Then the Honorable Minister of TEAT says, we expect the next steps to be permitting and construction. So permits are not even in place. So how then, once the design is done, we can start? Again, objective. The proof is in the pudding. I am reading what was sent in writing, and that's why I'm happy that some of the answers were sent in writing. It's high time. Be truthful to the people of St. Maarten. Let us know, is it Vrummy? Is it not Vrummy? And to the Honorable Minister of Vrummy then, it's the whole up in Vrummy. Because I was told that Vrummy wanted to change the design and go from 1 story to 2 stories to 3 stories. So is the hold up in Vrummy? Is there some truth to this? Because the people deserve to know. And let's give them a clear date. If it's a year from now, it's a year from now. Give them a clear date through you, Madam Chair. That was my only major concern at this moment. At this moment. We'll see for the second round. But I need an answer from the Ministry of TEAT, the Minister of TEAT, on the marketplace for these people. And who feels it knows it, because we can pass every day in our fancy suits and ministers being picked up right here, but they have to pack up. They have to deal with the rain. They have to deal with the sun. And I speak like this, Madam Chair, because when I was there was a plan done, sealed, delivered, ready to go. Now, granted, another minister came in and wanted to change the plans. That was also on my party, and I was against changing the plans because this is what happens. And granted, a new minister came in, the current minister, and changed the plans again. And the only people that suffer are the people. Are the people. Hence, my passion for this. Through you, Madam Chair, I move to the Honorable Minister of VSR. Honorable Minister of VSR. First of all, I would like to congratulate you with the scenario that I was understood that you immediately went down to face the gentleman and not hide in your office through you, Madam Chair. If that is true, I commend you. Because that is what this ministry is about, a ministry of the people. And regardless, of course, safety is first. But you face it up front through you, Madam Chair. I see today the Prime Minister made mention. So, to me, medical center falls under VSR. SZV falls under VSR. So without going into information, what are the procedures for malpractice at SMMC? What are the procedures to ensure that persons to receive money from SMMC for malpractice receives money? How do we distinguish the difference between who is responsible, SZV and SMMC? And I'm not talking about this situation, because I heard something that I refuse to believe, that persons are being forced to keep quiet on their situations. So let's stay away from that. I'm talking in general. What are the processes for people that know? Not blaming you. The problem was even when I was there, the problem was continuing, but the good gentleman was in court when I was there. So I'm asking, just asking, so you can notify the people of St. Maarten. Budget post 7110, the Department of Public Health does not have a category for project and activities. However, in the tool listing, it refers to for a 6 project and activity tool listing for 487,000. Why is this not specified in the number book? Was it forgotten? If so, is it in effect for this budget? Obviously, because, yeah, it's stated. But why is it not properly listed and specified? The same for projects and activities for the Department of Social Development. Tool listing, 40,000, but in the budget, not visible. The Department of Social Affairs, same thing, 40,000, but in the budget, it's not available. I'm not seeing it. So point me to the right direction, if you may. Budget post 7250, the Department of Collection Preventative Services. Budgeted amount for project and activities reflected 450,000 guilders, by the way, as we speak, St. Maarten guilders. But the tool listing, when adding up the activities, equals 490,000. Why is there a discrepancy of 50,000? Budget post 7260 for the Department of Community Development, Family Humanitarian Affairs, an amount of 2,460,360 guilders for projects and activities. Very good, by the way, through you, Madam Chair. This is one of, this department is so, all of the departments is important, but this department has been neglected, and once handled correctly, can do so much for the country of St. Maarten. So let's ensure that this budget is put into play in its entirety and properly through you, Madam Chair. So, however, although that amount is there, in the explanatory notes, it only accounts for what will be done with 1,020,000. What is the remaining 1,440,360 needed for, if only a specific amount is mentioned and needed? And why is this not included in the two-leg thing? Budget post, labor affairs, 7270, still on VSI, amount of 50,000. The explanatory notes has 75,000. Which is it? What is the discrepancy? Is it 75 or 50? And then you only have 50,000, so which 3 projects will be executed for this amount? If it's 75 or 50, which 3 projects will be executed? In the total for VSA reflects 3,670,960. But when I add up the totals in the explanatory notes, I get 2,187,000. When is the public bid going out for the tour that was drafted and handled the agreement with the French side? Water agreement. We signed a memorandum of understanding with the French side whereby French side would purchase water from the Dutch side. And yes, Honorable Minister of VSA, through you, Madam Chair, the testing was done, and I say to the public of St. Maarten, our water quality surpassed the recommendation of French side. All of that was done. And the approval was not only given by the local government at the French side, it had to be given by the state. And we received approval from the state of France to move forward with this agreement. The only thing had to be done was the pipe from Cold Bay to the border. Don Beach was ready to go. And a few more logistics, but the agreement was there. Pricing was already there, set where St. Maarten can make money. We speak of revenue generating. These are some of the things that we are simply, I can speak for myself and my faction then. We are simply asking for. See, it cannot only be taxation, taxation, taxation. That's why it's important when we scream of revenue generating. So to people, the people of St. Maarten that are watching, you may say, why do they always speak of that? Because if we don't have revenue generating measures, the only way a country will make money is on taxation. Please, Minister, jump on it urgently. What is the update with the HAP? Very, very important. This was an intricate part of our community. And what is the update? I was told that discussions are being had and to regulate the way forward. So what is the holdup? See my colleague right here. The day that it was closed, and he gave me permission to speak on this. His son had an accident and was there in his uniform from 1:30 till 8 something at night. The day that it was closed. And I have a lot of other stories, but he gave me permission to speak on it. Madam Chair, through you, I'd like to ask the Honorable Minister of VSI, has the matter regarding the lack of pediatricians, not rotating, but permanent, been resolved? Because when I was there, I had a meeting with Dr. Talanas, and there was a lot on him. A lot. Matter of fact, we even had parents who would call me as Minister of VSI and complain because of the long frame of time they had to wait. And then when I had a meeting with the doctor, I realized why. It really was a lot. Honorable Minister of VSI, through you, I asked about the master plan for Mental Health Foundation. And then I was told that the Honorable, NRPB stated that they fall under the Honorable Prime Minister, and you will not receive such plan unless it's through the Honorable Prime Minister. And I asked you, why have you not just walked down the hall, have this discussion with the Honorable Prime Minister, And then therefore, if you did that and it was not received, we can blame the Honorable Prime Minister. But I did ask the Honorable Prime Minister, and the Honorable Prime Minister told me that in January, you were CC'd in such document. And I asked for clarity today again, and I got it. So somebody's lying. And the Honorable Prime Minister said he has proof. So then it looks like you are lying through you, Madam Chair. And I hope that you're not lying when it pertains to mental health. So I hope that this could be corrected, and I would like to urge you to go back through you, Madam Chair, go back to your emails in January, and please be able to prove to Parliament that that was not the master plan. Please, because the Honorable Prime Minister said you received it in January. Again, just being objective. Minister Vromi, budget post 9021. Project and activities is budgeted for $2,995,000, but I don't see in the explanatory notes or in the tooling thing, what is it for? In addition, the amount was not included in the number book of budgets submitted in January 2025, nor was it a part of the amendment submitted by the government. Please clarify if I stand to be corrected. In the CC, you mentioned, very important, that the landfill fee will be a pilot project. Last time that I checked, stand to be corrected again, government cannot collect a fee on a pilot project. Since when did this change? So why not go and start? So if this changed, I turn to the Minister of Finance, and if we can start to collect a fee for the garbage on a pilot project basis, I turn to the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Honorable Minister of VSR through you, Madam Chair, and say, let us start collecting the health levy on a pilot project. Because there's no legal basis at this moment to collect any fee at the landfill. But if there is a basis on a pilot project, let us use the same format and start the pilot project immediately for the health levy. You see, Madam Chair, the Minister of VSI, I see him happy that he didn't travel. And he saved the country. But when myself and the former minister had to travel to Geneva, that's because we were facing to be blacklisted. And I'm happy today that it's rectified, that the minister could have opted not to travel. But mental health legislation that has not been used since 1927 was able to be used. Why? Meetings that we had with Curacao, Aruba, Bonaire, Viedlander. Same mental health projects. Different aspects. The Dutch Caribbean Hospital Alliance. All of these things we were able to accomplish when we traveled. So do not give the impression to the people of St. Maarten that just traveling in itself is bad. Because we were one of the, I would say, first to actually try between those countries to push the health levy. And that came about, we were working directly with Aruba. Directly, Madam Chair. And today, usual, St. Maarten, we don't want something until somebody else do it. Aruba has implemented the health levy. And we were working hand in hand with Aruba. And then I see an article in 2026, Curacao is implementing the health levy. What are we waiting for? And I said to the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Honorable Minister of VSR, advisory bodies are just such advisory bodies. You are in the position and you have the responsibility to decide what the country needs, and the country needs the health levy. It was estimated to bring in minimum of $15 to $20 million US dollars yearly. And that was me being modest, because based on the study that we did with the professionals around the region, they said we could have gone from $10 to $35 and still be competitive. And we did a steal of a deal, and we said we're going to use $15. So if you want, through you, Madam Chair, Honorable Minister of Finance, you could go to 20 and bring in way more money. VRAMI, DCFT, stated that the carpet is not being used sufficiently. They made a mistake. The CFT stated that the CARPEX is not being used sufficiently and quickly enough. What is your thoughts on this? What is the holdup? See, the CARPEX was something that we have not received for 12 to 13 years, and then we finally received it with the previous government. And you are blessed, through you, Madam Chair, to be able to carry out such projects. And I do see road paving going on. Is this part of the CAPEX? But what are the other plans? So I do acknowledge that I see some stuff going on, but when I see the CFT says that it's not moving at a pace that it should, it's a bit alarming. Let us get rolling. Let us get a ball rolling. That's a lot of money and stuff that can assist the people of St. Maarten. See, Madam Chair, what we have and what is inevitable is that someday all of us are going to be gone. And those after us, and the world will continue moving. And what we don't have is spacing, funeral plots, funeral lots. In the 2024 budget, there was a part in the CAPEX for 14 million where money was, 18 million actually, where money would be spent for such. Not in its entirety, but it was a part of it and it was taken out. This is something that we seriously need to look into. See, not everybody wants to be cremated. But the way that St. Maarten is going, it'll probably be the only choice at some point. Ministry of Education. What is the plan? I am not seeing anything significant from the Ministry of Education. I'm hearing nice speeches, but nothing significant, nothing in the forefront. We have the issue with St. Dominic. What is the plan to address such issue? What is the security plan for our kids? And while yes then, I asked the question during the CC, is there plans to build more schools? And the answer was, at this moment, the schools are not at the capacity. Well, then I say as Minister of Education, if that answer suffices for you, then something is wrong. Because in a country, Madam Chair, that is overpopulated, there's no way that we should be under the limit. So then something somewhere is wrong. And we need to ensure that our kids that are here are being educated. I asked the question of how many students in public schools were born here and are undocumented. I'm still waiting to receive that answer. I don't know if it was sent. I looked and I didn't see it. And it was promised by budget. I really need that answer. Very important. Honorable Minister of Justice, I would like to bring to your attention the situation at Court of Guardianship. These people have been working for years to find out they do not fall under the layout. Some of them can't even move to different positions, and some of them are stuck because it won't count as they are not under the government apparatus. What is your plans for such? When I read the legislation in Curacao, it says that they work under the Minister of Justice. When I read for St. Maarten, it says on behalf. So is it your intention, Honorable Minister of Justice, through you, Madam Chair, to change the law? I have heard discussions of all kinds of stuff, making them private entities and everything else. But the law can simply be changed. So is it the intention, or what is the intention for these good men and women? What specific activities are planned for execution in 2025 under budget post 5202 for prison and jail projects activities? The amount is $118,882. Please provide a breakdown of how these monies were spent in 2024. What is causing the delay on the implementation of the prison administrative system? Please provide a copy of the latest action plan report submitted to the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. I am unable to download it online. Seems to be an error. I can read it, but I can't download it. So we can be provided with a copy. I see that the minister, through you, Madam Chair, took a trip to France to discuss the case of Mr. Corallo, and it was updated the Committee of Ministers in the Council of Europe regarding the measures St. Maarten is taking to remedy the inhumane situation at Point Blanche Prison and Detention. You see, in your response that I read to the Committee of Ministers abroad, you echoed the need for, and I quote, promotion of wider alternatives to pretrial detention and imprisonment, including the adopting of conditional release policy and the setup of a conditional release work group and the amendments to the criminal code, and you are encouraged to continue such efforts. However, on the floor of Parliament, you state, and I quote, that the suggestion of ankle bracelet will not solve the cell capacity. And Madam Chair, this is clearly and utterly not true. It is not true. Madam Chair, I refer to you that the current policy being used is based on a personal feeling and can create discrimination based on who a person is, their function, their last name, whatever it may be, because it's left up to the choice of the prosecutor and then of the minister. What we are asking for is a clear, direct narrative whereby, one for all, if you qualify with rehabilitation, good behavior, which are all already in the process for you to qualify or be subject to early release. Madam Chair, through you, I have sat and had discussions with 3 law firms. 3. And don't worry, none was of my colleagues, but 3 law firms. And based on such policy that was instated in 2005, that was removed in 2015, if that was implemented today, Madam Chair, 18 clients would be released immediately. Immediately. One law firm had 8 in the accounting, one law firm had 6, one law firm had 4. And I'm going to give you a real-life example without using the inmate's name. And of course, approval was given. Inmate X, based on the lawyer's pleading, right, received 40 months in prison, which means 1,200 days. He has to do 800 days. He was locked up since 2023. If we use the 6-month deduction on top of the early release, that's 180 days. If we use the same policy that also I heard my colleague asked about in the last meeting and implement the 15%, it would be, he would have 620 days, which means at this point, he would be free. You know what's his release, Madam Chair? September 2025, without ET. What are we doing? Is there not an urgency? Is there not an unprecedented situation, Madam Chair? Not only Hurricane Irma, but the fire. And yes, granted, again, the minister just came, but you are there now. You are there now. And as a member of Parliament, I find myself doing, listen, being a member of Parliament is one of the best things that could have ever happened. And I had the discussion today. You literally have to focus on every ministry. Something that being in the ministry, you don't. You only focus on your ministry. It's so educational being a member of Parliament. Madam Chair, today I raised to bring to you some international laws that allows the minister to carry out such activities as reinstating the policy that was already there. Madam Chair, for too long, the Point Blanche prison has stood as a galling reminder of the ongoing violation of Article 3 of the European Convention of the Human Rights, which unequivocally prohibits inhumane or degrading treatment or punishment. This is not merely a perception, but it's repeatedly something thrown in our face. As I stated, the minister just went to France to defend this. And again, a situation that was before her time, but she had to travel to France. Madam Chair, I do not need to tell you about the horrible condition at Point Blanche Prison and also MLC. Let's not forget MLC. Also, the programs, the absence of effective regimes of sentence reduction, no sunlight, no proper rehabilitation. The new prison is set to be placed for 2028, Madam Chair. And that's with hopes that everything goes correct. But what are we going to do since then? Are we going to just keep being faced with court case and court case? Because obviously, St. Maarten is called to defend. Madam Chair, I'm requesting, and I will be bringing a motion in this public meeting and requesting the government to take concrete measures to improve the conditions of incarceration and to induce effective, preventative, compensating measures in line with jurisprudence of the European Court of Human Rights. Now, Madam Chair, I hear the Honorable Minister speak a lot of not being able to, but all of us learned here in Parliament, especially in our induction sessions, local law, kingdom law, and the highest international law. So when I refer to international law, let's remove the notion of the local law. Let me highlight a few key precedents summarized in Chapter 16 of the Guide on Case Law of European Convention on Human Rights, published February 8, 2025, particularly Article 13 of the European Convention of Human Rights, the right to an effective remedy, and that is what we are asking for, Madam Chair. Everyone whose right and freedom as set forth in the convention are violated shall have effective remedy before national authority. This guarantees a person's right to challenge violation of their covenant right in the national legal system. The remedy must be effective in practice and not theory, offer a competent authority, not necessarily a court, and available even if the violation was by state authorities. The court has held in paragraph 364 for the conditions of detention as a breach of Article 3. Madam Chair, two forms of relief: a preventative relief that can immediately improve the conditions, and a compensation relief that has financial implication. I refer to you of a court case, Madam Chair, in a European court in Stella and others versus Italy, where the court upheld Italy's scheme to allow a reduction of 1 day for a sentence for every 10 days served in inhumane conditions, or be faced with financial compensation when reductions are no longer possible. Madam Chair, another court case similar in Romania, where the court introduced a 6 days off of every month that you are in inhumane conditions. Madam Chair, these are real-world examples of real-world governments complying with real-world international treaties and law. Nothing supersedes international treaties and law. We are in an unprecedented situation, Madam Chair, and therefore, that is why Curacao, although have Article 137, the same exact article, is able to use such policy despite having the same article. They use it on the basis of international law and not to violate Article 3 of the European Convention of Human Rights. Madam Chair, I had a little note scribbled down. Just want to make sure I got everything. So, I urge the Minister of Justice to please, as I know, take leadership of your ministry. Do not allow the advisory bodies that has no public responsibility to steer you in a direction that I know and have confidence that you know better. Honorable Minister of General Affairs, let us find a solution for the people of St. Maarten. Because as the Honorable Minister of Finance said, you have to find money somewhere to give relief somewhere. And that's why I turned to the Honorable Minister of Finance and I said, revenue-generating measures are our only hope. And I say, if the Ministry of Rummy legally can adopt a pilot project, then so can we. Let the money start to roll and let the people start to feel relief. I have been objective. I hope I've been objective enough, presenting facts to the people of St. Maarten and the direction that I would like to see this country go. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Otley. And we continue with the speakers list, and I invite MP La Cruz to take the floor. MP La Cruz, you have the floor.
A blessed afternoon, Madam Chair Lady, Griffier, the honorable ministers that are present today, your support staff, those in the Tribune, and my fellow colleagues here in Parliament, those watching on social media. A blessed, and when I say a blessed afternoon to one and all. Madam Chair Lady, I am known for asking a lot of questions, so I am not going to disappoint the ministers today. In no way or fashion. Madam Chair Lady, today I feel a real sense of responsibility, not only to speak about the national budget, but to fight for the future of this country, a future that I fear is at risk if we do not make the right choices today. The definition of insanity is to do the same thing under the same circumstances and expect a different result. Today, I advocate for change. The budget before us is a reflection of our government's priorities, their values, and their commitment to the well-being of our people. But, Madam Chair Lady, I must express my deep concern that this budget, in its current form, falls short of the bold vision we need to tackle the changes facing our nation. But before I start, I would like to address some of the murmur and that of what I consider threats and cannot be seen as anything else in this parliament. The right to vote, your conscience, and I do not care what others think or believe. If you are not doing what you should be doing to better this country, it is my job as a member of parliament to call you out on it. I have always tried to be positive and bring ideas on solving problems for the challenges in our country. I have asked many questions in the previous budget meetings to only be answered with promises. We are working on this, and we are working on that. Madam Chair Lady, if I, Francisco Alberto La Cruz, an elected member of this parliament, believe that this government is not willing and able to bring this country forward, then it is in my right to bring a motion to the minister of disapproval or a motion of non-confidence. A motion to send home a minister passes in Parliament and needs a majority of all elected members here in Parliament. The choice to send the people back to the polls lies in the hands of the Council of Ministers and directly in the hands of the Prime Minister, whom calls the meeting and delivers this letter to the governor. So, the social media bliss will not and does not work with this member of Parliament. As long as I see things are moving in the right direction, you will not see that from me, but from the point that it doesn't, I will be the one to bring it. Silence. Wow. So, Madam Chairlady, I'm going to start with the state of our country, talking about the rising debt, the weak infrastructure, and the unmet needs of our people. Our country starts at a crossroad where the weight of rising debt, crumbling infrastructure, and unmet basic needs threatens the foundation of our economy. The cost of living is soaring, unemployment is high, and our social services are underfunded. The government's response, while well-meaning, seems insufficient in the face of these overwhelming challenges. Madam Chairlady, through you to the ministers, our national debt continues to rise, and we are now borrowing more and more and more. While borrowing can be a tool for development, without a clear strategy for repayment, we risk strangling our future with the burden of excessive debt. And again, I say, insanity. The lack of new, not burdening our people, revenue-generating measures. And I'm going to repeat, the lack of not new, not burdening our people, revenue-generating measures. What I'm particularly concerned about, Madam Chairlady, is the budget, is that this budget contains no real new revenue-generating measures. The government continues to rely on the same old sources of income, taxes, or even implement old ones never implemented before that made no sense then and still not now. But our revenue base remains narrow and increasingly vulnerable. Looking at the political atmosphere in the US, I suggest that we take this serious. We have missed an opportunity to diversify our sources of income and to create a sustainable economic future. Our economy is changing and we must innovate in a way that generates revenue, taxing the roots of all problems in society to decrease, eliminate, and help solve problems created by these is a must. As I have mentioned before, for example, taxes on alcohol, with parts of the proceeding directly allocated to Turning Point and other establishments that work with our people who suffer from these diseases. Taxes on casino winnings, and part of that income allocated to helping our people with their addiction, and TIAT, with the control on this addiction. Taxes on sugar products, with parts of these proceedings allocated to building a state-of-the-art diabetes center on this island, which will not only help our citizens with early detention care, but also a strain off of SZV, all while opening a new market for medical tourism on this island. The same goes for taxes on tobacco products, and at least one cancer center on St. Maarten. And the reason for this needs no motivation, because we all have either lost a family member or know someone very close that died from cancer in the last year. So it is easy. Like I mentioned before, St. Thomas has 5. We could get 1. Taxes on prostitution, and part of that income directed to single parents and our foster care system that is also in dire need. We no longer can continue to do the same and expect a different result. It is called insanity. The same way we chose to stop printing new number plates and move to stickers, we can do the same with personalized number plates. Madam Chair Lady, it is not a must. It is an option for those who want to. I would pay 3 times the amount to be able to create my own number plate. And I know many that would do the same. Again, that is a new revenue generating measure that is not a burden on the people. The problem we have with pop-up lottery booths can be solved by introducing a branch license with a fee attached. In return, the possibility that these entrepreneurs get SZV, pay their taxes, and pay their and be able to take loans, mortgages, and actually grow. The amount of number plates that are being picked up every year by car rentals on this island amend the existing licenses if one does not pick up the amount that is due to them. Give out new licenses, collect the rental fees and the taxes. These are measures, again, that don't cost anything. Madam Chair Lady, do our supermarkets that sell cooked foods all have permits to do so? Is there any control on what is actually cooked in these supermarkets, that it's not expired? And it's minimizing their risk, their loss, but it's a health hazard to our citizens. The health hazards, handling money and food. Do they all have food handler certificates? Our local bakers have vanished by the fierce competition from supermarkets. The weak or non-existent control on TOT in the supermarkets, all while they continue to raise prices of essentials for our people. Please implement a mandatory scanning system for every supermarket. No matter the size and the location, the cash register receipts labeled as items is no longer acceptable in this day and age. The clear breach of gambling laws by the supermarkets selling lotto tickets, sweepstakes, and scratch cards, and clearly displayed to our children at the supermarkets. Products with labels in languages not authorized here on St. Maarten. These are all things that I guess you would have to have left the ministry and see. So again, I am not saying that these are things that only now have become visible or a problem in society, in our society. It is something that has been there, and now I'd like to bring it to your attention. The expansion of our vehicle inspection and inspection points. The pollution by the fumes of old cars in our country. This has been in the works since I was in TIAT. How far are we with this? Proper inspection on all heavy equipment, the limit to risk with accidents to be lessened. Let us attach fines not only to persons, but to number plates. These must be paid before receiving your new sticker every year. and a percentage increase every month if you're late, all to be paid by the receiver's office, not the prosecutor's office and the crime fund. Let's include exploring new tax reforms, green taxes, revenue from emerging sectors, technology, and renewable energy are all things I would want to see being implemented in our country. The struggling education sector. Turning to the education sector, Madam Chairlady, the situation is dire. Our classes are overcrowded, our teachers are underpaid, and our students are being left behind. Through you, Madam Chairlady, to the Minister of ECYS, Minister Melissa Gomes, I must ask, how can we as a nation expect to thrive in the future when we continue to neglect education of our children today? The allocation for education continues to fall short of what is necessary to build a world-class system. Teachers are not being paid enough to stay or even motivated in any way whatsoever in this profession. And the learning environment continues to degrade. These children are our future, yet we are failing them. Minister Gomes, your leadership is vital in addressing these crises. And I implore you to champion the urgent reform that is needed, not just in policies, but in real funding and infrastructural support. Minister, through you, Madam Chairlady, I call for a significant increase in funding for schools, competitive salaries for teachers, and a clear national plan to ensure that all our children, no matter the school they attend, have access to quality education. This is not just a matter of budget allocation, it is a matter of national survival. The future of our children, and by extension, the future of this depends on the choices we make here today. What are the plans for special needs children? In the US, I have seen people with Down syndrome actually functioning in society with jobs. What are we doing with our patients with Down syndrome? We're placing them in Sister Basilia Center with no hope of ever getting out. This is not about a press release on social media with no action behind it. I want to see a plan. Considering the recent developments in the USA and elsewhere that threaten the future of some of our students, what specific plans does the ministry have to alleviate local panic among our students and their families? Given the current situation may be temporary, what contingency plans are in place to support study financing recipients? When will the normal student visa interviews resume? How will these plans ensure a seamless transition for our students? Earlier this year, we spoke of the MOUs, and the minister mentioned that existing MOUs and the intention to sign new ones. Can you provide an update on how many new MOUs have been signed, the universities involved, and whether these agreements have been finalized in time for new students to benefit at the start of the upcoming semester? What are the opportunities in Canada, the Dominican Republic, and other islands in the Caribbean? this was mentioned during the CC. Can we have a concrete plan on this? Then I'll return back to the reevaluation of study priorities. I've mentioned that the current priority list of study programs does not align with the reality of our labor market for St. Martin's present and future needs. Is there any consideration being given to reevaluate or establish a new priority list? If so, what steps have been taken in this direction? Have we, since the last budget debate, consulted the Labor Department on this? And I would like the answer for that question from the Minister of ECYS, but also the Minister of Labor. Then, Madam Chair Lady, through you, the failure to transition from heavy fuel to LNG. Madam Chair Lady, one of the biggest threats to our economy and our environment is the continued reliance on heavy fuel. Our previous parliaments have voted and instructed governments time and time again to transition to cleaner, more affordable energy sources like LNG. Yet this budget fails to allocate any resources or any clear pathway for this, while the prices at GBE soar higher than an eagle. We remember that song? Madam Chair Lady, through you to the Prime Minister, Luc Marcelina, as the spokesperson for GEB-related issues, through you, Madam Chair Lady, I must ask, why do we continue to burn heavy fuel oil, an expensive, outdated, and polluting energy source, when LNG offers a cleaner, cheaper, and more sustainable alternative? The cost of heavy fuel is only going to continue to increase, and the environmental consequences are too dire to ignore. Minister of Tiat, Grisha Heiliger Martin, through you, Madam Chair Lady, I implore you to step forward with a comprehensive strategy for energy transition. We have the opportunity to significantly reduce our energy costs, increase efficiency, and improve the energy security by embracing LNG. Yet we seem to be dragging our feet. What specific measures will your ministry take to fast-track the adoption of LNG and renewables? This transition should be part of our national energy strategy. Yet the current budget does little or no support for it. If we are to avoid further environmental damage and reduce our long-term energy costs, we need immediate investment in LNG infrastructure. A clear timeline for the implementation. Once again, a motion for this will be tabled during this budget, which I will definitely this time make sure that all members of Parliament have seen it before and could give their feedback on it so we could move it forward. Minister of Tiat and Minister of VSR concerning unregistered French companies working on the dot side. And I want to start by asking this question: do you think that it is possible for a company that is registered on the dot side to go and do work on the French side? Will that be accepted by the French authorities? And if your answer is yes, Madam Chair Lady, through you, I'd like to tell both ministers, you are wrong. The answer is no. So why do we accept it? I'm going to highlight a serious condition that many business owners on this side of the island are voicing about that appears to be an increasing disparity in business practices, labor conditions, and regulatory oversight between the Dutch and the French side of the island. A few years ago, a company from the Dutch side supplied an elevator, air conditioning units, and lighting to a guest house on the French side. Not long after, the French inspectors mandated the removal of these items, stating that they did not comply with European standards, forcing the guest house to spend 2 additional years and considerable funds replacing everything with equipment approved by French authorities, illustrating the lack of mutual recognition and cooperation between the French side and the Dutch. Currently, we are witnessing a troubling trend. French businesses frequently cross the border and undertake significant projects on the Dutch side without hiring local Dutch side workers or securing work permits and contributing to our SZV. These companies bring in their laborers from the EU countries to complete the work and return to their side of the island without creating jobs or paying social premiums and investing in our economy. Given the Prime Minister's recent acknowledgement of low employment rates across the island, this matter is one of significant concern. How can we seriously address unemployment while allowing large-scale foreign contractors to take on considerable work without any obligations to hire local and contribute to our economic infrastructure? We can do better. To the Minister of Health and Labour, Minister Richard Brugge. To you, Madam Chair Lady, we cannot overlook the health implications of our reliance on heavy fuel. The pollution caused by burning these fuels contribute to respiratory diseases, heart problems, and other health concerns that cost us significantly in terms of both human lives and health care resources. Investing in cleaner energy, like LNG, is not just an economic necessity, but a must. This budget must allocate funds to reduce the negative health impact caused by air pollution, which affects our population. And Madam Chair Lady, I'd like to ask the Minister this question. If the Minister has ever been in the K-Bay area, how did he breathe there? Because it was extremely difficult for my person when I was there. Then, Madam Chair Lady, through you, the care of our civil servants, a neglected pillar. Madam Chair Lady, the backbone of our public sector is the dedicated civil servants, the teachers, the healthcare workers, police officers, and the administrative staff who work tirelessly, often under challenging conditions, like mold, to keep our country running. But unfortunately, the very workplaces they serve in are failing them. Prime Minister, as the Minister responsible for civil servants, through you, Madam Chair Lady, I must bring to your attention once again the deplorable conditions that many of our civil servants are working under. We've discussed the mold issues in various letters, and the Prime Minister has given a beautiful speech. But what is important to me is that this does not happen again. The health and safety of our civil servants must be a top priority. And yet, despite years of awareness about this problem, it seems that only temporary measures have been taken. The fact that we are seeing more buildings affected and that no concrete action has been put forth to remedy this situation, it is not just unacceptable. It is an indictment of our failure to protect those who serve the public every day. Prime Minister, I fully acknowledge in my letters that this problem did not begin with this government. But as we grow as a nation, we must do better. The health and safety of our civil servants should not be treated as an afterthought. We cannot continue to let this issue fester while our public servants are put at risk. We should be investing in a safe, modern facilities that not only improve the health of our workers, but also enable them to perform their duties with pride and efficiency. Civil servants should never have to choose between their health and their duty to our nation. Through you, Madam Chair Lady, I urge the Prime Minister to take immediate action to address the mole, to improve the working conditions of our civil servants, and to ensure that we have a long-term plan for maintaining safe government buildings. And when I say government buildings, I do not mean only the main government building. I mean all buildings that are being occupied by the government. Madam Chair Lady, the ministers are not the ones who do the work in this country. The work is done by the civil servants, and it's time that they are treated in that manner. Madam Chair Lady, through you, the crumbling and neglected justice system and rising social issues in our country. Another pressing concern is the state of this justice system. Our people are crying out for timely justice, public safety, and yet the issues are being swept under the rug with no clear solutions in sight. Minister of Justice, through you, Madam Chair Lady, I ask, what is the plan to make sure that never again we have a fire at the Point Blanche House of Detention? This was a clear failure in maintaining the safety and security of our correctional facility. And yet we have yet to see any real actions or accountability. Incarceration facility is meant to be a place of rehabilitation. But how can we even offer this if the safety is compromised? The unacceptable delay in addressing the backlog in residency permit applications. Families and individuals are left in limbo for months, even years, without clarity on their legal status in this country. The administrative inefficiency is causing economic and emotional distress to many in our communities. Why is this budget so silent on addressing this inefficiency of the immigration process, which affects so many of our residents and potential citizens? Even when requesting information is more like taking out a wisdom tooth. We still continue to keep ghost workers employed and those who want to work out. As my fellow colleague and party leader, the Honorable Omar Otley, mentioned, equally alarming is the dilemma with the employees of the Court of Guardianship and what they have been faced with their LBs. Madam Chair Lady, the legal and emotional consequences of this is alarming. For us all who rely on them to care for our minors and vulnerable individuals, I still don't understand. Please explain. Not with nice words, but with a concrete plan. And I followed a couple days with the foster care, and I saw both ministers that are present now here. I saw them came and give very inspiring speeches. But I'll tell you what touched me the most. Today, my kids have a mother and a father. But God forbid something happens and God calls both of us. My kids could end up in the foster care system. Your kids could end up in the foster care system. Then what? Then what, ministers? Through you, Madam Chair Lady. Let's get this in order. A cry for higher stipends for foster parents remains unanswered. These are the individuals, these are the unforeseen heroes providing care for our vulnerable children who would otherwise be at risk or remain in risk. And they're barely compensated for their selflessness. We should be prioritizing those who are stepping in to ensure the safety and the security of our youth. This budget makes no mention of it. No increase in the stipend for foster parents. A motion will be brought forth for that also during this budget debate by my person. Then we have the escalating concerns over rising crime rates, particularly robberies. We all know that law enforcement is struggling with resources, yet this budget offers no clear plans to address the growing crime crisis. Though the police force is stretched thin and our communities are paying the price, more needs to be done to prevent crime, support law enforcement, and create safer communities. What are your plans, Minister? Additionally, deaths on undocumented and uninsured motorcycles. The rising at an alarming rate. Every week you hear of another fatality or a serious injury due to reckless driving, often on uninsured motorbikes. While sitting here waiting to speak, at 2:13, an accident took place on the Simpson Bay Road on a motorcycle. An individual, once again, without a helmet. To the Minister of Justice, Madam Chair Lady, through you, what is the government doing to address this growing public safety and threat? There is no mention in this budget about motorcycle safety, enforcement of law, enforcement of insurance laws, or any real effort to prevent fatalities. We cannot continue to lose lives on our roads without taking responsibility for these preventable acts. A motion was passed previously concerning a racetrack. Where are we with that? Has the government made any plans moving forward with that? And so, like many other things that we have already discussed last year and earlier this year, please, Council of Ministers, through you, Madam Chair Lady, take a month and put some concrete plans in place. So, Madam Chair Lady, I chose to not ask 200, 300 questions, but what I chose to do this budget within the first round is to highlight the things that I think the government should be focusing on. And I'd like them to make sure that their teams are listening and come back to Parliament with ideas on how they're going to handle those things that I have highlighted here today. And not in the form of a question, but give me a plan. Give the citizens of St. Maarten a plan on how we are going to move this country forward. Give me a plan to diversify our revenue generation, tax reforms, green taxes, technology, renewable energy, how we're going to prioritize our education sector, how we're going to find monies to increase the funding for our schools' infrastructure, teachers' salaries, and the quality of our education. How we're going to move forward with the plans previously passed in Parliament for LNG. And I'm going to leave that part because I know, Madam Chair Lady, you yourself have 1 or 2 words on that with Par Latino. A comprehensive plan concerning the safety of our civil servants, our justice system, point blanche, foster care, immigration process, residency permits. I'd like an idea on all of that. And then one more thing, Madam Chair Lady, to the Minister of ECYS. And I've seen that the Prime Minister has been in the Netherlands. I am trying to get people back home to come and work here on St. Maarten. I asked the Minister of Education if she's aware of this document. De verplichtingen van de student na het volbrengen van een studie. That is a document that is signed by everyone that receives a scholarship. And it says on point 3, your responsibility after you finish studying. Is this being implemented? Do we have a new plan, a new policy being put in place so that the minister could look into that? And Madam Chair Lady, like I mentioned, I've tried as much as possible to be a team player, even though I am sitting on the other side with this current government. And like my previous speaker mentioned, I am not against the budget. What I'd like to see is innovation. I'd like to see ideas that I know are going to take this country forward. And I'm not seeing those. Maybe there are. Maybe the plans are somewhere there being worked on. But let us know. Let me know. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. We now have the next speaker, the next member of parliament, who is Viren Kotai. MP Kotai, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to all the ministers present, those in the tribune, and those tuning in via social media. Once again, we find ourselves discussing the same 2025 budget, but I have many points to bring forward. For one, the disparity to me between the private and public sectors is quite mind-blowing. The private sector prioritizes efficiency, profitability, and sustainability, whereas in my time in Parliament, it has showed me that the public sector often lacks a focus on efficiency and tends to make routine tasks increasingly bureaucratic. While I do support this government, I do believe it's high time we address the inefficiencies in handling public requests. The delays in processing permits are unacceptable. Whether it's work permits, building permits, business licenses, or residence permits, the system is too slow and discourages economic development. St. Maarten was once known for its business-friendly environment, but now our competitors hold that reputation, and we are falling behind. There's a serious lack of accountability and transparency in the permitting process because it simply takes too long. So to the Prime Minister, your calm and composed approach in communicating with the population is greatly appreciated, and I commend you for that. However, I think it's time we think a bit outside the box. I look at you not as a leader, but as a protector of our nation, someone who will stand firm in the face of external pressures and always put St. Maarten first. By this, I mean defending and prioritizing our local businesses, particularly our contractors. Just like every other country in the world, we must protect our own. In the United States, affirmative action was introduced to support and uplift minority-owned businesses. Today, we need a similar mindset to ensure that our local companies receive the opportunities that they deserve. We must ensure that government and public sector entities engage local contractors wherever and whenever possible. These businesses pay local taxes, employ local workers, and remain committed to our community day in and day out. They are the backbone of our economy. I would like to know what steps are we taking to ensure our local companies get work in all minor and major projects across St. Maarten. Yes, they may not be fully equipped to do the whole job, but they are well enough equipped to take pieces of the pie. So let's make sure this happens, Prime Minister, as what else are we here for? Aren't we here to ensure the progress and the livelihoods of our own? So again, my question, what are we doing to guarantee our local contractors work in all projects moving forward? I would also like to call on you in your capacity as the authority responsible for the VKS. I would like to, in some way, ensure that the VKS, via you, Madam Chair, to the Prime Minister, is properly insured and fairly compensated for their work. More importantly, considering expanding their role in national security. Why not transform the VKS into a government security agency, more visible in tourist areas, helping to reduce street crime and allowing the police to focus on community policing? This approach could create jobs, generate revenue, and enhance safety across the island. Instead of just shutting down such ideas off the bat, let's explore how we can actually make these things happen. We know crime continues to rise. Both residents and tourists are increasingly fearful. Per capita in St. Maarten, we rank amongst the highest in the region for crime, a trend that is damaging our reputation and threatening our economic stability. It is to my opinion that we must act, and we must act bold. To the Minister of Romy, I understand that there is a staffing issue within the ministry. But my opinion, the timeline for receiving permits is becoming unacceptably long. If staffing is the main challenge, as Madam Chairlady mentioned earlier in the CC, why aren't we exploring options to bring in additional support? Currently, what is the time frame, through you, Madam Chair, to receive your permit from the time of submission? After 6 months of submission, can an individual start building without the permit? How are we planning to expedite these processes, as I mentioned in my opening remarks? Are we looking at digitizing this process so that our population can follow the movement of their permit? This, to my opinion, once again, development is what's going to drive this country forward. But to me, sometimes it's just sad that a permit for a small home is shelved. So I can sit and speak of all the problems and the cries, but I just want to know what are the solutions moving forward. To the Minister of TEAT, through you, Madam Chair, I would like to bring to the attention of a persistent issue that continues to affect country Sint Maarten's digital visibility and international accessibility. Many international websites still do not list Sint Maarten in their country drop-down menus, while countries such as Aruba, Curacao, and other CARICOM members are properly included. Sint Maarten is either omitted entirely or incorrectly listed as the Netherlands Antilles, an entity that has ceased to exist for us since 2010. Some websites may reflect Dutch Caribbean, but this too is inconsistent and far from standardized. Additionally, our country code, +1721, is still not recognized or accepted on numerous global platforms. These discrepancies weaken our digital presence and hinder our access to online services, from basic registration forms to payment systems and communication platforms. I would kindly request that the Ministry of TEAT engage with relevant authorities, including BTP and any applicable regional or international partners, to actively pursue corrections on behalf of country Sint Maarten. Ensuring that our country is accurately and consistently represented online is essential to economic development, international engagement, and our national identity. To add, this has been a topic of discussion in the past. Through you, Madam Chair, what is the realistic approach of initiating a driver's license fee to all foreigners as done in Anguilla? Furthermore, through you, Madam Chair, I would like the Minister of TEAT to remind the public how the Ministry's priorities, guided by the R4 strategy, are tied directly to generating long-term economic growth and not just short-term visibility. As part of the R4 effect, this ministry seems to be investing in systems, not just slogans. So what are the plans in this budget to digitize or simplify business processes for local entrepreneurs, especially young people who are entering new industries like content creation? Can you share examples of collaborations with other ministries or sectors that will start to bear fruit in 2025? In your media appearances, through you, Madam Chair, the Ministry of TEAT has consistently stressed the importance of data-driven planning. Can it be explained how data is now being used to determine policy direction in various industries? Through you, once again, Madam Chair, can the Minister explain how this budget positions the Ministry to move from operational firefighting to long-term transformation? Would the Minister agree that many of the criticisms regarding the Marketplace project conveniently ignore the interministerial nature of the initiative and instead unfairly assign blame to just TEAT, despite it being one of the few ministries actually communicating with the vendors? Can the Minister confirm whether there is any legal provision that compels her to violate contractual confidentiality to satisfy repeated political questions? And if not, why is the narrative being pushed to the public? What has been the Ministry's approach to balancing public consultation with decisive action, especially on high-traffic projects like the Marketplace and license reforms? With all political noise surrounding documents and processes, can the Minister clarify what she is legally allowed to do and why this ministry remains focused on what matters, delivery and not distraction? Finally, for those who claim nothing has been done, can the Minister give 3 facts or figures that the public should know about in what has been achieved and what is coming next? Now to the Minister of Justice, through you, Madam Chair. In the spirit of thinking outside the box and revenue-generating ideas, I would like to consider innovating ways to modernize our residency and immigration policies. Many countries around the world offer residency and in some cases even citizenship in exchange for investment. Why can't we do the same? We should explore offering residency permits based on investment, whether through business ventures or property development. We can bring in additional revenue while also streamlining the current lengthy and frustrating process of obtaining a residence permit. The previous government stated it would explore this idea, but no progress was made. It is to my opinion that we take meaningful steps to create an environment that is truly conducive to tourism and investment. Additionally, how about considering developing smarter, more strategic policies for the private jet and mega yacht sectors? These are high-spending visitors, exactly the kind of tourists we say we want, yet we do very little to create a VIP experience for them. Other islands are successfully catering to this market, while we continue to overlook its potential or even look down on it. Because if we are serious about attracting high-value tourism, we must match that with high-quality, streamlined, and welcoming experience, from immigration to our on-island services. Furthermore, I have read the reports and comments regarding the prison and the conditions of the inmates. I commend all those involved in the ongoing repair efforts. However, I must express concern regarding the sustainability of these improvements, specifically the long-term vision for our correctional system. It has been mentioned, the plans for the new prison facility, but there's been very little clarity on the operational costs associated with such expansion. If the facility is intended to house double the current number of inmates, we can reasonably assume the costs will also double. Therefore, I respectfully request answers to these following questions. What is the current cost per inmate, which should include all expenses, personnel, medical care, food, housing, security, and general maintenance? How can it be justified that an ankle monitor costs more than housing an inmate? To me, that seems highly unlikely. So can the minister please provide a breakdown and comparison of these costs? Why is there resistance to implementing a structured ankle monitor program when it has proven successful in many other countries? The former minister reportedly had a policy in place, but now we're told it's not legal. If that's the case, what needs to be done to make it legal? As I said earlier, we should focus on solutions rather than the obstacles. What is the status of the November 2023 policy advice concerning weekend release, work release, and rehabilitation programs? Why has this not been implemented? These programs are essential tools in addressing overcrowding and supporting reintegration. Why has the early release program been discontinued, especially when overcrowding remains a serious issue? How many convicted individuals are currently awaiting admission to Point Blanche facility? Can you please provide the actual number of people, not the years nor the cases? Based on the current backlog, when can these individuals realistically expect to serve their time? Lastly, concerning that, what is the process for admitting and releasing inmates? Specifically, who is responsible for providing advice, and how long does the process typically take? Another concern of urgency, Minister, through you, Madam Chair, the crisis unfolding at the Point Blanche prison is no longer a matter of if something will go wrong. It's already happening. A riot and fire just broke out. The incident was not random. It was a culmination of years of structural neglect, chronic understaffing, and a consistent failure to act. And while the attention is often placed on the inmates, I want to use this moment to place focus on where it's long overdue, on our prison guards, the men and the women on the front lines of one of the most challenging work environments in our justice system. Right now, they are working in unacceptable conditions. Some shifts have as few as 2 to 4 officers covering 12 to 18-hour shifts, when international best practices require 3 8-hour shifts with no fewer than 9 officers each. This is just not a scheduling issue. This is a public service emergency. Sorry, a public safety emergency. We are setting the stage for disaster if we do not act. I want us all to consider the very real dangers of allowing the situation to continue. For one, loss of life or serious injury. 2, loss of control of the facility. And lastly, mental burnout and mass resignations. I must remind everyone, this is not new. These very concerns were raised more than 2 years ago by current Minister of TEAT and former MP Grisha Heiliger Martin, right here in this hall. She asked clear, important, and pressing questions about capacity, early release policies, parole, staff shortages, medical procedures, and the failure to update the prison rulebook. 2 years later, most of her questions still remain unanswered, and the situation has worsened. Minister, through you, Madam Chair, you now sit in the seat of responsibility. This burden is ours to carry. The time for pointing fingers at former administrations has passed, and now we are all accountable, especially you, Minister, for the safety of the officers, the security of the institution, and the functioning of our justice system. So my last questions concerning our staff and personnel. What is the current staffing level at the prison compared to recommended level for safe operation? Is there a formal staffing crisis? If so, what is contributing to it? How many guards are currently on medical or extended leave, and how long have they been on leave? For those who cannot return to prison duty, can they be reassigned to other departments within justice? Are there any individuals registered as prison guards who are currently working in other departments? If so, how many, and what is the plan of these positions? Well, the plan for those positions, sorry. In terms of budget and resources, is there funding allocated in the 2025 budget for the hiring of additional prison guards? If so, where is it reflected? Why is an outside security company being hired for the front section instead of using those funds to hire and train additional prison guards? Can the VKS be trained and deployed to support internal operations? If not, what training is required, and how long would it take, and what would be the cost? In terms of inmate management and capacity, what are the short-term measures in the ministry exploring to reduce overcrowding and restoring order? How many ankle bracelets are currently active, and how many are not in use? Who is responsible for those monitoring those ankle bracelets, and are the systems functioning effectively? How many inmates are awaiting placement? Of these, how many are low risk or eligible for early release? In terms of policy and oversight, is the parole board currently operational? What is the criteria used to determine early release or reduced sentences? Is there an active policy in place for assessing good behavior, and who manages that process? If an inmate is recommended for transfer to a facility elsewhere in the kingdom, what is the approval process, and who makes the final decision? I'd like to also echo MP Otley's concerns and stress that the answers to these questions are just not for Parliament, but for the public. The people deserve to know what is happening in their prison system and what steps are being taken to fix it. We cannot wait until we're mourning another officer, inmate, or staff member. The guards at Point Blanche are exhausted, underprotected, and unheard. And to them I say this: I see you, I hear you, and we will not stop pushing for immediate action on your behalf. Lastly, to the Minister of Finance, through you, Madam Chair, I would at this moment still want to share my perspective on the recent discussion surrounding the enforcement of dividend tax. I understand that the Minister mentioned that she would like to bring this topic separately to the floor of Parliament, but I would like to provide my opinion on the matter from now. So recently, through you, Madam Chair, the Minister of Finance, our very own Marinka Gums, has recently informed us on the floor of Parliament that this tax has existed since the time of the Netherlands Antilles, but has never been enforced. While I appreciate the intent behind this move, particularly the aim to ensure foreign investors contribute their fair share, it is important to acknowledge the broader implications of this policy. For local shareholders, dividends eventually become part of their personal income and are taxed accordingly under existing income tax brackets. Therefore, this additional layer of taxation could discourage investment, negatively impacting business growth and economic activity at a time we are striving to build a stronger, more resilient economy. In light of this, I would like to respectfully ask, which stakeholders were consulted during the process in May of 2022, and what were the outcomes of those consultations? Furthermore, it's worth noting that while other jurisdictions impose the dividend tax, their corporate income tax rates are significantly lower. Aruba, for example, has a corporate tax of 22%, and Jamaica stands at 25%. In contrast, St. Maarten remains amongst the highest corporate tax jurisdictions, both regionally and globally. Introducing, or rather enforcing, an additional tax without simultaneously reducing corporate tax could risk making our jurisdiction even less competitive. I refer to this dividend tax as new because, of course, I'm a newly elected member of parliament with just 1 year in this office. I'm learning as I go. But while I respect the legal nuances, I believe that if a law has not been enforced for decades, we must examine whether a statute of limitations or legal precedent exists that would require re-legislation in today's economic context. Simply reactivating dormant tax provisions may not be appropriate without assessing current realities and potential repercussions. Promises of future corporate tax reductions must also be viewed cautiously, because we've seen in the past, such as temporary turnover tax, TOT, introduced in '96 at 3%, which was later increased to 5%, almost doubling what was meant to be a short-term measure. This is why I stress the need for any tax reform to be part of a comprehensive and credible policy framework, rather than being piecemeal or based on promises. I firmly believe that increasing taxes is not the only way to raise revenue. Instead, broadening the tax base and exploring new innovative revenue avenues should be our focus, some what I've mentioned earlier in my statements. Now, to that end, I ask, have we formalized agreements with Airbnb, VRBO, and similar platforms for room tax collection? I commend the minister's recent media statement on reconsidering the outdated property tax law. While international advisors like the CFT and IMF have encouraged its enforcement, our unique demographics and socioeconomic practices have made it difficult. That said, perhaps a revised property tax policy specifically targeting foreign-owned income-generating properties, such as condos purchased for rental purposes, could be explored. Another issue worth examining is the growth of number of vehicles on the island. We face serious congestion and currently have no proper system in place to decommission or remove vehicles past their usable lifespan. A car dumping fee, for example, levied at a point of import or first road tax payment, could serve both fiscal and environmental goals. I just want to be clear, I support meaningful tax reform, but such reforms must be grounded in economic realism, fairness, and strategic sequencing. Enforcing a tax, however legitimate it may be on paper, that has been dormant for decades and was designed under entirely different economic circumstances without corresponding adjustments elsewhere, risks undermining business confidence. Yes, the CFT has advised revenue-enhancing measures, and we agree that a reform is necessary, but stakeholder engagement and structural reforms must go hand in hand. If reforms must be phased, that is acceptable. But to me, at least, a dividend tax should not be implemented before a reduction in corporate profit tax in the same fiscal year. While I appreciate the minister's openness to dialogue, I hope these points are received as constructive criticism rather than any opposition for its own sake. Ultimately, the health of our business sector directly influences employment, wages, and economic stability. I have personally expressed my position to the minister, and I will reaffirm it. And I must say, if a dividend tax is included in any future budget proposal, I do not think I'll be able to vote in favor for that budget without focusing on our other taxes at hand. In my view, there are alternative revenue-generating measures that should be explored and prioritized, which we can have an open table discussion about. I remain committed to responsible fiscal policy, but that must also mean ensuring we do not implement measures that stifle investment, discouraging business growth, or harm the overall competitiveness of our economy. I appreciate that the Minister of Finance is to come back to Parliament to address the subject at hand. and I will eagerly wait, and I look forward to open, constructive dialogue on viable alternatives. Regarding the statement on the reduction of profit tax as well, I hear the notion that we might lose revenue on that. But on the contrary, I think we might have better compliance, where offshore booking of profits might be discouraged. We have to understand that a higher collection of profit tax on the books, in fact, lets a business go to a bank with their better books and get more capital to expand and thus grow, which creates more employment, and this is possible with the reduced corporate tax rate. So let's ensure our tax policies not only generate revenue, but also promote growth, fairness, and sustainability. With that said, I'm still in a bit of surprise that the heaviest opinions of this tax and reducing profit tax to the media were from members who had the mantle to make these changes. So what happened during that tenure? That is a little confusing to me. To close, I want to address the recent speculation in the media regarding governmental affairs. This gives me the opportunity to emphasize how proud I am to be a member of a robust democracy, one of which I serve as a member of parliament and as a member of a political party. In a healthy democracy, the ability to speak out and debate, even against the policies of one's own party or coalition, is not only allowed, but also encouraged. It is through open dialogue and constructive disagreement that we arrive at a stronger, more effective policy outcomes. The fact that diverse opinions can exist with a single group is a sign of political majority, not division. It reflects the strength of our democratic system, where accountability and dialogue go hand in hand. With that said, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Kotai. I continue with the list of speakers, and I give the floor to MP Doran. MP Doran, you have the floor.
Good day, Madam Chair. Good day to my honorable colleagues. Good day to the Prime Minister, the ministers that are here present, and a special good afternoon to the people of St. Maarten that are tuned in. Madam Chair, I'm going to be honest. I really had a lot of faith in you during the Central Committee when we discussed about having the proper documentation and getting answers to our questions. When I look back at the responses provided, Madam Chair, it's just a cry of shame. Why I say this? Because there's so much questions left unanswered, so many documents that were requested that have to do with the handling of public funds, and it's just being echoed across all ministry lines. This is confidential. This is private. So, Madam Chair, especially given your recent stance on confidentiality and the abuse of it, I just find this quite unfortunate, especially even after receiving the end report with the same responses. Nevertheless, we're here, and I'll request those documents again in hopes that the ministers choose to practice what they preach when they talk about transparency and accountability, because that's a word that is echoed across ministry lines from Swaliga Boulevard, number one, but I don't see it in the actions, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you to the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers, during this budget debate, as I mentioned before, in the last budget debate, I lack a plan. I lack vision. What I see is a lot of reaction to current circumstances, a lot of plasters, but no clear-cut vision as to where we're going. I mean, I think it took us a year to get a governing program. Look, let me go back to my budget presentation in 2023 as former Minister of Economy. You had, the table of contents. You talk about the key achievements, the objectives of the departments, the priorities, the statistics, overall indicators as to where we're going, revenue generated, departmental achievements. But I haven't seen any of this during the last budget debate. And worse yet, now that the Council of Ministers had 6 months to go, correct certain things, here we are, I think even worse off than before. That's what's making me nervous about this budget, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'll start with questions to the Ministry of General Affairs. Through you to the Prime Minister, can you please clarify the current status of the land situation across from the Little League Stadium, particularly regarding the citizen who was reportedly disadvantaged, in my opinion, during the resettlement process and not compensated? Prime Minister, I think I've asked you this question 4 times in 4 different meetings. And last time in the budget meeting, you mentioned that you would get back to me. I haven't received any word since then, so I would really appreciate a final answer in this current budget debate so that we can put the matter to rest. Because injustice anywhere is something that I will never stand for. I was a minister during that process. I highlighted the inconsistencies. Unfortunately, I'm no longer there to continue that fight, but I do believe that all the documents, all information is there. And as you echo as well, through you, Madam Chair, as a government is continuous, but we cannot be selectively continuous, Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair. So can I please get a clear-cut response on that? Madam Chair, through you to the Prime Minister as well, this is another follow-up from the last budget. Can I please get the requests from NVGEBE, be it the board, the supervisory board, or the management board, requesting assistance from government to acquire generators? So not a statement. I would like documentation, albeit through the confidential route, if that can be provided. And I would like to know, has GB formally submitted such a request? Madam Chair, there are growing concerns about class inflation under the NRPB-funded programs, particularly regarding vehicle purchases, equipment procurement, and also contracted works. We've seen certain prices gone from, I believe it was 4 to 5 million estimated, to above the 10 in certain instances during the course of the years. Madam Chair, but I'll go back now to recent times. During the CC, I requested clarity on the vehicles that were purchased for the ambulance, fire and ambulance, so the Jeeps, the Hilux, and all those things. And I finally got a response after several attempts, where the breakdown from the Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair, was a total of 7 vehicles were acquired. No, actually 11. 7 Toyota Prados. So I think everybody knows what's a Toyota Prado, right? 7 of them. A unit price, we can Google it, it's right there. A unit price, $111,000 US for 1 Toyota Prado. We go on, Madam Chair, to the Toyota Hilux, which 2 were acquired during this NRPB bidding process. Almost $114,000 US for 1 Toyota Hilux. Madam Chair, I asked them to offer me the best sport version, the highest version, and give me the price, and it didn't even reach $61,000. So through you, Madam Chair, to the Honorable Prime Minister, where did the NRPB get these numbers from? Because I heard a name mentioned of a company, and it didn't sound like Real Auto. Madam Chair, go on to the Toyota Hiace. $61,000 for 1. Can we please be provided through you, Madam Chair, a price comparison as to what it cost by Real Auto for these vehicles and what was paid by the NRPB? Madam Chair, when you sum up these 10 vehicles actually, we reach to almost $1.1 million US for simple Toyota vehicles, Madam Chair. I mean, they are very durable, but not $114,000 for a Toyota Hilux. Sometimes we talk about buy one, get one free. This is more like pay for 2 and get 1. Please, through you, Madam Chair, I would like some clarity on that point. If the Prime Minister can confirm the accuracy of these prices and also explain the procurement process and how the value for money was assessed by all these consultants that we bring in, because all of a sudden the people of St. Maarten are no longer qualified to be consultants, and we give them the small jobs, but we bring in these highly qualified consultants, and they allow us to pay $114,000 for a Toyota Hilux pickup. Madam Chair, through you to the Prime Minister, has there been an audit or external review conducted to determine whether the NRPB procurement practices are delivering value for money? If not, through you, Prime Minister, to you, Madam Chair, to the Prime Minister, do you intend to do so, especially after giving these astronomical prices? With the central banks warning about inflation and rising operational costs, can the Prime Minister share the cost-saving measures or expenditure controls that are currently being enforced across all ministry lines under his leadership? I know that some ministers choose not to travel, but I would like to know if there are any other ways and means to cut costs. Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair, a recent video circulated where, during an interview in Curacao, on a Curacao platform, you stated that there are a lot of uneducated people in St. Maarten. Through you, Madam Chair, Prime Minister, can you share the statistics basis for that statement? Additionally, what government policies and/or initiatives are in place to address the educational gaps and improve access to training where it comes to skill development? I remember under our tenureship, the Jacobs II cabinet, we had Learn Smart, where we allowed persons within the community to follow courses and trainings to better themselves. And those courses and trainings, once they were attained, they were able to use those to get jobs. So through you, Madam Chair, can the Prime Minister please explain what policies he has introduced in order to curb that gap that he spoke about? Madam Chair, I move on to the Ministry of TIAT. Madam Chair, during the Central Committee meeting, I asked regarding the process of the marketplace. I remember stating that the design change will cause for a whole new bidding process. Because coming from the background being the Minister of Rummy, also having the current Minister of Rummy in here a couple of months back, when the question was asked, once you have a tender and the scope of works change, do you require a new bidding process? The answer was yes, yes, yes. You know why, Madam Chair? I'm going to tell you. Because once the bill of quantities change in anything, whether it's less or more, you have to give everyone the fair chance in order to participate. Because let's say, for instance, the job was 200,000 and I wanted a bigger job as a bigger company, I would not participate in it. Or let's say the job was 200,000 and I couldn't qualify. Now the price dropped. Whether there's a guild change, Madam Chair, through you, this has to be done. And if the minister doesn't believe so, which is the minister's right, can advice be requested through you, Madam Chair, to the Prime Minister from Yezet and Way, once the bill of quantities or the scope of works change, is an entirely new bidding process required? I think because then we could kind of put that to rest now. Because the change of works, the scope of works of the marketplace has caused us to be here where we are today, more than a year later, groundbreaking, but it was just a show. Because I haven't seen any work taking place there. And as I mentioned before, and I'll say it again, after many questions were posed through you, Madam Chair, they put up some words so that we might forget about it, but we can't forget about it because every time it rains, every time we walk to our vehicles, we have to literally walk in the road, and we're reminded by those vendors each and every day about their situation. Madam Chair, I mentioned on this floor here, and I'm going to be quite honest, for me, for the public meeting, I wasn't even planning to talk about Soul Beach, but I saw so much disturbing articles within the last couple of days that I say, you know, if you can't convince them, confuse them, but to try to insult the intelligence, and I'm not going to say members of Parliament, the people of St. Maarten in general, I have to, Madam Chair. I have to address it. Madam Chair, one of the questions that I posed was the fact that, you know, I highlighted the fact that, I enjoy the concert. I feel it's a good initiative. I'm always pro finding ways and means to generate new streams of revenue. But I also mentioned that it was done incorrectly, meaning that laws were broken and it didn't follow the proper process. And I mentioned laws. The response, MP, I appreciate your support for the vision behind Soul Beach and fully understand the importance of transparency and adherence to process. I would like, this is the good part, I would like to emphasize that there was nothing improper about the way the financial process was handled. Madam Chair, wait. We have the budget here in front of us, Madam Chair. This is the legal document, the legal instrument that is used to execute every single government payment. Where's Soul Beach in this budget? Where's Soul Beach in this budget? So to tell me, and to, by extension, tell the people of St. Maarten, who I represent, that all procedures were followed and no improper spending was done, that all the financial procedures were followed, Madam Chair, is a shame to even say that. Because guess what? Through you, Madam Chair, we had a budget passed in January. Okay, it was a quick plan. The Minister of Finance shift money from here, there, make it happen. But here we are, January, February, March, April, May, Soul Beach come and gone. We're here today to approve this budget, and still the minister is running behind the fact that nothing wrong was done, and it's not in the budget. I would like to know through you, Madam Chair, what is the Minister of Finance stance on the statement that nothing, wait, let me read it. So this is a question, emphasize that there was nothing improper about the way the financial process was handled. What is your opinion, through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister of Finance on the financial process that happened and ultimately paid out to Soul Beach? Madam Chair, through you, to the Minister of TIAT, it was on this honorable floor in this honorable house of the people, mention was made about a non-disclosure agreement. Based on the non-disclosure agreement, the minister mentioned that she cannot comment too much on Soul Beach because it's an ongoing process. I asked to receive this. I got the response. No mention of a non-disclosure was made, rather a statement of confidentiality. So, Madam Chair, you tell me, through you, to the minister, what is the difference between an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, something that you're not allowed to speak about, or a statement of confidentiality? If so, then, Madam Chair, through you to the minister, provide me with a statement of confidentiality then. And provide us as Parliament with the advices leading up to the entire Soul Beach process, which I believe is a public document that could be shared, because this is not Minister of TIAT NV. This is public funds, government of St. Maarten. So therefore, you are obliged to share it with the representatives of the people of St. Maarten. Madam Chair, I would like to know through you to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, what is your stance on all these non-disclosure confidentiality documents that majority of your ministers are bringing up in their responses? Do you consider the advice for Soul Beach a confidentiality document, a non-disclosure document, where the minister states here, wait, let me say it. No mention of an NDA was made, rather a statement of confidentiality in keeping with customary contractual practices and confidentiality obligations. The agreement in question, being a third-party instrument, listen carefully, cannot be disclosed or shared, as doing so can significantly have legal ramifications. Who are we? What is happening here? The ministers are asking the Parliament to pass a budget. But you're telling me I'm not allowed to know what you're doing with your budget, although it's outside of the entire budgetary process that was approved. Through you, Madam Chair, I would like some responses to those points. Madam Chair, I brought up the point where, in my opinion, one of my colleagues don't like when I use the word exploit, but I'll use the word exploit again because that's the only word I can find. He still didn't give me a replacement word for it, where if Soul Beach enterprise was brought to St. Maarten on the backs of the people, based on the funds from the people, how is it possible that they are going to exploit the same people, the same businesses in order to host events by them? And when our people disagree to the exact terms and conditions, the events are moved to the French side. Madam Chair, my grandmother was born in French Quarter, so please don't try to make this a French side, Dutch side thing, because it's not. Not you, but to the people that might try to do that. So my point is, Dutch public funds from the Dutch side went into this event, sponsor it in its entirety, because in the same response, the minister says there was no funding from the French side, as was mentioned before. So we were fooled once, no problem, continue. How is it possible that events can be hosted on the front side of the island where the small man on the front side don't even benefit in no way, shape, or fashion, but then we hold those businesses that we serve to protect, supposed to protect, by a percentage based on this same individual that we sponsor? I'm not talking about private agreements, Madam Chair, through you to the minister, because a private agreement is a private agreement. If Soul Beach came here on their own accord, did what they had to do, I wouldn't even ask this question. I'm talking specifically on a government-sponsored event. Madam Chair, there was an article, and this is going to be the last Soul Beach statement. There was an article on December 22nd of 2024, where the headline states, Soul Beach Music Festival returns to its roots in St. Maarten in 2025. I'm not going to go into all the semantics or the whole big picture that was painted to kind of colorblind us or whatever have you, but I'll go down to the end. And this is from the Minister of Theatre. The expectations are that the music festival will attract over 4,000 stayover visitors on the island, which will result in an immediate return on investment for the island's economy, apart from the high added value of advertising and marketing. Madam Chair, that could have been the goal, and all of us can fall short of our goals. And I'm in no way, shape, or form celebrating the shortfall, because the shortfall affects me as well as a taxpayer. But I'm saying all that to say, don't tell me it was 4,000, and when we start asking too much questions, it become 3,000, then it was 2,005. I think the last time the minister was here, she mentioned over 1,500. But I also asked for the air traffic arrivals, so the arrivals from the United States, comparison from 2024 to May 2025. The minister mentioned that they could not receive that or they didn't have it. But Madam Chair, I sat in the Council of Ministers, and since COVID-19, when we started back to accept flights, every week the airport would provide numbers. So I mean, a week has gone in the meantime. Through you, Madam Chair, can those numbers be provided, please, which would indicate how many new flight arrivals, so we can get some sort of preliminary numbers as to the amount of visitors we had through Soul Beach. Madam Chair, through you, one of the most important things, in my humble opinion, is making sure that our people are able to live and survive in their own country. The first motion that I passed here in Parliament back in 2018 was regards to the calibration, the cost of living, the basket of goods, and coincidentally, the former minister is here sitting in the crowd. So he knows all about my stance where that is concerned. In the meantime, under former acting minister Otley, a list was introduced, but as we move forward, there are kinks and things that we need to work on. Because when I look at the list, Madam Chair, it specifies, for instance, powdered milk needle, 800 grams is controlled. But what about the powdered milk needle of 1,000 grams or the powdered milk needle from 400 grams? So I think we need to kind of go back to move forward, because the old price list would just indicate powdered milk, a certain control price for a certain size. That would then include much more, and then it would give your people more spending power. Madam Chair, I think it would be maybe a waste of energy to try come back and bring a motion to that effect. I think that there are enough experts in the field, in the Ministry of Theatre, in order to execute something like this. So through you, Madam Chair, we'd like to know if the minister is open to picking this back up, revisiting it, and adjusting it accordingly to match our society and make more sense. Because what you will have, Madam Chair, is that they will, those that are selling, the supermarkets, will then increase the price for the smaller, the bigger product, and don't even order the product that is on the list because it's so specific to brand and size. Madam Chair, I would like to go over to the Ministry of Romy. Through you, Madam Chair. Minister, it is good, I must say, to see the ongoing roadworks across the various districts. As we know, the capital expenditure budget was approved under the previous administration shortly before we left office, and several road upgrades and resurfacing projects were already in the pipeline. So I'm glad to see these things materializing. I would like to know through you, Madam Chair, if the minister can confirm which of the current road projects were executed based on those already approved plans and which were newly initiated under this administration. So can the minister provide a clear breakdown overview of which capital projects, particularly roadworks and infrastructure updates, were initiated under the current administration and which were a continuation of the projects approved under the CAPEX, which would be going back to 2024? Through you, Madam Chair, Minister, with the approved CAPEX from the previous administration already being implemented, and knowing that the road infrastructure requires continuous investment, has the minister secured any additional CAPEX funding sources for the road projects and maintenance in the long-term infrastructure planning? Because here we're handling budget 2025, budget 2026 is right around the corner. Is that in the planning? Is that already being requested? Can some light be shed on that for the people of St. Maarten so that they know what to expect? While I know that continuity is important, so is vision. Can the minister outline his broader vision for the Ministry of Rummy, not just for road infrastructure, but also for key areas such as something that is dear to my heart, which is the housing for the people of St. Maarten, which is seriously needed? I heard my colleague minister, a colleague member of parliament, former minister of Rummy, mention about selling the homes in certain areas. I do know for a fact that certain homes can be sold under the St. Maarten Housing Development Foundation because of how they are tied up in loans. So through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister of Rummy, those that are not tied up in loans, because I know I had a lot of back and forth discussion which never was able to be finalized because there was a lot of resistance where that is concerned, those that are not caught up in mortgages, can the option be explored, for instance, in the South Girard area, to sell those homes to the people so that they were able to have something, own some of the ground of St. Maarten and other areas as well, if it's possible? Regarding housing, Madam Chair, I would like to know, has any agreements been signed or finalized? Has any land been allocated or purchased thus far? Has any form of financing partnerships been secured for the public affordable housing development? Are there any discussions that are ongoing now? If so, can we get all these documents or information related to such? And Madam Chair, I would also like to know, through you to the minister, what is the latest on the building code? I mean, it was almost ready to go, so I would like to know what is the latest on the building code. Through you, Madam Chair, I would also like to get an update on the pathway that we had the project outlined for the Grade B, in Grade B, for seniors and also the differently able. We had an elderly seniors pathway also for the differently able in Grade B to allow persons that are not so mobile in order to be able to go into the beach and so forth, right there along the rocks at Grade B. I would like to know through you, Madam Chair, what is the update on that project? And as it regards to the EDMP, Madam Chair, through you to the Honorable Minister of Rummy, does the name ATCO NV ring a bell? If so, what are they busy with? And also Matrice NV. So ATCO NV and Matrice NV, what are they busy with now executing on behalf of government, albeit through the NRPB or through government itself? Through you, Madam Chair, I would also like to know who won the tire bid for the landfill? I would like to know who won the tire bid for the landfill, if that tender was completed. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister as well, I know that the Central Bank always required us to send a report every 3 months regarding building permits. Can the most recent report be sent to Parliament that was sent to the Central Bank? Madam Chair, in one of the responses that the minister provided, when I asked about the status of the temporary workers that I left in the ministry, I think it was about 1 or 2, in terms of helping expedite the building permits and getting the process going to alleviate a lot of the backlog, the minister mentioned the previous consultancy contracts expired in October. The ministry was not satisfied with the output and therefore declined to extend these contracts. Now, Madam Chair, it don't matter to me if you leave those same people there, you bring new people, you create new people. What is important to me, Madam Chair, is the deliverables. And under my tenureship, the deliverables were there. But lo and behold, when I came into office in 2020, we had backlog from 2016, 2017, 2018, straight up to 2020. What I did was, especially during the COVID era, We made a task force from the New Works Department, Inspection Department, Permits Department, and we pushed out building permits because that was the only thing that was keeping the economy flowing, Madam Chair. That was keeping the economy flowing. Last week in Parliament, I think to be some sort of a distraction tactic, the minister mentioned that 78 permits were there from 2021, 64 from 2022, 126 from 2023, 165 from 2024, and 89 pending in 2025. Just to give some insight to somebody that is on the outside and maybe might hear the minister speak, I think it amounted to almost 500 if I'm not mistaken. Almost every permit, remember this government sat in May of 2024. So almost every building permit, almost I say, again I emphasize, almost every permit from 2023 could be considered the responsibility of this government because we all know the backlog and the time that it takes, Madam Chair. So let's just be clear and call a spade a spade. I would like for the minister to provide how many permits were signed in those years. Because you mentioned the backlog, but how much was signed in those years? And you will have to claim ownership for maybe halfway through 2023 going over to 2024 because we all know the backlog that we had. Madam Chair, when I looked at the figures, the minister mentioned the backlog in 2020, includes permits dating back to earlier years as well. I would like to go to the most recent numbers that the minister gave for January to May of this year. 10 permits signed in January, 6 permits signed in February, 7 permits signed in March, 4 in April, 19 in May. You see the peak in May right before we come to the budget debate, because as I mentioned here before, as we're hearing on the road, the minister is not signing building permits, Madam Chair. So I would like to know through you, Madam Chair, how many permits was sent to the minister, so I'm saying now, as it leaves the permit department. How many permits have left the permit department in January 25, February, March, April, May of 2025? Because then we could have a real balance as to the ratio of signing and the percentage. So through you, Madam Chair, I would like the response to that, and I would like to ask a question now to the Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair. Can you provide a DIV overview? So from the Department of DIV, the official printout, because they have the whole tracking system. That's the beauty of our system that we have. And I always mention, all the data is there. Is if you want to find it, you'll find it. Can DIV provide sort of a trajectory of how many permits left the permit department in January, February, March, April, and May? I know that DIV falls under the Prime Minister, so I don't think that I will have any hesitation to get those clear responses that are good for the people to know. Madam Chair, last week, I requested that the minister give an indication on the whole rainforest saga and how that went. He mentioned it was issued under Minister Gomes at the time. And the response, when I asked about special pricing, the response is here. No special pricing was given. That is what the minister stated. But in the same response, the minister mentions that, allow me to clarify, the MP stated within the last 2 months, write-offs were executed by government. Okay, not within the last 2 months. Was a write-off ever executed by government for long lease land by rainforest? So forget the 2 months, because I noticed they use certain words to trap us. Madam Chair, in this same response, the minister mentioned that rainforest has an annual canon of $1.20 per square meter. The purpose was to have and maintain an eco-adventure and attraction park. The maximum allowable building percentage is 5%. The canon per square meter in the relevant area ranges from $1.20 for residential, $4.80 for commercial. So no special price was given, but they were in charge of $4.80 as is for commercial. So, Madam Chair, the answer in itself is contradictory. The answer in itself provided by the minister is contradictory, because currently they have to pay $1.20, but because of the building density. So what happened to the building density from the people in Sanders, the people in South Ward, the people in St. Peter's? Shouldn't they be considered for special pricing too? Madam Chair, I have a fundamental issue with the discrimination. And I mentioned it before, and I say it again. So I would like some explanation on that. Madam Chair, through you to the Honorable Minister, I sat here in Parliament during the last debate and asked similar questions, but the answers have shifted somewhat, which is quite concerning for me. It's either, in certain cases, is a case of selective amnesia or unpurposeful leaving out of information. And I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt that they left it out by accident. But I am in no way, shape, or form not willing to go to the furthest extreme to bring the truth to the forefront, Madam Chair. Why? Because I know better. Again, through you, Madam Chair, I'm going to ask it to the Prime Minister now. Was there ever a request to write off payment from Rainforest Adventure in any shape, form, or fashion? So I'm not going to say tax. I'm not going to only say long lease. Brought forward to the Council of Ministers. Was that approved? Yes or no? Through you, Madam Chair, the Minister mentioned that no tax write-off took place via the Ministry of Finance. I would like to know if a tax write-off was requested, and if it was requested to the Ministry of Finance, how much was the sum? Madam Chair, I have a problem with abuse of authority, and that is what I will describe this case as, right? For the last couple of months, well, couple cases then, I'll say 2 for sure. Last month I received a call from an individual basically pleading and saying, I'm not going to paint this scenario. Let's say somebody got long lease for made brief 123 of 1985, and adjacent to that property is 124 of 1985. They built on the wrong made brief. Whether it be by accident or not, the home is on the wrong made brief. Later down, the person, the private citizen, is looking to reinvest in their property because of hurricane damage or whatever have you. When they build up the strength to get their building permit, they submitted their building permit was approved. But when they go into the technicalities, realize that it was a mix-up with the lot. Administrative error, albeit. When those persons now put in to get the land that is adjacent that needs correcting, so to speak, that the house is on already, the ministry, by extension, the minister is advising them to resubmit for the land. While the ministry and the minister signed over, I think it was 8,000 square meters for Maho under the same circumstances. Because the minister eloquently explained in here about extension is not new issuance. So what makes Maho extension different from the average Joe? Madam Chair, I'm allowing the minister the opportunity to correct these things, because the last thing I would like to do is go public on these things, because I feel that it could be solved outside. We don't need more crises in the government building, Madam Chair, because what is happening now is clear-cut abuse, and I would like for that to be resolved sooner than later. Madam Chair, in another similar alleged case of abuse of power, I would like to know through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, what is the hold-up on signing building permit 254 of 2023? Madam Chair, I requested the pleadings from certain court cases that have happened already so that I can get an understanding as to what government defense was, and I asked for an indication of what government defense will be for current court cases involving building permits that the minister predicted in advance that the government will lose, to get an understanding of the minister's thinking. The response, dear Chair Lady, I will repeat my answer previously given. The documentation being requested, such as legal defenses and pleading, are part of a confidential legal proceeding. They include internal legal strategies and privileged communication between the ministry and its legal counsel. Disclosing such material could seriously compromise the government's legal position, especially in ongoing cases and future cases. I asked for those that have been already. Yeah? It's also important to point out that the ministry's position are already fully reflected in the official court rulings. These are public and privileged and public and provided with our objective, transparent authorities, and you name it, you name it, you name it. Madam Chair, again, I'm going to say, if it is confidential to us, then my question to you or to the Prime Minister, through you to the Prime Minister, what is your understanding of a parliament? What is your understanding of the trias politicas? Because obviously there's a disconnect between, I would say, the Prime Minister and his Council of Ministers. Again, Madam Chair, I would like to request those plaidoys, albeit through the confidential route. Madam Chair, I asked the Minister if he can indicate, based on permit applications for the last year, how many estimated construction costs based on those that were signed. The Minister stated that that information can be provided. Madam Chair, I'd just like to go to my, again, go back to my budget of 2023, where it's clearly stated permits for 2023, collected fees, $1.1 million approximately, $247 million in estimated construction value. So if I had it for 21, 22, 23, why is it so hard to provide those of the previous year, 2024? That is my question again. Can this information be provided? Because that would give you a clear indicator of the money that is spinning in the economy. Hence the reason for the request from the central bank. Hence the reason we also have to provide it to the Ministry of TIAT. Can I get the estimated construction value for permits that were issued in 2024? Madam Chair, when I asked how many civil works permits were requested and how much were approved in 2025, this is the response. There have been 25 civil works permits requested, 3 work permits were granted. These permits were done under urgencies due to the situation. On an average, civil works permit can be processed quicker than a building permit, but the 3 issued this year cannot be used as part of the measure as they were expedited due to the related court cases. Now, as we would say in our St. Maarten English, you shame? So the court had to force you to approve 3, 25 were requested, none were granted, but you do it because of a court case. Make it make sense, Madam Chair? We was pushing out civil works permits, something simple. You want to cut down a tree, you're doing extensive work, you want to put a gutter. Why are you holding up all these permits? What is the plan? What is the bigger, maybe there's a bigger plan, Madam Chair. Make it make sense. You only signed those because of a court case. So if it wasn't a court case, it would be 0 for 25, in 25. Madam Chair, I saw one of my colleagues, Lewis, get up when the Minister of Finance was speaking, and he distanced himself from us. But I would like to say to that MP, you remember what happened to the last MP that was distancing himself? Who no. Madam Chair, I'll move on to the Ministry of Finance. The minister is reminded that there are 9 former ministers and so forth. I was talking about the Mullaby to just explain to the minister that, hey, minister, I mean, we know a little better based on the responses that were given. If there is an NDA on Mullet Bay or you can't provide it openly, which I could understand because there's ongoing negotiation, it's a hot topic, please provide it confidentially. Through you, Madam Chair, I never alluded to there being a document or such. There is no document to share. I asked for emails, correspondence, anything. Give me a hint that you're trying to secure Mullet Bay, anything. I acknowledge the Member of Parliament question and the importance of the matter raised. As it pertains to the development regarding Mullet Bay, I must know that certain discussions and decisions surrounding this process are confidential and governed by strict legal and financial sensitivities. What I can state that the government of St. Maarten continues to be actively engaged in discussions concerning the matter, and our position has consistently been to safeguard the long-term interest, nothing saying what it really is, and then the clause reference are in the addendum. Madam Chair, I brought a motion to try safeguard Muller Bay. I was told by the minister, we're doing it already, we don't need to pass the motion. Yet now, 6 months later, I can't be provided with a simple white paper, email, a text, something saying that, hey, listen, you know what, these were the steps taken in order for us to secure Muller Bay. What are the correspondences? Because, Madam Chair, forgive me if I say, I don't really trust everything that the government states. I remember, Madam Chair, fighting on the side here with the current Prime Minister, fighting for information and everything we requested. This is unprecedented what is happening, Prime Minister. You need to correct it through you, Madam Chair. Every minister is saying they can't share this, they can't share that. Maybe it's only certain members of the coalition is getting the information. Then if it's so, say so. But when I speak to some of them, they don't even know. We had a member of the coalition talk about this whole dividends thing, so obviously he didn't know either. Which brings me, Madam Chair, to the following points. Through you, the minister stated that the dividends tax will not affect local businesses or residents. However, nearly all companies operating in St. Maarten are registered locally. How can the minister clarify a distinction made between a foreign company and a local one, particularly when talking about shareholder registries that are not publicly accessible? I would like some clarity on that. In the press briefing, Madam Chair, the minister stated that the tax was discussed with stakeholders in 2022 under the Taiweo project. Can the minister provide documentation to substantiate those 2022 consultations? And what were the decisions that came out of those consultations? Madam Chair, I would like if the minister could explain this following point that was brought up in the press briefing. The minister used fictitious example where a 10% dividend withholding followed by a 16% of income tax credit. It was a little confusing for me also with some of the professionals that I brought my question to. So if that can be clarified, I would highly appreciate it. Also, Madam Chair, through you to the Minister of Finance, can the minister explain how the tax office intends to verify and enforce dividends withholding from foreign shareholders or locally registered companies, especially in the cases we are holding structures in the tax havens are involved? These holding structures are in tax havens. Madam Chair, the tax office is already under so much pressure, giving out wrong assessments every day, and now we're putting an extra burden on them without a proper system and saying they're going in for January 1st. Were the staff of the tax administration updated before the press release? That's a question, Madam Chair, to you. Also, the minister reported that the tax revenue can increase by, I think, 14 million in Q1. I would like to get a clear clarification on what led to this increase. The minister also mentioned that the new tax forms part of an effort to lower profit and wage taxes. Can the minister outline the timeline for those reductions? Also, I would like to know if the minister can submit a list of all stakeholders consulted on this tax policy, including the dates of those engagements and any feedback or reports that were produced. So again, documentation, please. Was a comprehensive risk analysis conducted prior to the announcement of the dividends withholding? If so, can the minister provide access to that analysis? Madam Chair, this is a law from 2000, right? Was a new feasibility study done. Something to feel the pulse of the people, feel the pulse of the economy, anything new. Can I be provided with any new documentation or any research that was conducted prior to this miraculous announcement that just came from left field, in my opinion? The SED, you know, the General Audit Chamber, maybe, any information session, anything, SHTA, any association that has to do with the business community in St. Maarten, were they consulted? If so, what was their feedback? Because I know what their sentiments are now, but I would like to know what was their feedback when they were consulted, if they were consulted. Was an economic impact assessment done, conducted to evaluate how the tax could affect key sectors such as real estate, tourism, and financing? If not, can you explain why, through you, Madam Chair, this step was skipped? I would also like to know, what is the projected annual revenue expected from the dividend tax, and how were those figures calculated? Minister, can you provide a breakdown? Also, can the minister provide details of the implementation plan for the January 2026 rollout, including legislative, administrative, compliance, or preparations? What public outreach has been done to explain the dividend tax on the population and the business sector? Can the minister provide examples of such brochures, explanatory videos, or any town hall session? I heard the minister make a sort of a mock of the cartoon that was released today, but I think the cartoon was right. And if there's anything that could justify differently, then I look forward to it, Minister, because that is how the majority of the population is understanding it. Does the tax administration currently have the staffing, technical systems, operational capacity to enforce, and monitor this tax effectively? Was any internal readiness assessment conducted, and can we be provided with that, the results of that? Madam Chair, I would also like to know if the minister can present a structured tax reform plan showing how the dividend tax links to the upcoming reductions in the wage tax, profit tax, and include projected timelines, please. I would not like to just hear we are working on it, because for us to make such a far-reaching step, I believe that a lot had to have went into it, and we should be able to have that information readily available. Madam Chair, in my humble opinion, after the process has failed in the preliminary rollout, the minister wants to mention today here in Parliament that a professional has to come to explain the members of Parliament. So my question is to you, through you, Madam Chair, to the minister, if you wasn't ready for it, why are we here having this discussion? Madam Chair, I have a draft motion that I'll be presenting, and it goes as follows. The Parliament of St. Maarten, in its public meeting today, June 19, 2025, considering that the Minister of Finance, Marinka Gums, the Honorable Marinka Gums, announced during the Council of Ministers press briefing on June 18, the government intends to implement the dividend withholding tax on January 1st, 2026, Parliament has not received any formal documentation demonstrating the legal viability, economical impact, revenue projections, or administrative preparedness related to the introduction of this tax. Claims of stakeholder engagements dating back to 2022 have not been substantiated by written summaries, feedback, or publicly available reports. The proposed tax could effectively have adverse effects on the investor confidence and ease of doing businesses and potentially impact local stakeholders, including pensioners and small investors. The ministry has yet to demonstrate the adequate due diligence that has to be carried out in such a major undertaking. The identification and clarification of residents of versus non-residents shareholders, the enforcement mechanism, the audit trail, the tax collection logistics. The minister cited that Bonaire has a benchmark for this tax, but failed to acknowledge that the Bonaire does not impose a profit tax and applies a significantly lower dividends withholding rate that is being proposed for St. Maarten. There is currently no approved tax reform roadmap submitted to Parliament that links to the dividend tax to be a measurable reductions in the burdensome taxes, such as wage and profit tax. That the law was passed during a time of the Netherlands Antilles and does not reflect our current reality. 25 years ago. Resolves to request the Minister of Finance to suspend the planned implementation of the dividends withholding tax of January 1st, 2026, until Parliament has received and reviewed the following: a comprehensive implementation plan, including timelines, legal analysis, administrative steps, a written overview of stakeholder feedback, sector-specific concerns, and associated risk assessments, a clear tax reform framework linking the dividend tax to reductions in wage and profit tax, including projected timelines, a readiness report on the capacity of the tax administration to effectively administer and enforce this tax, to require the Minister of Finance to submit the above-mentioned documents within 6 weeks of adoption of this motion, to request that no legal or administrative enactment of the tax be finalized or enforced until Parliament has debated and approved the implemented framework, to further request the Minister to launch, after the submission of the above, a public consultation and awareness campaign, allowing for the people to be informed and have their input in understanding these tax implications. And goes over to the order of the day. Copies of this motion will be sent to the Governor of St. Maarten, the Government of St. Maarten, the Parliament of St. Maarten. This motion was submitted by MP Duran, myself, and signed and endorsed by MP York, MP Irion, and MP Otley. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Duran. I'm looking for my speakers list, and here it is. And I now continue with the next speaker, and that is MP Roseburg. MP Roseburg, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Blessed, it's afternoon already? Yeah, of course. Afternoon to the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, and also to my honorable colleagues present here today, the ones in the public tribune, and the people of St. Maarten that are viewing through social media. I will start first with my questions to the Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair. Prime Minister, I understood from my colleague MP Viren Kotai, where he mentioned something in regards to the insurance and the VKS officers. I am fully agreeing that they need to be insured, but I can remember that this has already taken place, that the VKS officers, I can remember sitting in a radio interview with the Honorable Prime Minister myself, where he mentioned, through you, Madam Chair, that the VKS officers are insured or will shortly be insured. I don't remember exact what was said, but that the insurance will be taking place in a short period of time. So if that can be clarified, if this was done indeed, and when this was done, and if it was done for the first time as well, because I know the VKS officers are working very hard, and the least that can be done is that they are properly insured, of course. I go over to my second question, Madam Chair, through you. We have seen that a lot of media abuse is happening more and more online. I have been vocal about it also together with my other colleagues, and it seems not to be really in control. So what I would like to know, is there currently a media policy in order other than the media accreditation policy of 2022 that the Council of Ministers is using? Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair, thank you for explaining the mold issue that was addressed by my dear colleague, MP La Cruz, as I do believe it's a serious issue. I can remember the answer that was given in regards to the mold issue, but in case it was missed, I would like to repeat it, that what was said. Regarding the mold, government acknowledged these long-standing concerns and have moved forward with a comprehensive action plan, which is already being executed. To be specific, full servicing of the AC system has been ongoing since 2024, with December 2024 being the last service of 2024. For 2025, service took place on May 30th, 2025. As such, servicing takes place every 6 months. However, the frequency of the AC servicing has been increased to every 3 months. In addition to the servicing of the AC systems, deep cleaning takes place every 6 months. Another mold remediation treatment will take place on June 40th, 2025. So it should have taken place recently. This remediation takes place twice per year. Malt culture testing is concluded by SLS every 6 months. The next cycle for testing is planned June, July 2025. There will be routine maintenance, quarterly cleaning of all vents, air handling units, ventilation fans, and replacement of ceiling tiles. Every 6 months, decontamination using chlorina at 500 ppm, and environmental testing by SLS. Government has moved over to a monthly investigation to be carried out with detailed reporting after decontamination maintenance has been executed. Every 6 months, deep cleaning of all areas, including workstations, furniture, light, fixtures, walls, floors, and touch surfaces. So what I would like to make clear with that is that I can see that seeing the importance of this matter, the
MP Roseberg,
Prime Minister
with your
is handling
indulgence,
it. Of course.
I see MP La Cruz wishes to make use of the interruption mic,
Yes.
and I offer him the opportunity to briefly do so. MP La Cruz.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair Lady, I would also like to remind the member that I've asked for the reports and have not received it. So through you now, Madam Chair Lady, if the Prime Minister could also provide the reports from the last 2 reports that definitely have been since last year, September, when I first requested the letters, because I've never ever seen a report on what actually. So if I get the reports, then definitely I know something is being done and that it's happening. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz, for that note. MP Roseberg, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also would like to receive those reports, but what I'm referring to is the general report that we all have received as members of Parliament. So I'm just repeating that for the general public, because the general public most probably is not aware of the detailed procedure that's currently in place. I continue. The critical areas, so special attention will be given to the service rooms, technical spaces, storage spaces, restrooms, kitchens, and basement areas. The objective is to maintain a healthy working environment on an ongoing basis. SLS will conduct the necessary tests after each remediation cycle, and the results will be made available to Parliament upon request. So seeing what was brought forward, through you, Madam Chair, in case it hasn't happened as yet, I will also like the reports to be received as was just brought forward if that didn't take place as yet. That in regards to the Ministry of General Affairs. I now continue with the Ministry of Finance. Through you, Madam Chair, I must agree what was brought forward by the Minister of Finance that we cannot continue to have champagne dreams on bare budgets. Can it therefore be explained where it was mentioned in regards to what also was brought forward by several colleague MPs, the domestic tax burden for residents or local businesses, that will, the increase, that will not take place, that there will be no tax burden for residents or local businesses. Because as most others also have seen the video of MP Irian where it seems to be like there's a double burner. It was just brought forward by colleague MP Doran that he will be bringing a motion, tabled a motion that will be discussed in the second round. So I find it unfortunate if it isn't clear to the public what really is the case. So through you, Madam Chair, if that can be clarified by the Minister of Finance. I now go over to the Ministry of Justice. Before I start with my line of questions, I would like to make use of the opportunity through you, Madam Chair, to firstly thank Ms. Sally Benjamin for what she has so far done for the foster kids on Sint Maarten. Today, I witnessed it again. I went to a celebration of one of the primary schools on Sint Maarten, and there was a moment where the student could have given flowers to their parents/guardians. And the student ran to Ms. Sally Benjamin and gave her that flower. And it did something with me because it came to realization how important foster parents can be on Sint Maarten, and Ms. Sally is for sure one of those. So please keep up the good work for what you're doing and what you continue to do for the children on Sint Maarten. I will now go over to the questions for the Justice Ministry. I also want to use this platform to congratulate the Justice Ministry, and specifically the Justice Minister, in regards to her recent visit to Strasbourg in regards to human rights reform. I believe that this was a must, and according to me, it never happened. So kudos to the ministry for that. My first question is in regards to the crime fund. I'm happy to hear and to see in the answering that by the end of the year, we will have the proposal which is needed by law for the crime fund to be in effect. I also would like to remind the minister that I have proposed, before her tenure, a project in how the crime can be brought down on Sint Maarten and how we can involve local people out of the community to assist with that project. The project can, for example, be executed through the newly established RISE Foundation. So I would like to know if the ministry already had a meeting with the foundation so that this plan can be implemented as well. I have heard a lot of colleagues asking questions through you, Madam Chair, to the ministry, so I will await those answers. I just have a few questions to add. I would like to know, in regards to the rebuilding of the new prison, if there will also be structural works done at the police cells in Philipsburg, where you can't stay longer than the 10 days. I also asked the question, and other MPs repeated that as well, and didn't receive the answer as yet. Maybe it was overlooked, what the cost is for a prisoner per day. I did receive the answer in regards to the price for the ankle bracelet, but what is the cost for a prisoner per day? In regards to the Miss Lali Commercial Center, is there currently a structured daily program taking place? And if so, what kind of programs? Are the Miss Lali Center children going to school, or is there a teacher that comes to them? Because I can remember that that wasn't the case in the past. In regards to the Point Blanche prison, is there a daily structured program currently taking place? If so, what does this program consist of? If not, when will this program start? In regards to the electronic monitoring, what is the reason that there currently, especially with the capacity issue, only 8 of the 25 electronic monitoring in effect? What kind of legislation needs to be amended? Because I asked the question in regards to the capacity issue, and I wanted to know what kind of legislation, based on the answers that I have received, needs to be amended through MBA of LBHAM in regards to be able to release based on capacity. Why does the legislation need to be amended when it comes to release based on ankle bracelet? Why can this currently not happen? Seeing especially Article 132 and 137, which are currently in place. Before entering this Honorable House of Parliament, I have been very vocal about this topic. If you just enter Google, you will see that as well. So now, being in this Honorable House, I cannot and will not ignore this topic. Before I was an elected member of Parliament, I was one of those lawyers informing previous members of Parliament and previous ministers in regards to this topic. So it's sad to see that years later, because this is an issue of years, we are still here. Before I go over to the other points, Madam Chair, there's currently an article circulating, and I would like to bring that article to the floor of Parliament. It is an article from a well-established attorney in Curaçao. From 1994 up to now, the European Committee for the Prevention of Torture and Inhumane and Degrading Punishment has released devastating reports concerning the detention situation in Point Blanche. Article 3 of the European Convention on Human Rights prohibits torture and inhumane and degrading punishment. This prohibition is applicable on the subhuman detention condition in Point Blanche, which for decades constitutes a flagrant violation of basic human rights. Since Sint Maarten already has internationally a dubious reputation concerning this matter and has a recent history of 458 detainees per 100,000 inhabitants, making the top 10 list of highest detention rate in the world, not something to be proud of. The world average is 144. This situation has only worsened after hurricane damage with less cells. The jail is constantly full. There are weekly, if not daily fights. People are even being locked up in other conditions. Politicians, and I'm repeating what this article is mentioning, over the last 30 years, so it's not something from now, over the last 30 years have done nothing to alleviate the situation. In Sint Maarten, there's only attention for seems to be for structural repression and efforts to maintain the status quo. Reports and sentences have not helped. It's a structural problem of dubious, inhumane mentality. Dubious, yeah, my English is not my first language, I'm trying. Dubious, inhumane mentality. The question is, what will be the next level? In the article, it's mentioned that all of this happened in Curaçao. There's only a structural solution for this problem, just like in Curaçao, leave with ankle band. In the article, I continue from this known attorney. We had the same problems for years, until in 2005, we introduced ministerial decree. The benefits are numerous. Politicians with a repressive mind will come up with false arguments. With us with all of this, the permanent solution that will never abandon. We have the same penal code as Sint Maarten with the same articles that fall under the same court of first instance and under the same superior common court of justice. In Curaçao, all governments, parliament, the public prosecutor office, the prison authorities, and both courts have accepted this solution as valuable for more than 20 years. All the arguments that have the same laws, all the arguments that are now being used in Sint Maarten need to go to the waste paper basket. And I can continue. It's a very detailed article. Besides that, Article 3 is a so-called self-execution article that goes above all local laws and even the politician. Every member must simply comply. In many countries, just like Curaçao, it has proved to be the solution for overpopulation. Arguments like it's only for a short time are also intended to mislead. It's the most honest solution. Everybody gets the same percentage amount of 50% reduction on their sentence that can be reached up to a max of 18 months for the long stayers. Before the introduction of the ankle band, we had introduced all kinds of random reductions. From the introduction of the ankle band with the leaf, we do not have the problems anymore, and the prisons are controllable. The prisoners generally behave within the walls because otherwise they will lose the leaf. Conditions can put the leaf, the conditions can be put on the leaf so that it will be guided and that the prisoners will stay on the right track. There is guidance from the probation officer if needed. Judges have accepted this modality for more than 20 years in Curaçao. If it is unlawful or not according to the law or treaty, they would have never done so. So please do not listen to those who only think in punishment terms, because if people like that, we will continue to have inhumane suffering in Point Blanche. While it's already mentioned, Article 2, the right to life, Article 3, belonging to the most heinous crimes against humanity. For those of you who can only think in terms of violations of other people's basic human rights, I have the following message. Empathy for the basic human rights of every human being, without exception, is not a sign of weakness, but a sign of strength and a sign of belonging to the ranks of development of countries. The benefits surpass the cost by far. The alternative is more international condemnation and more crime within or outside the walls. Again, this article was not written by myself. It was written by a well-known attorney with more than 30 years of experience. As mentioned and also mentioned in the article, this is not an issue from now, and I'm not blaming the current minister, as this is ongoing for years. Through you, Madam Chair, this problem was met by the current minister, and I have seen that it's currently being addressed for the long term. I mentioned it already. I have been a lawyer since 2015, and from day one, I have been busy with this topic. So I know it is not an issue from now. But short-term options are needed, not only for the ones currently incarcerated and their families that are currently facing human rights violations, but also for the ones that might consider doing something wrong so that they know they will face consequences immediately. So therefore, I am being proactive. Currently, we are still awaiting the scheduling, seeing the hectic schedule of Parliament, and that we have to deal with the current budget, unfortunately. I'm waiting the scheduling of the capacity of the round table in regards to the Point Blanche prison, which was submitted in February. I know this can take a few months, seeing the current recess that's also upcoming. So therefore, something needs to be done, seeing that I believe there's a misunderstanding that currently nothing can be done until legislation is amended. I must humbly disagree. So please, whoever has advised that this is the case is legally incorrect. Therefore, I myself have drafted a motion in regards to the current prison capacity and how to address this. In this motion, which I will present in the second round, I will be explaining in details in what way legislatively this should be possible, and I'm hoping on the support also from the government and also from each member of Parliament. I will conclude and hope that, as I mentioned, that this legally sound motion will be brought, that I will be bringing forward, will get the support. Because as also mentioned in the article, prison is for everyone, and the human rights of every prisoner should not be violated. I will now continue to the Ministry of VSA, also in combination with the Ministry of Education. Before going to the question that I have, I would like to thank the Community Development, Family and Humanitarian Affairs, because I'm happy to see that the legal help desk is still in full effect. This was an out-of-the-box thinking, and I'm happy to see that it's still ongoing. I saw that there will be a small claims court session that will be taking place on June 30th, 2025, and I'm asking the public to attend. Minister of FESA, through you, Madam Chair, we have been talking about it, we have been seeing it even in the recent days online, offline, maybe with a loved one. Mental health is real. And I would like to know, through you, Madam Chair, what is currently the procedure for applying for assistance with a psychologist, if you would like to see a psychologist? How can one that is currently dealing with mental health issue to apply through, is this covered with SZV? And also thinking outside the box, just like we have the legal help that's currently in place, I would like to propose this idea. Maybe same way how we have lawyers dedicating their time, giving free legal advice every month, I think on a Thursday, maybe this can be done same way with the local professionals, psychologists, so that also the public, the ones that maybe need just someone to talk to, even if it's for 15 minutes, can have that one-on-one talk with a psychologist. So free psychologic advice. This can also be done through the help desk of FESA. It's not the solution, but it's a proposal to have something in place, because I have heard that the legal help desk is well received in the community, and I can only imagine that this can be something that can also contribute to addressing this matter. Now I go over to the Ministry of FESA and Education question that I have in regards to the breakfast programs within the schools for the vulnerable kids on Sint Maarten. Is there currently something in the pipeline? I know a lot have spoken about it in the past. I know it was also brought forward for the seniors in the community, and that is currently taking place. I saw that online through Freegan Food. So I would like to know if there's something in the pipeline in regards to this, because I believe that no kid should go to school hungry. I have myself been sponsoring different schools, and I know there are other NGOs and other person that has done so as well. But I do believe we need a structured government approach. So also in regards to this topic, I will be coming with a motion so that this can also be addressed. Lastly, the Ministry of Theatre. Minister, through you, Madam Chair, I have one question because I have seen it on social media as well, and I just would like to know if the ministry is busy working on that. Maybe it was already addressed and I missed it, but in case it wasn't, I hope to get the answer in regards to that. I know that the minister and the ministry is all about representing local talent on Sint Maarten. Did the minister had recent conversations with, for example, the airport and other government-owned companies of entities to have local artists? It can be from drummers. I'm referring to a specific drummer, Leo on the drums. He has been very vocal about it on social media. But other local talents, it has been mentioned by others as well. How do we present our local talents on our island? And what's the best way, other than the airport, for example, and other entities where people from abroad will also see it? So to have the local sports talent, swimmers, from swimmers to cricket, but also other artists from soca to other genres, like how we also see in Anguilla. So has the ministry thought of that, or have the ministry spoken to other stakeholders in regards to that? Those are my questions for now in the first round. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Roseberg. At this point in time, MP Lewis, did you just sign? Because I don't see, do we have the right speakers list? Or but were you intending to? I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you were? Okay. Before I give MP Lewis the floor, we will break. This is not yet supper break, but we will break for 5 minutes, and this meeting is hereby adjourned for 5 minutes. In fact, we'll go until 5:40 o'clock, according to the clock that I'm looking at, so that's actually 8 minutes. So we'll break until 5:40 p.m. Meeting adjourned. That's planting there. That's a planting I didn't. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. After a brief adjournment, we're in the public meeting handling the draft National Budget 2025. We had an introduction and presentation of that draft national ordinance by the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, and we started with the questions by the members of Parliament, with which we will continue now as I invite MP Lewis to take the floor. MP Lewis.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, ministers present. Good afternoon to the honorable members of Parliament. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing public of St. Maarten. Madam Chair, this budget has been debated many times and many questions have been asked. I hope we can find a consensus to ensure that this budget will be passed and the country will meet its obligations responsibly. I have some questions, Madam Chair, that are particularly being addressed to review what's truly happening in the Ministry of ROMI, and which can significantly affect the country's budget. Madam Chair, through you, I ask the following critical questions to the Minister of ROMI. Considering that we have over 500 outstanding building permit applications and the backlog continues to worsen under the Minister's leadership, creating delays and inefficiencies that hinder economic growth and social progress. Why is this happening? What steps has the Minister taken to actively remedy these issues? Complaints about unfair and professional treatment of the local residents in processing building permits and applications are continuously presenting themselves, reflecting poorly on the ministry. What has the minister done to correct this failure to properly serve the people of St. Maarten, who are taking the necessary steps to build and rebuild in accordance with the laws? Has the minister considered that this unprofessional conduct has resulted in him being improperly informed, ultimately causing him to sign incorrect building permits? Or is there no correlation between the two, in the minister's opinion? Through you, Madam Chair, the minister publicly alleged that employees within the ROMI ministry are accepting bribes without providing one shred of concrete evidence, thereby potentially slandering dedicated public servants who operate with integrity. So why didn't the minister do anything about this alleged claim? Can the minister confirm whether any formal investigations into his allegations are being conducted? When it comes to our country being ready for hurricane season, the insurances have been paid, but the country will flood as most clean trenches lead to the ponds, and the water is then trapped. Are the storm water pumps operational to pump that water out? Or is there any other method for that besides opening the Great Bay mouth to prevent the serious floods around the fresh pond and the salt pond? Are the ROMI employees responsible for operating the storm water pumps sufficiently equipped to safely do so? Has any progress been made on the landfill other than that, more consultants filling their pockets writing reports? What concrete action has been taken? Does the country have any plans where to put hurricane debris? Or will we fill up the recently cleared off location besides the landfill and create another dump there? Why has the minister allowed all the persons that were removed from the so-called unlivable zone by the landfill? $14 million was used to resettle them, to just set up camp and squat just a few hundred meters further behind the area of Land Sint Maarten on the Swaliga Drive. Madam Chair, many haulers aren't complying with their contracts, yet nobody seems to care who has the authority while the country continues to get dirtier by the day. Why is that, Minister, when our main economical pillar is tourism? How many department heads within VROMI are not permanently filled by appointed department heads? The department seems to be very demotivated, and you hear many civil servants talk about that. Are you aware of this factor? And if yes, what have or are you doing about this? The Ministry of VROMI is in total disarray and not functioning optimally. Many functions aren't filled, leading to such. Do you agree with this? Is it true that we have over $22 million in outstanding monies for domain ground fees? A $2 million fine was issued to Windward Roads regarding the Larimar case. This fine was seemingly paid in kind by working to repair the sewage lines in Dutch Quarter. Through you, Madam Chair, Minister, can you confirm whether this is the case? If yes, who approved this? Who is or how is the sewage line now properly working in Dutch Quarter, as there appear to be regular leaks at the new pump's house, causing the residents in the area to once more be plagued with unsanitary and oversaturated grounds? If no, how much of this fine has already been paid to government? And what is the expectation for payment of the balance, if any? How many sewage house connections, through you, Madam Chair, have you materialized during your term as minister? Many contracts are ending in their lifespan in the ministry when it comes to the landfill, garbage collection, roadside cleaning, etc. Has anything been done to ensure a proper transition? Sargassum, through you, Madam Chair, is a very serious threat to our country's livelihood. But I haven't read or seen any plan of action to combat it. Why is that? Is there any collaboration with the TIAT ministry regarding such, or must TIAT take the lead? Madam Chair, I'll go on to the questions that I have now for the Minister of Finance. When do companies decide to issue dividends? How is the expected amount of dividend tax to be collected calculated? Can our current tax system reliably process dividend tax payments and related procedures? How many profit tax, through you, Madam Chair, has been collected on average over the last 5 years? That will be all my questions for the Honorable Minister of Finance. Now I go on to justice. Some may think that I will be rather long and putting up a fight with justice, but that is not the case. I just have a statement. Madam Chair, civil servants on a whole, on a broad scale, has rights and obligations. This is respectively taken up in de LMA, de Landsverordening materiële ambtenarenrecht, en de rechtspositiebesluit voor de civil servants working in the police force, working at the Landsrecherche, and working at the Immigration Department. Within the Immigration Department, at this moment, I've been getting some complaints about how the management is operating and also not operating. But where it seems fit for the current acting head of admittance to be moving individuals within the department continuously, whereby some individuals are moved already twice for the year. We have rules and regulations when it comes to civil servants, Madam Chair. Civil servants have a national decree. And from what I know, as a proxy that represents many, many colleagues within this country, you cannot move someone just like that without a national decree if they're appointed by national decree, or have the ethics to have a conversation with the person before moving them from the position, even if it's temporarily, and they should be in agreement of such only if there is an issue within a department with regards to that individual. Can you take that person and move them for the sake and the interests of the organization and also the integrity of the organization? But it seems, again, Madam Chair, and everyone knows I stand firmly against victimization within justice, especially within justice. How can employees within justice who have to serve and protect this country also have to go through injustices within the organization of justice? Again, we are placing people in temporary positions that are making long-term decisions to the detriment of civil servants. Madam Chair, I will not call any names today, but that is a statement that I'm sending across to the Minister of Justice to look within your departments. I heard one of my colleagues said today, take the lead in your ministry. It is important, it is imperative that the people within the ministry also feel safe. That they feel safe, that they have a leader that will listen and that will do something about it when their rights are being trampled by department heads, acting department heads, etc. This type of behavior within the civil service should no longer be tolerated in 2025. That will be all for my questioning, Madam Chair. I thank you.
Thank you, MP Lewis, for those questions. Members of Parliament, at this time, we're going to take 30 minutes break, and we will return here at 6:30 p.m. So, to the members of Parliament, the general public, and the ministers here present, this meeting will be adjourned until 6:30 p.m. Meeting adjourned. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome back. We are resuming the public meeting of Parliament handling the draft National Budget 2025. We are in the process of having the members of Parliament speak and ask questions regarding the draft that has been presented by the government of St. Martin. And the next MP up to speak is MP Labega, to whom I give the floor at this time. MP Labega, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. Good evening to the Khafir. Good evening to my fellow colleagues. Good evening to the Minister of Finance and the rest of the ministers from the COM and everyone home viewing. First, Madam Chair, through you, I would like to thank all 7 ministers of COM for taking on the many challenges that's facing St. Martin. To be in your position often comes with extreme scrutiny and backlash, no matter what decision is being made. And for this, I say thank you. Madam Chair, there is a term known as confirmation bias, which is the tendency to search for, interpret, favor, or recall information in a way that confirms or supports one's prior belief or values. This has been a major theme as of late, which we'll get a little more into. Through you, Madam Chair, my first question is to the Minister of Justice. In the CCs, I asked the Minister of Justice how many persons are awaiting execution of their jail sentences and how many are between the ages of 18 to 25. The response was that the information is not readily available, which I understand with the current crisis we have at the prison, etc. But I would like this information. It does not have to be during this budget debate, but the information can be sent to me in writing. That'll be greatly appreciated. And why this is so important, especially the ages between 18 and 25, because when we're speaking about rehabilitation, especially with the direction our youth are going, we have to fully understand that how many years that age group have, and upon their release, what opportunities we could provide them with. It's very, very important to receive that data. Through you, Madam Chair, the prison situation is bad. It was bad last year, it was bad the year before, and I think even before that, it was worse. Especially when you talk about the violence, because they had a point in time where inmate violence was an all-time high. Every week in the paper, there were stabbings, beatings, guns being found, etc. So when we talk about the cry now for rehabilitation, to me, I would think, as a young person or anybody who wants to pursue a life of crime, you know the prison is bad. You know that it's not being fixed for the next couple of years. So we could talk about, when's it coming and rehabilitation programs, which we all want. But given the current situation is not here now, and it's not coming in the foreseeable future. So my advice from that perspective to people who want to pursue what they want to pursue, know that the prison is bad and it's not improving right now. So to me, that is the number one rehabilitating thing that would be in my mind when I'm making choices. Okay? Through you, Madam Chair, I would like to bring notice to an unfortunate situation that happened in 2005 in one of the Schiphol detention centers in Amsterdam. There was a fire that claimed the lives of 11 detainees and injured 15 others. And this is the Netherlands, which is on the top tier of prison facilities in the world. And if an unfortunate situation can happen in Holland with their facilities that are pristine, given you're in prison, then, being that the fire took place in St. Martin, the best was done. And in Holland, because the facilities were great and so large, you were able to move the inmates to a new section of the detention center. But because St. Martin's prison, the capacity is not great, there wasn't much places to move the inmates. The minister took it upon herself to make a decision to move them elsewhere. Now, when this was done, you receive backlash. So the point is, when key decisions are made during critical situations, it can't always be a negative. It can't always be a bad situation. Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to move on. Another question I have for the Minister of Justice pertaining to gun violence, which is a major issue here on the island. And I believe it's time to revisit our gun possession penalties. The manner in which our young people are carrying guns is alarming. It's very disturbing. And I believe this is done because, number one, lack of consequences. And number two, even if there are consequences, you sneeze at them. So what? 6 months, 12 months, whatever it is. I remember a couple of years ago, I believe the penalty was raised. But I think it's time to revisit this. If we look over at one of our sister islands, St. Kitts, they have just recently amended the 2024, their firearms bill, which increased the sentences for gun possession up to 40 years and a fine of 500,000 EC. Now, I'm not implying that we raise it to 40 years, but it does need to be looked at and it does need to be raised. If you know that when you get caught with a gun, you have the potential to face serious jail time, I think you'll look at carrying a gun differently. So through you, Madam Chair, I would like to pose a question to the Minister of Justice. I would like to know how the Minister feels about harsher sentences when it comes to gun possession, and also crimes against the economy. And what is a crime against the economy? For me, a crime against the economy is a robbery in town, a robbery in Maho, robberies of supermarkets, just robberies in general that affects the economy, or crimes that affects the economy. Now, by all means, all crime is negative. All crime is bad. But specifically, crimes against the economy hurt the perception of St. Maarten and hurt our product that we are trying to enhance. So I would like to know, how does the minister feel about harsher sentences, or is it even possible, given her legal background, to impose harsher crimes for crimes against the economy? Moving on to the Ministry of Finance. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Honorable Minister of Finance. Outstanding casino fees over the period from 2020 to 2025 are estimated at 9.2 million guilders, as you have stated. Outstanding lottery fees over the same time period, approximately 9 million guilders, bringing that to a total estimation of 15,000 guilders outstanding. These are funds that the country desperately needs. Through you, Madam Chair, how does the minister plan to tackle these large outstanding payments? And upon taking office, was there already an action plan on how these funds were being collected? The next question, through you, Madam Chair, the collection policy. Currently, the receiver's office, to my understanding, allows people 9 months to pay back owed taxes. Based on the law, the receiver's office solely makes this decision. Through you, Madam Chair, have the minister been in discussions with the receiver's office about the possibility about extending this 9-month pay period? I know that 9 months is not a lot of time, and there is a lot of people that are outstanding in their taxes, whether it's because of assessments that they're trying to correct, and 9 months is just not enough time. Through you, Madam Chair, I would like to also know what differs from the way the receiver's office handles large businesses owing tens of millions of dollars to an ordinary citizen owing a few $1,000s. How does the receiver's office place liens on these big businesses' accounts, or move to auction their properties? Just this morning, a business friend of mine has maybe definitely an outstanding with the receiver's office. I didn't get into exact details with him, but he was sent a notice to auction some of his property today. So he called me, hey, DMAD, I haven't received a letter, I haven't received the email, what's going on? Now, of course, I'm not saying an email wasn't sent or whatever the case was. I didn't get too much in detail. I told him, make sure you have your accountant, contact the receiver's office to see what could be done if this can be stopped. But it is a real situation. I draw reference to a similar situation I was in a couple of weeks ago. I was away, and I was using my card, and my card wasn't working. And then I use it again, it wasn't working. But I travel usually with enough cash and other cards. Upon returning to my hotel room, I went online to check what's going on because I know I had funds in my account, and a lien was placed. So called my accountant, et cetera, find out what's going on. Now, indeed, I did have outstanding business license fees and et cetera, and they did contact me, so I'm in no way blaming the tax office, right? But I had to pay 1,000 guilders to get it removed, which I paid promptly, and it was removed. So now, if we go back to these large entities owing tens of millions of dollars in guilders, is that same due diligence placed on them? Moving on to the next question to you, Madam Chair, to the Honorable Minister of Finance. Tax holidays. As you stated, there are currently 3 pending tax holiday applications, 2 awaiting deliberation by the Council of Ministers, and a 3rd awaiting evaluation. I would like to know what constitutes a business coming into consideration for a tax holiday. And if such is given, is the estimated tax savings calculated or known before approval? And if approved for a tax holiday, has it been considered to request that business that is receiving that tax break that they inject a percentage of those savings into the community, whether it be a social project, an infrastructural project? We understand that they're bringing large business to the island, therefore they're requesting a break, but at the same time, can a percentage, or how do you feel about a percentage of that going to also giving back to the community? Madam Chair, my next question to you. In reference to the retraction laws, does the minister have a timeline for this arriving to Parliament? There has been made mention of the removing of inheritance tax and land tax, if I'm not mistaken. So I would like to know, is there a timeline for the minister to bring this to Parliament? Madam Chair, I'd like to now move on to questions for the Honorable Minister of TIAT. And I wasn't going to speak about this, but given my colleague MP brought it up, Soul Beach. Specifically the word exploitation. Now, I have a problem with the use of this word exploitation, which he also stated. Exploitation is the act or fact of treating someone unfairly in order to benefit from their work, or the act of making use and or benefiting from resources. Now, Madam Chair, it's stated a lot of times that words carry weight. We hear it all the time, words carry weight. And it's very, very important, but it can't be used all the time. I refer back to what the meaning of confirmation bias is, but I'm sure I don't have to go back and give that explanation. When you say that an entity is exploiting or has attempted to exploit a local business, that is borderline slander. That's an opinion. That is doing extreme harm to their reputation because of an opinion. Now, if one business approaches another business and want to have an event, which is done quite frequently, and one business doesn't like the terms that I present, it is that business's right to say yes or no, or to come back, rebuttal, make an arrangement. If the arrangement doesn't take place, that is not exploitation. And if that business goes somewhere else, that is their right as well. Now, I'm not sure which business my good fellow MP was speaking about, but maybe he could allude to that.
MP La Vega, with your indulgence, I would allow MP Duran to make a brief interruption at this time. MP Duran.
Thank you. Thank you.
They want to talk. So.
Oh, that one does not. Just one moment, MP Duran.
They want to talk.
We're having a little
How are we doing?
technical exchange here. And MP De Weaver is going to assist us with getting the low battery to charge, while MP Duran then have the opportunity to speak. MP Duran. Still no. Okay, let's just adjourn, just for one minute to get this thing straight. Meeting adjourned for a minute.
We set it up.
We now continue after that brief adjournment as MP Duran is taking the floor for an interruption. MP Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good evening to one and all, the ministers here present and also my colleague. Madam Chair Lady, I just want to be very clear because I drew reference to the fact that the business felt is a sort of exploitation. At the end of the day, I want to reiterate the fact, Madam Chair, these are public funds being used to boost St. Martin's economy. It is in no way, shape, or form normal for a public fund, a public entity, to be urged to give up a major percentage of their profits in order to push a government-subsidized event. I don't think that that's the minister's intention. And when I enter into the discussion, I mentioned the fact that the event was then moved to the other side of the island, which they did not contribute to this event. So I just want to be very clear to bring that point forward. Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Duran. And MP La Vega, I invite you to continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my fellow colleague for those comments. Madam Chair, I would like to state that an opinion of the majority of the proceeds is a subjective word, and that's open to interpretation. Majority to you might mean something else, and majority to them might mean something else. And being that the good member of parliament mentioned there were public funds and now the event was moved to the friend side, there are some other festivals that has used public funds from the Dutch government. The Sint Maarten Music Festival, that was brought up here on the floor of Parliament. The Walichi Festival, that was also brought up here on the floor of Parliament. They have received government funds, and they have also had events on the Friend side. So, having events on the Friend side isn't really a sticking point. But moving on, Madam Chair, through you, to the Minister of TIAT, I would like to know, is it not the function of your ministry to stimulate the economy? And is it not the minister's job to pursue and secure new revenue-generating measures? That's another theme phrase that has been used quite often. In the past years, through you, Madam Chair, have any companies received subsidies? And if so, were those vetted by the Department of Legal Affairs? So I repeat, in the past years, have any companies received subsidies? And if so, were those vetted by the Department of Legal Affairs? In the view of recent allegations that subsidy recipients must be exclusively non-profit organizations, which has been stated here on the floor of Parliament, I have the following question through you, Madam Chair. In previous subsidy decisions, particularly over the last 5 years, were there instances in which for-profit NVs or BVs, for-profit NVs and BVs received subsidies? If so, can the minister confirm that these decisions were also subjected to legal review by the Department of Legal Affairs to ensure that they were in compliance with the National Subsidy Ordinance? My next question to you, Madam Chair, to the Honorable Minister of TIAT. How are the ministry's priorities guided by the R4 strategy, tied into generating long-term economic growth and not just short-term visibility? Much noise has been made about licenses, but little acknowledgement of structural backlog that dates back years. Can you walk us through how the ministry has started to untangle the mess/rubbish, and how the proposed investments in 2025 will modernize this entire process? My next question to you, Madam Chair, can you elaborate on what the public can expect from now on when applying for economic licenses in the coming months in comparison to previous years? Through you, Madam Chair, I have taken notice of the ministry's push to diversify tourism through cultural and community-based experiences. Can you explain how TIAT is using the 2025 budget to create more meaningful visitor engagement beyond just hotel and cruise calls? My next question, can you explain how data is being used to determine policy? My next question, the redevelopment of the marketplace falls under the Ministry of Romy. Can you clarify what is TIAT's role and what your ministry has done to ensure vendors are kept in the loop? In cases where final decisions are outside of your control, what are you putting in place to make sure everybody knows what's going on, and more importantly, where to find the correct information? Because in today's world of media, there's a lot of misinformation, and misinformation spreads way faster than the truth. Through you, Madam Chair, Minister, we have heard criticism, but not many alternative ideas. Can you share one initiative that the ministry is piloting or preparing for in 2025 that reflects long-term thinking from your ministry? Through you, Madam Chair, Minister, would you say your approach to tourism this year reflects a shift from simple counting heads to measuring impact? If so, is that philosophy shaping how the country is being marketed abroad? And my final question to the Honorable Minister of TIAT, to you, Madam Chair. There has been an unfortunate trend of politicizing every public project, even when good faith consultations are taking place? How is the ministry navigating public expectations while still advancing national priorities and national priorities that require time and planning? Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to pose a few questions to the Minister of VSR. Given the current study that was released, basically going over the health of our nation, St. Maarten, we are basically eating ourselves to death, for a harsh word to use. I know the ministry has spoken in the past about preventative health measures. I would like to know, given this new information, has the minister stepped up those efforts, stepped up that planning schedule on how we could make St. Maarten a healthier place? And stepping up those measures, it's also costing measures. Because a healthy population, the next 10 to 15 years, is going to save us money in the future. If not, the money we spend now on health-related issues is going to expand. The same thing that makes St. Maarten very attractive to tourists, 24 hours, nightlife, restaurants, fast food places, is also having an adverse effect on us now. Instead of home-cooked meals, many of us are waking up, going to the local drive-thru. I myself indulge a few times. You wake up in the middle of the night, hey, let me hop in my car and drive all the way wherever to get this, to get that. However, a balance needs to be formed. For example, me, myself, when I cook at home or in my fridge, I only have healthy things. I only have water in the fridge. I don't have any junk food. So that helps me keep a healthy balance. So therefore, when I go out and eat, I could swing through that drive-thru McDonald's. I could get that shawarma with the white sauce, right? But you have to keep a balance. And this begins with education from a young age. From a young age, I was always taught about healthy eating, the differences. When you go to the supermarket, read the labels, and I still do that today. Whenever I go to the supermarket, it's in me. I pick up the label, I check the sugars, I check the carbohydrates. It's just in me, and I make that decision moving forward. So that is something that we definitely need to get into the school system. Exercise. I've been given exercise events for over a decade now. Recently, I've started doing with a colleague of mine behind me, MP Rosenberg, who's also been a sports enthusiast, big on health as well, but not many people come out to these events. Now, I don't know if they think because they come to the event, it's politically motivated, or we're going to ask them to vote for us. If you come to my fitness events, our fitness events, we're not asking you to vote. We're not asking your opinions. It's strictly to work out and mingle in a healthy environment, okay? So the community does need to prioritize coming out to some of these events more and prioritize their health. Government can only do so much. At some point in time, you have to be responsible. We have to be responsible for our own health and our own well-being, and along with the government also putting policies in place to start the school level to teach about health, healthy eating, proper exercise, etc. So that would be my question to the Minister of VSR to reiterate, what are your plans given this damning information, I would say. That'll be all, Madam Chair. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, MP Labega. At this point in time, there are no further speakers in the first round. I believe MP Waver is coming to sign the speakers list, which is a requirement for the MP speakers during a public meeting. I give him the opportunity to sign and then give him the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, good night to Griffier, honorable ministers present, those listening, viewing from whichever media, and the honorable colleagues here tonight. keep it pretty brief, seeing that this, again, is the budget that we already approved a few months ago. And the only thing that has been added was the amendments that was also approved. So to come back to what a colleague of mine said about insanity being the same thing over and over, I think this government did something by actually not doing the same thing, but actually looking at what was wrong and improving it and bringing it back. So therefore, not being insane to do the same thing or thinking that we would do the same thing again. I would just like to ask a question to the Minister of Finance. We are hearing a lot of talks about the tax reform, different reforms taking place. What is the current compliance rate, Minister, through you, Madam Chair, when it comes to the tax compliance? And what is being done to raise the compliance rates? Because I think it is important to find ways to raise the compliance before burdening the same persons who are always the ones who are compliant and burdening them with other taxes. And I also understood that seeing that there's a sticker system in place right now, instead of the number plate system, Minister, through you, Madam Chair, what is the compliance rate when it comes to that, when we compare the two? When we compare how much, I know it's cheaper than ordering the stickers compared to when we did the number plates, but what is the income from government when it comes to the road tax, when we compare the number plates versus the sticker income? And then I would like to move on to the Ministry of ECYS, through you, Madam Chair. Although I do applaud the topic of special needs being spoken about on the floor of Parliament today, we must remain that the facts should be said as well. It was mentioned that the special needs and they're only good at Basilia Center and nowhere else the people can live. But actually at Basilia Center, they do have the guided living program that is also by Hope Estate, where they are pretty much living on their own. A lot of them do have jobs outside. So there is programs in place to help persons with special needs live a normal life within the community the best that they can. And through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister of Education, how many special needs schools foundations are receiving subsidy, and how many requests are pending at the moment, and what is the status of those requests? And what's the minister looking to do to enhance that it becomes easier for these organizations, foundations, to actually be able to receive funding for the special needs that we have on the island? I know during the CC meetings, the topic of hair discrimination was mentioned by my colleague, MP Roseburg, and myself. And I received some phone calls as well with parents actually asking, seeing that this will go to effect starting this coming school year, or the next school year, starting, through you, Madam Chair. I would like to know what is the regulation, or can we get a little overview of what is expected? Because not that parents say, okay, the students come school with blue hair, red hair, whatever it is, but what exactly would be kind of in the policy so that the parents could also be aware before the school starts what is expected within this hair policy. And then through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, the bus drivers and safety of our students, that seems to be a big concern as well. What is being done to monitor the driving behavior of our bus drivers? I know last week there was a situation which took place where a bus driver was seen overtaking vehicles and other buses on its way to bringing students to school in the South Reward area, and also having an altercation with other parents when they were spoken to about. What is being done? What can be done? How can we monitor it? I think this is something where we can look into having the camera systems in place within the school buses as well. That might be a next step. To the Minister of TIAT, agriculture and food security, of course, is a big concern within the island. Myself, MP Otley, have been in meetings at Parlatino where we discuss certain things and also where they are busy with a law that will affect different countries as well, especially when it came to, an MP before me mentioned it, the health of our food and also labeling within our food system in the supermarkets to allow persons to know what they are buying and how healthy it is for them. I know that the Minister of TIAT spoke about the ALF agency, which is coming within short, but can the Minister please outline what is currently being done while we await the ALF agency to come? And to the Minister of Romy, a lot has been said about the prison as well. And yes, I said the prison because when we look at the safety concern of the prison and the residents there, there has to be an alternative route in and out of the prison. And I think Merlin Road is one of those roads that's located in Point Blanche. But the only thing is it's not paved completely. They went up until a certain point and then it stopped. So I think the last person which paved it was the Honorable Roy Marlin in his time. What can be done? Can we look at having that paved for safety reasons for the people not only living in that community, but also for the prison? That'll be all for me, Madam Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, MP Waver. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the first round, nearly, because we do have another speaker. That's what I was going to say, but at the same time I was looking around and realizing, yes, we do have a quorum in the hall, making sure that that is the case. We do. And as he takes his seat, I will give MP Peterson the floor. MP Peterson, you have the floor.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to yourself, to my honorable colleagues, to the honorable members of the Council of Ministers here with us and their support staff, to the griffier and secretariat and everybody else tuned in. Madam Chair, I don't have too many questions in the first round, as I feel most of them have been asked by numerous MPs today, actually throughout the last couple of months, but I will reiterate some as I go through my own. For the Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair, and I'm going to mention the Minister so it gets a little bit easier for the Secretariat to note down the questions, because I know Cassandra and them are working overtime. For the General Affairs, through you, Madam Chair, I have a couple of questions concerning the productivity of some of the departments that kind of fall within the scope of the Ministry of General Affairs. These issues were there since I was still a civil servant, so I'm not pointing fingers at the current minister, but it seems as if over the years these problems have not only become, you know, I would say repetitive, but they've become structural issues within these departments. So through you, Madam Chair, Minister, what is the amount of pending cases per ministry that the Department of Personnel and Organization, P&O, currently has pending? Because like other MPs mentioned as well, I believe MP Lewis mentioned it, there are many positions that need to be filled within government, and the sentiment that I am receiving from the civil servants is that in many of these cases where, for example, vacancies have went out and, you know, the case would need to be continued by P&O, the case actually gets stuck when it reaches P&O. So I would want an overview of how many cases per ministry we currently have pending. This information can also be sent in writing as well, because that would also be a little bit more comprehensible for us to peruse as MPs. And also based on a statement made by the Prime Minister in the media, I think, I would like to ask you, Madam Chair, what agreement does the government have with SLS concerning the checking of mold in the government building? Because I was not aware of any existing agreement, and although I have been privy to knowing that there is mold in the building, I don't know of any agreement. This has been known for quite a while, actually, but to say that SLS checks for the mold every 6 months, And then my follow-up question would be, when was the last inspection done, and what was the result of said report, and what was done after receiving the report? So those are just key questions that I would want to ask the Ministry of General Affairs, Madam Chair, to you. Then I move on to the Ministry of Justice, Madam Chair. I believe given the last couple of weeks, we've had the opportunity to ask the Minister of Justice many questions, especially the ones concerning the prison, etc. My main questions were already asked by MP Otley because they concern the court of guardianship. So I'll await those answers in round one. But I also want to ask one of the follow-up questions that I had to that same topic, and that is if it is the intention of the minister to ultimately turn the COG, the court of guardianship, into a foundation, and if so, what is the timeline for this? Then I move on to you, Madam Chair, to the Ministry of Teat, to who I have some questions, some concerning my favorite topic, namely the casinos. Just an update, if possible, to you, Madam Chair, as to how far we are in the executing of the Casino Policy 2011. So mainly the condition put in the policy that says that locals are only allowed to visit casinos a maximum amount of 4 times a month. Have all casinos been contacted and been made aware of the enforcement of said policy? As such, an enforcement would have to require all of the casinos to work together, to avoid that people pass, the limited amount by going to different casinos that belong to different companies. So in regards to that, just such a general update from you, through you, Madam Chair. And then also an update concerning the legal position of the casino controllers in this matter, because they would be key in enforcing this policy. Then, Madam Chair, through you, I wanted to ask something in light of all of the questions that we got today concerning Soul Beach. I sadly did not get to attend. But I do understand that, of course, subsidy has been given to this festival, and it was done through the Algemene Subsidieverordening, to be seen as a so-called incidental subsidy. In light of that, I would like to ask the Minister if we can be provided with the report that the Soul Beach Company has to deliver to the Ministry, as per Article 17 of that same law, as soon as it reaches government. Because the law states that within 3 months, a report should be given to government in which all expenses and numbers are noted by the company, in which we should be able to see exactly where every dollar of the subsidy went. And I think with that information, members can continue their research into this whole Soul Beach debacle, as I call it. And lastly, on the same topic, though, to the Minister, to you, Madam Chair, and kind of piggybacking off of MP Labega's question, have there been any other subsidies, incidental or structural, given to non-St. Maarten entities that the Minister is aware of? Then, Madam Chair, I move over to the Ministry of Romi. For the Ministry of Romi, I have a couple of questions, and one of them is concerning one of the main backlogs within the Dividend. I read in the media that certain measures are going to be taken to tackle this issue, but I wanted to specifically ask on long lease transfers, aka the selling of properties. You see, transfers are one of the most important cases that the Department of Domain Affairs is tasked with, because this involves people wanting to either sell or buy property, meaning economic growth and continuity. That means that every time there is a delay, this would ultimately mean that the bank is holding up money that actually is to be invested back into the country, whether it's to buy a property or to build or rebuild. Yet all the notaries note till today that there is a delay in these processes. At the moment, a ministerial decree is needed to transfer a property. However, when you look at the National Ordinance regulating long lease, there is absolutely nothing regulated concerning transfers. This is because transfers are regulated by the Civil Code, namely Book 5 of the Civil Code under Title 7, which regulates long lease in general. In particular, Article 91 regulates that within a long lease agreement, a condition can be placed that the permission of the owner is needed in order to transfer the property. This is because, in theory, if the case is, for example, between a civilian and another civilian, the long lease, in theory, you can sell your long lease right without the permission of the owner. That's the Civil Code. However, as we are government, we make use of Article 91, Section 1 of Book 5 of the Civil Code. And in every ministerial decree that I have seen, we have seen the condition that the minister needs to give the permission for a transfer of a long lease right. According to me, Minister, to you, Madam Chair, this means that the form in which this is done is not regulated by the long lease ordinance, but by civil law. This would mean that in theory, it is up to the discretion of the minister how he wants to give this so-called permission. So here is where my question comes into play to you, Madam Chair. Is a ministerial decree necessary every time that a long lease right is to be transferred, or can this process be shortened? Because when I read permission, I don't necessarily read that the whole process of a ministerial decree needs to be followed. The minister can give permission through a letter as well. So I guess my question would be, is this something that the minister can see his ministry speeding up by changing how the permission is given? An idea would be, for example, to involve all the notaries. And for example, if an agreement can be made with all notaries that as long as all of the owed canon is paid and the purpose of the land was not changed throughout the years before the selling, that in theory, the minister has already given permission for these transfers. You see, at the end of the day, with every transfer that is pending, you need to envision that the bank is also waiting to release money for this property to be bought. At the end of the day, all transfers also have to go through one of the 3 notaries as well. So a system like this would expedite at least the transfers, which also add to government coffers, but more importantly, to give the people a chance to sell and buy property, in which many cases is a big step for our people. Then to you, Madam Chair, the Minister of Romy, I've seen, has been one of the recipients of blame concerning the marketplace, something that I didn't find too logical. Minister, to make things clear for the public, what permits have been signed for the building of the marketplace in general? Because from what I can remember, under the previous government, a building permit was indeed passed back in 2023. But since then, throughout statements made in the media, we have all come to understand that the plans have changed, whether or not it's the rendering or the layout or whatever, and something that other MPs alluded to today. In that case, not only is a tendering important, but in that case also a new building permit request needs to be put in place by the Department of Permits, in order for this new rendering or the plans to be going through. So, Minister, to you, has this been done? Since the new plans and rendering have been announced, and I think that was this year, has a new request for a new building permit been put in by the Department of Permits, by the ministry? Because if this is not the case, then I think that we can put the blame game between Teat and Vromi when it comes to this topic to rest, because the delay would then not be coming from the Ministry of Romy, as they cannot issue a building permit until the new renderings of the new plans with the new official drawings have been put in to get a permit. For the Ministry of ASR, I don't really have any new questions, Madam Chair. I asked these questions a couple of times back in previous meetings, but I'll just do it again. And it's an update concerning the food testing. A fun fact is that we do not test locally imported food or water, and I think that it's time that the Ministry of ASR, starts to prioritize this, because as an MP before me alluded to, we might be eating ourselves to death. So I think that testing local food, and not only little swabs, but actual testing, that needs to be prioritized in order to make sure that the health of our people stays up to par. Then, for the Minister of Education, Mr. ECYS, Education, Culture, Youth, and Sports, I did not forget any of them today. I want to inquire about other funding options, especially looking at sports and culture. I believe a couple of years back when we were sitting as opposition members, we made an amendment to the then budget to push more money towards sports, international sports. And I guess my question kind of stems from that. Are there any other ideas from the ministry for additional funding for sports and culture? And then my last questions to you, Madam Chair, will be for the Minister of Finance. For the Minister of Finance, just some questions concerning, a topic that has been a discussion for the last couple of days, and that's the announcements made tax-wise. I read an announcement concerning the dividend tax and one concerning the inheritance tax and the land tax. I have a couple of questions concerning these taxes, but I will most likely ask most of them in round 2, because the questions that I have in round 1 are merely about, let's say, the legality of things. Minister Chuyu, concerning the dividend tax, I have a couple of legal questions. When I read the press release, it says that a specific law from the Netherlands Antilles was given country status by a national decree. I think it was dated December 18th, 2024, in which I believe the law, I would say, that allows us to levy a dividend tax that stems from the Netherlands Antilles, that law was given country status. It was also made clear in that press release that Sint Maarten has never levied the dividend tax. So in light of those two things, I kind of, want to take the conversation somewhere else. Because legally I understand what it means. But in reality, given the scope of our current situation, I don't quite understand the logic. The Constitution states in Article 99 that every new tax to be levied has to come to Parliament. Why? Because it is one of the main principles of a democracy that if a government wants to levy a tax towards its people, that the Parliament would have to agree to that. So no government has the right to take money from the people if the legal basis for that did not come from those who the people put there, therefore us being Parliament. Now, when I read the press release, I understand that through a national decree, an existing law that was applicable for the Netherlands Antilles was given country status, an overgangsregeling, so to say. Here is where my questions kind of like comes into play, because in 2025 now, I would say 15 years after the inception of us as a country, it's known that we have never levied this dividend tax. Yet, when we do want to go down that route, we are trying to choose to go down, I would say, a shortened route to kind of bring that law to life. I myself would have loved to see the dividend tax law come to Parliament, whether or not it's the outdated version from the Netherlands Antilles or an updated version that pertains only to country Sint Maarten, to avoid MPs feeling, you know, and they're right, I must say, a little bit put in the back seat when it comes to something as important as a tax. Because taxes is where I would say our authority actually has to come in play. You know, we have to protect the people from government either overtaxing or undertaxing. That is our job as MPs. You know, so that means that for Sint Maarten, today, the fact that we have never done it, this is a brand new tax. And I think that that alone, the fact that we have never had a dividend tax, kind of should have moved the government towards having a conversation with Parliament before making the announcements that tea taxes are going to be what we're going to levy now. So just some clarity on that specific matter as to why that route was used and what the scope of that national decree is, and then to see if we can, you know, continue the discussion a little bit forward. And then concerning the inheritance and land tax, to be honest, when it comes to the inheritance tax, I kind of understand where the logic is coming from. You know, if somebody inherits something that, you know, you don't want to overburden them by bringing taxes on top of that. But to my legal opinion as well, the more you inherit, the more we would have to look at whether or not we should, you know, abolish it 100%. Let's put it like that. But my other question through you, Madam Chair, was concerning the land tax. Because my question would be, how are persons now with private land, which is a little bit more than 50% of Sint Maarten's landmass, how are those persons going to contribute to, I would say, the infrastructure, etc., that not only runs through government land on Sint Maarten, but through private land as well? You know, of course, you have the road tax that needs to be paid by car, but when we look at private areas, we see that a lot of roads need to be built as well, a lot of lights is needed, you know, infrastructure is needed in these areas, and at this moment, it's partially being contributed by the payers of the long lease canon, meaning those who live on government land. And I ask myself if this is fair towards them, and what would the plans be of actually taxing the foreigners who own property here, and especially private land, but pay government no taxes at all. I'm looking at the ones who buy villas and then fly away and stay abroad for 8 months and only live here for 4 months, and the rest of the year they Airbnb it. We as government don't collect when it comes to these situations. So isn't it an idea to look at least the foreign landowners and how to tax them in particular? To, for example, bring forward the Airbnb tax. And, you know, I kind of have to commend, you know, the other MPs today for speaking on it as well, because I do think that we need to try to put the burden on those instances before we try to put the burden on our local businesses as well. And I think those are all the questions that I had for the ministers for round one, Madam Chair, and I'll await the answers. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Peterson. The next MP up to speak is MP York. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pleasant good evening to you, the Minister of Finance, Education Minister, honorable colleagues, and the viewing public. Madam Chair, I'm going to start with the Minister of Finance tonight with the subject of the day being the dividends tax. Minister, after taking note of all the comments today, I'm going to come from a different perspective. Minister, I can remember in the last, the December and October budget debate where I asked you, through Madam Chair, I asked the Minister, what is the main issue as it pertains to tax here in Sint Maarten? To that question, the Minister said compliance. That compliance was the main issue as it pertains to our tax issues here on the island. I went further to ask the Minister, is the Minister aware of our current tax to GDP ratio? the minister did not have those numbers readily available. I asked the minister, what is the target for tax to GDP ratio? Because there are some islands, countries in the kingdom that ranges between 25 all the way up to 34%. The minister did not have a target where that was concerned. And a lot of times, you know, there's a well-known MP that always says, in order to know where you're going, you got to know where you're coming from. And if we're instituting taxes, implementing new taxes, and we don't even know what our current standing is outside of the numbers as it pertains to tax to GDP ratio, what is the intention besides just generating new funds? Because I must say I commend the minister for coming with such a bold initiative, because I can't imagine a minister not knowing that she would have gotten some blowback on it. So I commend the minister on that. It's an initiative that many others haven't come with as yet as it pertains to revenue generation. Revenue generation is a point that I have been harping on for the last couple of months, so I commend the minister on that point. The only thing is, minister, I don't fully agree with it, right? And the reasons being, if we're going to implement a new tax and we don't even know what our current position is right now, what is the goal? How are we going to get there? I didn't understand, and maybe I missed it, the minister explaining what the projection is. The minister claimed, used as example, 7 to 10 million guilders or dollars, I'm not sure. How are we going to get to that? The minister also explained, yes, wage tax, profit tax dropping afterwards, but how are we going to get to that? What is the implementing strategy, right? And the main question, if the minister said compliance is our main issue, I would like to ask the minister if the minister can explain how does this implementation help that issue. So if the minister could tell me, hey, MP, by doing this, we raise it by 5–10%, that's a projection, because I know the minister likes projections. No problem with that. I would like to know the answer when it comes to that. As well, Minister, I'll save that for a later time. I'll come back to that. The Ministry of AZ, General Affairs. Madam Chair, GB relief has been a hot topic, and in a recent article, in a recent release or press briefing, the minister stated something of 67 cents relief as a result of the GB relief motion brought by MP Otley in 2024. But Madam Chair, although it's a good start, and I read the report this morning from the confidential documents, I missed the conclusion in how that number was really achieved and what the exact advice was from Curacao, because we got a report of 35 pages that consisted of 35 pages, but we only got 25 for us to be able to view. So we missed that those pages, and I was wondering so a question to the minister, what is the exact conclusion of the report from Curacao? With that being said, I'm of the opinion, because we're speaking about net losses. Net losses, there's something about 8.5% of net losses that's in the fuel clause. And net losses, that's something of the sort of the transformer houses, hitteafgifte, weather, the cooling off periods. And Madam Chair, I must say, this is the environment that we found ourselves under years ago. Because now we have 95 to 99% of our high tension cables underground. In other words, we have less net losses now, or the company has less net losses now than it used to. And if you were to do the calculations, from 8.5%, there's an easy 3% that can be saved from the net losses, which brings it down to 5%, which adds to the amount of relief that we can possibly pull out of this relief plan. Aside from that, put in the 5% in the production costs. Moving on, MP Otley and the Prime Minister mentioned the double taxation as it pertains to TOT. Madam Chair, with one fell swoop, TOT, that double taxation, when salt comes into our waters, exempting them from TOT, easily fixes that problem and adds another 1% to the relief. And finally, the famous throughput fee. Madam Chair, the Minister of TIAT has explained throughput fee numerous times here in the floor of Parliament, but the one thing that was missing was the history of the throughput fee. The throughput fee was brought to the island when the harbor had to pay for the new pier to be able to pay off the loan. Since then, the loan was paid and the harbor continued to take more loans. An example of that would be the loan for the Causeway Bridge. So, Madam Chair, through you, I have the following questions for the Prime Minister. Is there a decision somewhere that allows the harbor to change the original assignment for the fuel clause, which was originally for the pier, to be able to get involved into bridges? So is there a document somewhere that was signed that changed the assignment from piers to bridges? Because if not, that's a possible legal issue. So does the harbor has permission from Country St. Maarten to do such? If not, Madam Chair, I believe it's time for us to abolish the throughput fee, seeing that it has lived its life, it has served its purpose, and that will be able to give St. Maarten a much-needed breather. I'll take it even further, Madam Chair, because a couple days or a couple weeks ago, there was an article on the Tribune which caught my eye by a former MP, and actually what caught my eye was the legality of it. The legal aspect of the fuel clause. Seeing that the fuel clause was initiated in the 70s, that's back in the Netherlands Antilles days, back when GB, which is een gemeenschappelijk elektriciteitsbedrijf bovenwindse eilanden, used to subsidize electricity fully for Sabre and Statia. So St. Maarten, Sabre, Statia. Fully subsidized. Madam Chair, then there was 10-10-10. And in 10-10-10, a lot of mandates, a lot of laws were taken over and carried over to Country St. Maarten. And ever since then, not every law was best for, what was good for Netherlands Antilles was not good automatically, not all, for Country St. Maarten. And ever since then, Parliament has been busy trying to clear that up. One of them being the fuel clause. That was taken over from the Netherlands Antilles days. So my question is that not also something that needs to be looked at? The legalities of the fuel clause. So, Madam Chair, the Prime Minister came with 6 to 7 cents relief, and can we get to 8, can we get to 9, can we potentially get to 10? The answer is yes. The question only is, do we have the will and the want to do such? Coming back to the Ministry of Finance, it was a point that I was coming back to. Minister, as it pertains to the dividend tax and instating the dividend tax, trying to generate new revenues, when I asked the question of outstanding things like lottery fees, casino fees, erfpacht, and I know everything, not all of them fall under your ministry, but I came up to a sum of 22 plus 5 plus 9, almost 40 million guilders. So I would like to know, if we're trying to recoup funds or try to generate more funds, why is the attention not on recouping the lottery fees, casino fees, and even maybe the erfpacht? Because what is happening right now, we have a dividends tax looming. We have pensioners, for lack of a better term, you could see it as being shaken down for outstanding taxes. Properties being repossessed, possessions being repossessed, and much unneeded stress to our pensioners while we're trying to generate funds. And I'm well aware, I've gotten calls on this matter. I'm sure Chair Lady has also gotten calls, and I know the Minister of Finance have gotten calls on the matter. So the question I have is the prioritization of what is happening right now. Because I expected a plan on how to recoup these funds, or a plan moving forward, like, hey, MP, members of Parliament, this is how I project to get X amount of funds through added taxation or different taxation throughout the years, and this is how I'm going to implement it. But with the plan that the minister came with, I'm getting an overnight dividends tax, and what happens after that? Are we going to wake up and we're on 30% tax to GDP? Are we going to be 34%? What is the goal? So before implementing things, I would like to know, where are we going, Minister? Minister, in your quote, front page today, Minister Gums, we can no longer continue having champagne dreams on bare budgets. Minister, when I read that, it resonated with me, but I also wondered, is the Minister of Finance aware of her role as the Minister of Finance? Because champagne dreams on bare budgets, the budget is bare, why do you allow the champagne dreams? And I'm asking that question being because major projects have to come across your desk before they're approved. So if you find, if you're of the opinion, through you, Madam Chair, if the minister is of the opinion that a lot of these projects are champagne dreams, why do you allow them into the bare budgets? Because to allow it, and then to find out maybe it wasn't a dream after all, Minister, you can't back down from that reality. A decision taken is also a decision that needs to be you need to stand behind. Because there are a couple projects that I'm about to speak on. First one being the marketplace. The marketplace was a project that was initiated by the former government. And upon leaving office, they left a full package behind. I have here the signed building permit from the initial design. I have here a signed contract with the contractor for the initial design. I even have the schedule that was submitted for the design for the project to commence. But upon this new government taking office, the design was changed. A design that one of the investors, even Royal Caribbean, signed off on. They gave their approval on. Now, the design was changed, and one of my colleagues already spoke on it. A new tender was not put out. And my colleague, MP Aaron, and myself, we spoke on, I wouldn't say the legality, but more of, was it right to do such and to do it that way? And then it was said, no problem, we're just going to push it through, everything's going to start, it shouldn't be a problem. And we are here now a year later, and there's still no marketplace. As a matter of fact, there still is no building permit for this new design. So I wondered, after all the actually even before the commotion, I wondered, I'm like, hey, every time I ask a question, I'm getting a new reason why it's delayed. So I said, I'm not going to ask any more questions, I'm just going to ask for the documentation. I asked for the documentation, and after a couple of months, I finally got some documents sent last night as it pertains to designs, etc. And when I took off my MP hat and I put on my engineering hat, and I remember a couple of things that was said, why a new tender was not needed, being the bill of quantities were averagely the same, the terms of reference was averagely the same, so there was no need for a new tender. Madam Chair, when I saw the initial design, I was floored. The initial design was 64 tiki huts, concrete structures, small tiki huts, with a lightweight roof made of zinc covering it. on a slab of concrete, big slab of concrete, which is very fast to construct, simple, recht toe, recht aan, like they would say in Dutch. The second design was a monstrosity for a building with a 55 meter long concrete roof. Now, Madam Chair, anyone that understands construction knows that those are two totally different structures. How can the bill of quantities for one structure that has a zinc roof be the same, absolutely the same, as a structure with a concrete roof? And that's just the two main differences. There are many more. Aside from that, there has been commotion on communications or directives from one ministry to the next as it pertains to TEAT and VROMI. One of the market vendors or one of the representatives that hails from a particular party here in Parliament went as far as going on the radio and explaining some things that were said allegedly in their meeting with the Minister of TEAT and the Minister of VROMI, where allegedly VROMI was given the blame. And allegedly, the word sabotage was thrown. Madam Chair, I requested the emails between VROMI and TEAT from December 23 to today. I got from July 2024 to today. And in the emails, you can see that from July 2024, VROMI had requested a soil test and a construction calculations. Why? Because when you go from a simple slab of concrete with tiki huts on it to a monstrosity with a roof of 55 meters long, rock solid concrete, it's fair enough to say that's much heavier than what the initial structure was. And it was said that VROMI advised, hey, let's not think just for today, let's think for potential years down the road. What if in the next 5, 10 years you want to put a second floor on this building? We need to be prepared and we need to know what the numbers are. The building needs to be able to hold that structure and that weight. And Madam Chair, to my surprise, this was not well received. And to my added surprise, Madam Chair, you yourself was confronted with a similar situation a long time ago. May I remind you of the John Lamini Center, where during the construction of that, the same question was posed, hey, do we invest more into the foundation for possible future expansion? And today, John Lamini has a whole plan for expansion, and that is only made possible because back then, the decision was made, let's do this instead of that. And today, there's a whole big commotion. Is it needed? It's a hold-up. Let's push on without it. But Madam Chair, you made the decision back then for sustainability over a nice little structure that could have been done quicker and cheaper. So why do we today question the same modus operandi from VROMI for another project? And then we stand here and say, in the governing program, this is a government of sustainability. Madam Chair, I have here some news straight out of Dominica, where auditorium that was just a few years old collapsed. Luckily, no one was injured, there was no loss of life. Collapsed. And when you read the article, they claim poor construction practices. In construction world, that's basically exactly what the things that VROMI is asking for now to prevent. But yet, we are pushing on without such. Madam Chair, VROMI asked for the calculations, VROMI asked for the soil test, but that made me think, every time the minister said these things are needed, made me think, hey, normally when an architect gets a contract from someone to do, from the government to do a project or to make a design, an advice is made with what all is needed, called deliverables. My question, when I made the request, what were the deliverables on said contract? I have yet to receive documents. Added to that, in the emails from January 2025, Vromi reached out and asked also for said advices because they suspected something was wrong with the deliverables. All in all, Madam Chair, the marketplace is a prime example of sometimes skipping steps doesn't always bear fruit. So the question is now, what is the new plan? I'm hearing that the end of June, there should be some movement. But I also read in one of the answers that Vromi is exploring, I don't want to say which ministry, Vromi, Teat and Vromi are exploring, trying to see if the project can be moved under the existing building permit to have it executed. And I would like to know, based on which grounds will that be approved? Ministry of Justice. Madam Chair, I posed some what I thought to be simple questions during the CC, and to my shock, I didn't get any answers or any clear answers from the acting minister, who is representing the minister that is now away. Madam Chair, I asked a simple question such as, how much does the government keep spend on an inmate per day? That number was not readily available. I asked, how much does the government expect to spend on a new prison when it comes to operations? That number was also not readily available. The new prison is supposed to house close to 200 inmates, and I asked if Sint Maarten could carry that cost, and if there was a study on such readily available. It was not. And I asked how much money will be made available once a new prison is here on rehabilitation of inmates. That was also not available. So, Madam Chair, although I understand and know that the minister is currently busy with a crisis, and she's doing good deeds away on a humanitarian congress, these questions are, but the fact that the ministry does not have these answers for these questions makes me wonder what are the priorities of the ministry. Because if we don't even know what an inmate costs per day, or we're not making it public, how can we have an expansion later, and how can we budget towards that if we don't even know where we're at right now? Because right now, Madam Chair, we're spending, I think, 5 million guilders just on costs and 15 million guilders total per year on the jail. And that number could easily double or triple. But my question is, if we're going to spend over 30 million guilders per year on a jail, moving forward, on inmates, housing inmates, how much money are we spending on rehabilitation and prevention? Right? Because right now we're spending 15 million. I would like to know, and I don't know if the Justice Ministers can answer that question, or the Minister of VSA can answer that question, how much money is currently budgeted on prevention and rehabilitation? Because, Madam Chair, if those numbers do not go hand in hand with one another, automatically, we already know, even with the new jail, we're going to hit that number of 200 real quick. Then I also asked the Justice Minister, after 6-7 months of reinventing the wheel as it pertains to how LBAs are calculated and distributed, is the ministry far enough to where they can explain or give the justice workers something to look forward to, being an overview of when the batches are tentatively planned to be released? That information was also not readily available. And with that being said, I would like to say good evening to the Honorable Minister of Teat, Ms. Grisha Heliger Martin, for gracing our presence this evening, just in time. Madam Chair, I've been very vocal on the event of Soul Beach. Very vocal. As a matter of fact, I've been also very quiet on it. During the January budget debate, I stated my opinion and my stance, and ever since then, I haven't said anything on the matter. Zero. There have been some press releases lately where certain things are being stated, and I brought this one. I picked one out, one of the few. DP warns against political opportunism on Soul Beach. And the article refers to particular individuals that have been against it and basically committing political opportunism. Madam Chair, it's no rocket science who these persons are, because there's only a few people that oppose it, myself and my colleague minister right next to me, so guilty as charged. But, Madam Chair, what shocked me was the word political opportunism. Because there's one thing, I looked it up. Political opportunism refers to when a politician or political group prioritizes personal or party gain over principles. Key traits of political opportunism: inconsistency and self-interest over principle. Madam Chair, let's look at the word inconsistent. I have here an article from January 29th, where my colleague MP Arian was vocal about what he thought about Soul Beach. This is prior to Soul Beach being held in May. I have another article around the same time of myself speaking on things Soul Beach, explaining my views that this government was lacking vision, in particular decision-making. So, Madam Chair, there's no inconsistency here. There's no opportunistic moments here. We have been consistent in our message from day one. We didn't wait until Soul Beach came to have an opinion. We didn't wait until Soul Beach went to have an opinion. We had it from day one, and it hasn't changed. My colleague focused on the legalities of it, and I focused more on the prioritization of it. The article continues saying that these individuals and their fixation on perceived divisions within the government, particularly the DP ministers. It goes on to say that over the last couple of months, 6 letters have been sent and all have been responded to. Madam Chair, speaking on inconsistency and speaking on staying the course, I picked out some of these letters to refer to. Madam Chair, here I have a letter that was sent on the 4th of April requesting documentation on Soul Beach. I have another letter sent on the 26th of March requesting a meeting on Soul Beach. These are all things prior to Soul Beach. Concerning the documentation, I got an answer back from the minister, nice letter, on the 15th of May stating, and I'm paraphrasing, "Thank you for your request, MP, but I will not be giving you these documents." I'm paraphrasing, of course. That's not what the minister said. You want me to read it, Minister? Okay, sure, no problem. I'll read it.
Excuse me, MP and Minister,
Through you, Madam
the
Chair.
request would have.
I didn't forget you. I haven't forgotten you. One second. Okay, let's get to the
Meat of the matter.
meat of the matter indeed. But I don't want to skip anything. I want the minister to think of framing it. Okay, it's important. The ministry operates in accordance with established government protocols that govern the classification and sharing of official documents. These procedures are in place to ensure consistency, maintain confidentiality where required, and uphold the integrity of the administrative processes. It is important to highlight that in the previous instance, namely public meeting number 12, regarding the issuance and regulation and licenses for casinos and gambling activities, certain internal documents were shared in an effort to support transparency. However, following the meeting, my person was advised by the appropriate authorities that such actions were not in accordance with standard government protocols and should forward. This reinforces the importance of adhering to established framework governing the use of dissemination of internal documentation. Therefore, I will not be providing said internal documentation as per your request. I trust this provides the necessary context with regard to your request, and thank you for your understanding. So, Minister, through you, Madam Chair, there was made mention of the appropriate authorities. Would you be so kind to explain who these appropriate authorities were? But in either event, Madam Chair, what I'm trying to show is that our interest in Soul Beach was not an opportunistic moment that Soul Beach is now gone and we're trying to ride the wave of public sentiment. No, all these things were prior to Soul Beach even coming here. As a matter of fact, I have a letter here where the meeting request and, well, Minister, this one a long one, you know. But in the meeting request, it basically came down to the fact that the minister referred us to a particular report or presentation about another topic, one of the agenda points, and for the other agenda points, namely being one of them being Soul Beach, she would not be able to come to Parliament. So, Madam Chair, there's nothing opportunistic of anything we're doing, and there's nothing for sure inconsistent with what we're doing. We have been very consistent. I think that is the problem. Because sometimes when you don't let certain things go, it can be irritable to certain individuals or certain people, depending on what side of the coin you are on. And I understand that, Madam Chair. But what I want to stand still at is the fact that for some reason, part of it I understand, part of it, majority of it I don't. Anytime, well, let me put it this way. If you agree, Madam Chair, with anything that is being done by any of the ministers, they're smiling. If you commend them, they appreciate it. You're their best friend. But the minute you criticize or you have anything to say that's not in line with their thinking, they attach a verb to what you're doing. Political posturing, political maneuvering, politicizing, political opportunism. Madam Chair, is it now the culture that you cannot question what the government is doing? Can't we have a constructive debate where it's respectful, but we don't need to see eye to eye? Why is it automatically politicizing the moment you ask a question? Madam Chair, I'll go even further. There has been an article recently by the good Minister of Finance explaining her dividends tax. 100% correct. She should do that. She's in her right to do that. In the article, the minister explained the benefits, the pros and the cons. And to my shock, one of the cons were politicizing. Basically warning the public that people can take this topic and run with it. Now, I don't know if the good minister was misquoted, but her picture and her statements were in the article. So, Minister, if you was misquoted, my apologies, you can correct that just now, but there was an article saying such. The minister can explain that just now. So, Madam Chair, I say all of that to say, is it so, and I'm asking you, Madam Chair, yes, you, is it so, because you are the voice of Parliament, right? You're the representation of Parliament. So is it so that Parliament cannot question the ministers if they don't agree with their plans? Because no matter how you question, whether you question positive, negative, intermediate, it doesn't matter. You're attached to a verb. Political maneuvering, posturing, etc., etc., etc. But anyways, if asking tough questions, if asking questions that the people want to know, puts me under political posturing, then at the end of the 3 years, I will have my PhD in it. Because I won't stop asking. Because in that seat, Madam Chair, seat is hot, and you have to be able to take the good with the bad. If you accept the good, you have to accept the bad with it as well. Moving on. Soul Beach. Before I end, I would like the Minister to explain. I asked her during the CC, through you, Madam Chair, about the numbers of other festivals as it pertains to cost per day per visitor, or the amount of visitors that a particular event can procure to the island. The Minister said that those numbers were not verified and she didn't want to make it public. I understand that. But my question is, where did those numbers from Soul Beach come from? Did they come from the event organizer, or did it come from a vetted third party or anything of the sort? Because, Madam Chair, it can't be, for some reason, and I'm not accusing the Minister of this particularly, but more in a more holistic fashion. I also notice this outside of Parliament as well, outside of government. For some reason, every time we on St. Maarten want to think big, we look further than our own. We always think the person outside of St. Maarten can do it bigger than the people in St. Maarten. Because my issue with Soul Beach was not the fact that the Minister found that Soul Beach should come to St. Maarten or not. Actually, and the Minister could correct me, I think I was one of the first MPs in Parliament that she told that she was procuring Soul Beach. And if she can remember, I was in agreement with her, through you, Madam Chair. My issue came the moment the number and the manner in which the funds were going to be given to it. Because it can't be that on one end, the fire station, the firefighters are being told there's no money to fix your ladder truck. Or there's no money to fix your equipment. VSA, the shelter in Soccer Garden, closed down, no money. And I could think of many, many, many other instances where money can be used. So it can be for these instances, we're saying there are no funds available, and then when Soul Beach comes around, money falls out of the sky. Because when I heard the Minister said, you know, the harbor contributed, the airport contributed, and the funds came from outstanding or future concession fees, I wonder, and the Minister could explain, Minister, can you explain through you, Madam Chair, how did the conversation go with the harbor, with the airport, where they were urged, asked, or whatever, to sponsor Soul Beach? That's what I said. So if they were not urged, asked, Minister could explain how that conversation went. Maybe I used the wrong verb. So how did that conversation go, if there was a conversation? Because if 100-something thousand from concessions can be used in advance for Soul Beach, why can't it be used in advance for other things that the country needs? And my issue with Soul Beach, that's the word of the day for me. Word of the last couple of months. Can be related to this. Here we have the famous boom that is now being placed in Maho area. The boom, which is on the access road to the Blue Marine and Point Prewet. This is the article where it was mentioned. And this boom is one of 3 booms, 3 security checkpoints on that road. Because Blue Marine already had a security checkpoint, Point Prewet already had a security checkpoint, and now there's a 3rd. And when asked, the Minister said there were 14 robberies in the last year, let's just say 14 reported robberies, it could have been more, in that area. And where the residents of the area put monies together after approval from VROMI to place the boom, to place a security checkpoint, to add extra security to the area. My issue is, We are bringing people to our country, people to our island. We are spending money to bring them here, and we can't even protect our own. The justice system is undermanned, understaffed, because they don't have the funds. If this is happening in Maho, and I live in Saunders, I live in St. Peters, I live in Dutch Quarter, I live in Sucker Garden, and I see, because of 14 violent crimes, this was implemented. Makes me wonder if anyone is abreast to what is happening outside of this area. Because, Madam Chair, contrary to the residents of Blue Marine and Point Puet that can afford added security for themselves, these other communities cannot. They simply cannot. But we don't have any money to add equipment to the justice system or money to expand the justice system, but we have money for things like a party. Although it brings revenues to the island, whether it's 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 30 million, anything in between, what happens to those that are already here? Because albeit on the French side, visitors of Soul Beach were robbed. They were robbed because Sint Maarten couldn't protect them. And this is no, again, it was on the French side, this is no shot to our justice workers. They do amazing work, but the facts are the facts. They're understaffed, they're undermanned, funded. And then, in closing, the article mentioned our fixation with the perceived divide within the DP party. Madam Chair, it's not fixation. As members of parliament, we simply ask the questions that the people want to have answers to. When articles like this are put out by the minister herself, stating, stand with your team, not against it, and we all know who the minister is speaking to, this can cause confusion. And quite frankly, Madam Chair, it's not fixation that caused us to ask the question, it was embarrassment. Because although we are not part of the coalition, we are still part of the total entity, which is government. And when I'm walking the road, and they say, what's going on with our ministers, buddy? I don't have no answers. So I have to come to Parliament and ask, what is going on? And when I read articles and I see, it's neither constructive nor wise to cast blame on colleague ministers for the sake of political convenience or public optics. That's a strong statement, Madam Chair, which, as a concerned member of Parliament, I have to ask what is going on. Madam Chair, I think the same way my colleague MP Labega said, we have to be wary of the words that we use, because using words like political opportunism, etc., it puts the wrong narrative out there. You can say you don't agree with what was said, but to say that we are opportunists, I find that's a very, very strong word. Strong word, Madam Chair. As a matter of fact, when we look back and we say, hey, we should not use certain words because of potential tarnishment of the event, and political posturing and political opportunism. I once read an article from the minister herself stating, where is it? One second, I don't want to misquote the minister. This was an article from the minister where she spoke out on the former CEO of the airport, Mr. Mingo, where it was stated that his employment was up His contract was up in December, and here we have the minister in July already saying he got to go. Is that not tarnishing his profession, his image? Coincidentally, this was in July, just before elections. Is this not political posturing? Here we have an announcement of a groundbreaking. I took another picture this time, Madam Chair. Remember the other one where, you know, we spoke about it, you didn't really want to be there? I took another picture where we have the marketplace being announced a week before elections. A week before. Madam Chair, we are a year removed from this groundbreaking. As a matter of fact, a groundbreaking with no building permit. Is this not political posturing? Madam Chair, I have many more articles that I could refer to. I'm not going to do that because I didn't come here for that, Madam Chair.
MP, the other articles are also on that size of paper.
Don't worry, Madam Chair.
No.
It was not done with the paper from Parliament.
No. I have a question. No, I wanted to say to you that... I'll tell you.
Go ahead, Madam Chair.
No, it's not coming over. If your intention was that big of a paper with that big print for it to be very visible on the screen because of the shiny paper that you're using, it's not. So I just wanted to let you know that. But you may continue with your big papers.
I'll elucidate on the pictures instead of letting people read it. Madam Chair, it was said that, you know, prior to post-Soul Beach, that the hotels experience a bump in 30, 20, 40% occupancy. I have a shiny paper here with the numbers from the SHTA. I think the people online can. Okay, we hold it this way. A little bit, a little shine. Yeah, a little better. Yeah. All right. Quality? Too much quality, yeah? Where the SHTA states that in May 2025, there was an occupancy of 72%, 72.7%. And in May 2024, an occupancy of 69% of hotels in timeshare. This is a major discrepancy, Madam Chair. Major discrepancy. And even when this came out, I didn't say anything, because I'm still waiting for the definite results that the minister spoke on. But since the minister said I'm fixated with the topic, I said I'll just share that. Anyway, moving on. Minister, I'm officially finished with Soul Beach, pending your answers. Madam Chair, moving on to the Ministry of Romy. I have here, sorry, Madam Chair, it's already printed, I have to show it. I have here a timeline that the minister, let me see, I have here a timeline that the minister, when the minister came to Parliament during a committee meeting, where he explained his steps towards zoning. Madam Chair, we're now in June, and I asked the minister during the CC where he stands and what's his status on a couple of these points that he has on this timeline. And Madam Chair, it was shocking to find out, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 out of the 9 items that were supposed to be done before June are not done. Madam Chair, I'll go as fast to say. So much papers. You take my paper, man. No, it's not that one. All right, MP Aaron, take my paper. But anyway. No. Anyway, Madam Chair, like I said, 8 of the 9 items are not completed. You see them here highlighted. MP Peterson, Can you see? 8 of the 9 items of the Vrommy Minister, as it pertains to zoning, are not completed. I take it even further. In an article, here it is. When I asked the minister during the CC for the plan map, the minister said the plan map has not been presented to COM. I asked for the stakeholder analysis. No stakeholder analysis has been done. The minister wants to refer and look into the stakeholder analysis that was done in the past. I asked about public consultation. Public consultation has not taken place yet. The minister wants to refer to stakeholder analysis from the past that was over 10 years ago, Madam Chair. I would think that if you're part of a community and you had an opinion 10 years ago, a lot of things has changed since then. Doesn't mean that your opinion is the same today. But here, the minister wants to look into using the old stakeholder analysis. I say all of this to say, Madam Chair, the Minister of Vrommy, although lately he's been very busy, I'm not seeing that translated into tangible actions outside of road resurfacing, which was started by his predecessor. And when speaking with the Minister of Finance, the minister said 22 million guilders outstanding in erfpacht in domain land, domain payments. But when I look back to an article from June 2024, when the minister took office, and I quote, "Working with larger long lease landholders to bring their canon payments up to date has been something," but at the time, Chief of Staff Rayon Peterson has championed since he was Member of Parliament and since he was the acting head of Domain Affairs, Minister Gum said. This allows government to earn more revenue with fair and equitable long leases, and we will continue these negotiations case-by-case basis. And Madam Chair, today we have 22 million still open in erfpacht. Makes me question, what has the minister been busy with? Also, in another article, this one was from November 2024, the Ministry of Vrommy will be making drastic changes in what will be allowed going forward where it pertains to development. While this may mean that in cases of both private and public land, people won't be able to build as they wish, the limitation and potential increases cost of building are outweighed by the safety, quality, and peace of mind it will bring to the population as a whole. The impact of this rain on homes, infrastructure, and economy is a testament to the fact that tough choices have to be made. I would like to know if the minister can explain to me what tough choices have been made since this article. Because the minister referenced that they will not be able to build as they wish, and I would like to know, did the minister change the building code since then? And which changes is he talking about? I also asked the minister, what plans does the minister have for the erosion issues in the hills? The minister pointed to the fact that he will be placing retention ponds to fix the erosion problems, and he later fixed it towards when it comes to flooding. Retention ponds, Madam Chair. I have a less shiny paper, smaller as well, saving paper, where can't see it, but there are different colors, and this constitutes the South Reward Mary Fancy area. The different colors represent the current drainage system. And the different colors means, in the legend, 5, 10, 20, 50, 100 years, basically saying when they are out of date, basically not to current day norms. In other words, the minister has a play-by-play on which channels he needs to upgrade, when, where, and how. But the minister is paying for a new research. The minister is adding retention ponds, while there was already a project and a study done on the matter which gives you a play-by-play on what has to happen. Yet the minister is doing something totally different. And then, Madam Chair, I saw an article recently where it was made public that there will be new garbage contract bidding coming up in September, and it expires on March 2026. I can remember a couple years ago, particular individuals were very adamant that they did not agree with the way the prior garbage contracts were awarded. They weren't in agreement with the policy of the then minister. So I would like to know from the Minister of Romy, what new policy does he have for this tender coming up in September? Because if you're against it while in opposition, I would assume that you fix it once you are in the seat. So I would like to know, what did the minister do on the matter? Madam Chair, in closing, I would like to go back to an article from January where I spoke on disjointedness and lack of synergy from the different ministries and different ministers vis-a-vis this government. And every time I give a minister a hard time, it's not because I find the project to be stupid, that is a Scooby-Doo plan, like how a former MP used to call it. It's because I don't see the cohesion in how it helps the total picture of where we're supposed to be going. Because as I said in a prior debate, if we're fixing or trying to fix issues in one ministry, but merely adding to the problem in another ministry, how are we moving forward? For example, we had issues prior to Soul Beach. Soul Beach came, people enjoyed themselves, Soul Beach is now gone, but money has been spent. The question is, are we in a better state today than we were before Soul Beach? And I understand the minister might say there were a couple of taxi drivers that got some funds, some hotels are happy. But Madam Chair, the same people, through you, who were homeless before Soul Beach, are homeless today. The same budgets that were underfunded are underfunded still today. We're building a new jail while we're telling a rehabilitation center like Turning Point, we have no funds to help you with your expansion. We're doing things like Soul Beach and other things, other nice projects, while at the mental health, people that stay in their rooms can still smell sewage. Why? Because of lack of funds. Madam Chair, again, Soul Beach, great idea. And I commended the minister on it when she first came with the idea. But I would like to challenge the minister and other ministers to look further than their own ministry. Because, Madam Chair, is one thing, and if I have to give the minister a compliment, she's a doer, and if she has her mind set on something, she can get a job done, by hook or crook. Right? And that's a positive characteristic. But at the same time, the minister says she's a team player. And I understand back when she was doing a lot of team playing, it was not appreciated. We spoke about this in October and December, where I praised the minister for the things she was doing. Now, I would like to urge the minister, seeing that she's one of the few that's capable of doing it, to look further than her own ministry. I know that's a bad word once you're in the seat, but if this government, as the Prime Minister stated, is focused and functioning as one unit, then that should not be a hard question or a hard challenge to ask. Because the creativity, the push, the drive that the minister and the will that the minister exhibited with all things Soul Beach over the last couple of months, because she went through a lot of scrutiny. If the Prime Minister would have that help during deliberations with GB as it pertains to GB relief, Madam Chair, I'm sure we could go from 67 cents to 10, 11 cents overnight. Because all this creativity, we need to use that it helps not some, but many or all of the St. Maarten people. All that creativity can be used in the GB relief. So I would like to ask the good Minister of Tiat, seeing that she's also the, what do you call it, the Deputy Prime Minister, to assist, to sit in on the meetings with the Prime Minister concerning GB relief, because I think he needs some help. Backup is also always well received. I also read in one of the articles from the Prime Minister that, and it's something that's constantly referred to, that anyone that would attempt or think to do anything with this government is not listening to the signal of the people that was sent out in August last year. Madam Chair, there's one thing about sentiment and there's one thing about feelings. They go and come with the wind, and they move with the tide. It's like a wave. They come and they go. And something that stood out to me, a topic that I hold near and dear, the cannabis legislation. There was recently a survey held where the question was asked, do you trust this government to regulate the cannabis industry fairly and transparently? Madam Chair, only 17.6% of the people said yes. That leaves an overwhelming percentage that think otherwise. So that message, and I'm saying this to you, Madam Chair, and all the ministers, the message that was sent last year, don't rest on...
MP York, with your indulgence, great. I see MP Myers is requesting the floor for an interruption. MP Myers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to add some, a little clarity to that, because when it refers to this government, it must be stated that contracts was already signed before this government sat down. So you have to take that into consideration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Myers. MP York, you may continue.
Thank you for that clarification, but Madam Chair, at the end of the day, when a question like this is posed to the public is not looking into details. The public is looking in today's reality. Today's reality, they see that this government is going to be the one to distribute and the industry fairly and transparently. They're not looking at who signed what 2 years ago or whatever. Things need to be distributed.
MP Myers, with that, I guess you're asking for the floor for an interruption. Yes, you have the floor.
Again, although it is not this government, and the people may not look at it in detail, what is important to mention on the floor here in Parliament, because the cannabis legislation must come to the floor. Contracts was already signed, and this information is for public consumption already. So the question that was being asked, we did not determine whether the people they asked already knew that the contract was signed, and it's already been distributed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, Madam Chair, I would like to thank the good MP Myers, but I would also like to add to what the good MP just said. Because MP Myers would also know what's also open for public consumption is who was the lawyer of this cannabis company. And the point is...
MP, wait, just listen. Rustig. MP, you...
Through you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, of course, and you're talking, we don't have the possibility, unless it's an interruption, to have a discussion or a debate between MPs. So, MP York, you may...
Well, I think,
continue.
Madam Chair, there are some ministers, a particular minister, that will be fully in agreement with all things that were signed back then, seeing that they oversaw the negotiations. So I don't think it matters who signed the paper, it matters who is executing the contract. And that is what the survey was about. So I want to thank MP Myers for a good conversation, but at the end of the day, it doesn't change anything. Madam Chair, contrary to the conversation that was just had, I have no issues with the Minister of Justice. As a matter of fact, I know that she's going through a crisis right now, but I would like to have the answers to my questions. Because if we're working towards making St. Maarten a safer place, if we're working towards handling serious things such as the new jail, we need to know where we stand to know where we're going. And that's all that my questions revolve around. What is the number of inmates? How much does an inmate cost per day? How much will the new prison cost operationally? What will the carrying capacity be when it comes to funds after the new jail is made? And how much money will be available for rehabilitation of inmates after the jail is done? I don't think that is too much to ask, Madam Chair. Checking to see if anything is left unturned. Madam Chair, I'll rest until the second round. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Darrell York. I check my speakers list, and we have next up, we have MP Irian. MP Irian, you have the floor.
Good night, Madam Chair, Secretary General, colleagues, members of Parliament, the Honorable Minister of Finance and her support staff, the Honorable Minister of TIAT and her support staff, those of you in the Tribune and the viewing public at large, good evening. Madam Chair, MP La Cruz was probably reading my notes because, yes, I also have a few motions, 4 to be exact, going from very light to a little heavier. And like he said, for me, it also matters on the questions posed tonight and the answers and responses given by the ministers on which ones will be used. Time for finger pointing at the previous administration has to end. I quote my good colleague, MP Viren Kotai, and I wholeheartedly agree with the MP and his point. But the same MP goes on to take shots at the former administration MPs and the former administration itself for having the very same concerns that the MP brought forward today regarding the dividend withholding tax and why the legislation is being brought at the wrong time. The MP also goes on to use the same arguments that the MPs from the former administration brought forward. But in this case, I'd like to remind the MP himself that he's also a legislator, and to date has brought no laws or motions to deal with the same taxes he has concerns for. Absolutely nothing. I hope to see this MP eventually bring legislation to a parliament dealing with taxes, dealing with town, dealing with Phillipsburg, dealing with Front Street soon, instead of just talking.
MP Irian, with your indulgence, I see MP Kotai has taken the lectern for interruption, and I give MP Kotai the opportunity for a brief interruption.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Well, being very new to Parliament, I definitely plan to. But other than that, I'll repeat. It's astonishing to me that one can sit at the seat of the Minister of Finance and only after he's out of the ministry has all the bright ideas for tax reform. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Kotai. MP Irian, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I assume the good MP would have said that. So those statements will also be answered in the next few statements. But as I mentioned, to date, the MP has brought no motions, no legislation, absolutely nothing regarding those same taxes. But I do hope to see legislation come soon from the MP, and I'm also willing to even help the MP with the legislation when and if he does bring the legislation to Parliament. But if the MP wants a reminder about the former administration versus the new administration, I will start with the funds, right? The prison that is currently being built came from the funds fought for by the former Minister of Justice, Anna Elaine Richardson. The beautiful concrete side roads, like today, came from the CapEx funds, also brought by the former administration. The tax system that the current government did not fight for, which we did 2 years over, was also from the former administration. The CapEx money, the beautiful paved asphalt roads, also from the former administration. The VSR shelter, the HAP, also from the former VSR minister, former administration. The cancelled National Youth Pitch, also from the former administration. Financial Literacy Month, also from the former administration. The downgraded Financial Literacy Month, also from the former administration. The IT hardware that all the Ministry of Environment and Finance has today, the CapEx that's there in government right now for all the other ministries, also former administration. The jubilees that we recently approved also came from the former administration. The vacation pay that we all just recently got, and some MPs thanked me for, also the former administration. The COLA, also the former administration. The budget, the CapEx right now for the Prince William Alexander School, also from the former administration. And I could go on and on and on. But what we have now from the current government, parties for the government, Soul Beach, more parties, and increased taxes for the business community, as the MP already mentioned in his speech. So my question would be now, what investment money has this administration brought? So if you look at the budget 2025, we had CapEx in 2023. So the budget we are approving now, what current capital investments we have not rolled over from the former administration can we see today in budget 2025? That's a question posed, Madam Chair. In addition to that, what guarantee can we get that any investments in budget 2025 today that we are approving, or tomorrow, or whenever the budget hopefully is approved, what guarantee can we get that the CapEx will be given to St. Maarten based on budget 2025? What guarantee is that? Can I get a timeline for funds? When can we expect it? Any kind of infrastructure money, any additional money, because again, the money that we're seeing today is money based on the vision of a government of the past. And if we look at the CFT comments, I doubt we get any. If we look at the CFT comments from the Uitvoerings Rapportage 2024 on the last quarter 2024, I highly doubt we see any approval for investment in 2025 or 2026. Madam Chair, I see, or heard actually through you, Madam Chair, 3 references regarding a cartoon, what we call an explainer video, that yes, I myself posted and it has shared a few times already. It was stated that it's a not so factual cartoon. And through you, Madam Chair, the minister herself said, though, that she's going to bring an expert to explain us in Parliament. So I would wait on the expert to maybe be the one to explain if or not the cartoon is factual or not. Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask the Minister of Finance, is the minister aware that several members of her own coalition were unaware of the implementation of this dividend withholding tax? So be it ministers or MPs. If this tax is supposed to help the country, why didn't the minister take the time to explain clearly to the public? As I said before, the timing of this tax in written form and verbally is not right. Madam Chair, the minister also went on to explain in her press release and also in press briefing that the Ministry of Finance is data-driven and we execute the legislation and laws all based on data. But the minister also went on to say that the information that the government will be receiving approximately 10 million guilders based on a similar or those similar tax being presented in Bonnier. But what the minister failed to also say, Madam Chair, is that in Bonnier, they don't have profit tax. So businesses don't have that burden. So it's an unfair comparison to believe that in St. Maarten, we get 10 million guilders, and Bonnier the same. But in addition to that, St. Maarten has way more businesses than Bonnier. So if you're making a comparison, how come Bonnier gets $7 million and St. Maarten gets 10 million guilders? The numbers are just off. But the other surprising fact, Madam Chair, is that the minister also mentioned that the local businesses will not be affected. So, in other words, from the DWT, the dividend withholding tax, the government of St. Maarten will be making 10 million guilders solely off of foreign businesses, foreign entities. Let me turn into a question, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask the Minister of Finance, is the Minister of Finance saying that the 10 million guilders that are supposed to be budgeted in 2026 will only be made off of foreign businesses, foreign shareholders? Please confirm that. Because what we're saying then is foreign shareholders alone are putting up at least 100 million guilders, at the very least. Could be taking 10% of that, which would mean that the budget 2026 will be astronomical because business will be booming on St. Maarten based on the figures given by the ministry. Madam Chair, I would like to ask, since the Minister of TIAT is sitting before us, I'd like to ask the Minister of TIAT if, or her stance on the dividend withholding tax, seeing her press release on micro, small, medium enterprises and how our current tax system does not do them justice. So I would like to ask the Minister of TIAT, do you believe that the dividend withholding tax currently positively benefits or affects micro, small, and medium enterprises? Or it does not affect them? Because the Minister of Finance said local businesses would not be affected. So I want the Minister of TIAT to confirm if, based on her knowledge, because I'm assuming it also was approved or went through Council of Ministers, that the dividend withholding tax does not affect micro, small, and medium businesses that are NVs or BVs. In the opening speech of the Minister of Finance, the minister also mentioned that a meeting will be held later on to discuss the tax. But the Committee of Finance has requested over weeks ago to have a meeting in particular on taxes and reforms and so forth and so forth. So it was very surprising to me to see that all of a sudden, out of the blue, during the budget debate, that a tax is announced and implementation will be January 1st, when the Parliament, the body, I heard MP Rayon say also that he believes a tax rate should come to Parliament, and I also agree. Right? Even though, yes, the ability of having it enacted because the law was approved 25 years ago, but the fact is our realities are not the same. Our realities are not the same. So why couldn't we then have the meeting? Why didn't we just hold a meeting on taxes? Then all MPs would not have been blindsided by this sudden tax to come out. Through you, Madam Chair, can the minister explain in her original article, it was described that the dividend withholding tax is a landmark reform introduced under her leadership, but now claims it was originated in 2022. I have a lot of comments about that, so I really would like to understand, is it a landmark new tax created under her leadership, or was this something that started and looked into in 2022? Through you, Madam Chair, how can the minister say that this tax mainly targets foreign investors when in reality, every single business owner in St. Maarten, locals included, will have to pay when they take out dividends. So the company, once you want to pay dividends to the shareholders, the company has to withhold and pay to government. So the law doesn't state a difference of only foreigners to be held back or locals to be held back, because it's not even described in the law based on what I've read in the past. Typically, Madam Chair, when we sit in the Council of Ministers, even if you have your own initiative, you bring this initiative to the body, the Council of Ministers. Has the Council of Ministers approved the implementation plan for this tax? And can that be shared with Parliament? I don't need to have the advice. I just want to know if the implementation plan of this tax has been approved, so not the law itself, not the LBA, but has the plan of implementation been approved by the Council of Ministers? And can that plan be shared with Parliament? And the minister also mentioned in her opening remarks that the dividend withholding tax does not have to do much with the budget debate, or doesn't have to do the budget debate. I wholeheartedly disagree with that statement, because to get the law in effect, to execute the law, you have to take the steps today. You have to take steps today. So a public awareness campaign, has the ministry, Madam Chair, has the ministry started a public awareness campaign? How much is budgeted for this public awareness campaign? In the minister's own press release, the minister also stated that there will be a need for new IT systems. The IT systems are not going to be purchased in 2026 for a lot to be effective in January 1st. So of course, the law affects budget 2025. So the next question would be, what IT systems was the minister referring to in her press release that needs to be updated? What is the cost of these IT systems? Is it the same IT systems that the government did not appeal in terms of the new tax system? My next question would be, wouldn't we need a portal for these business owners to input their data in the system? What is the cost of having the portal for the tax office? What is the cost for having a portal for the tax office, and is it budgeted? And if it's budgeted or part of the TAWIO package, is it possible to have that portal itself be paid separately without a tender, or would a new tender be put out? Because if the tender wasn't put out, then how can we implement this new tax if the systems are not in place? How? It was stated that the cartoon, which talked about this, the cash flow also, is not so factual. So my questions today will be able to get all the facts from the minister or the ministry. Can the minister guarantee that there will be no cash flow disruptions or refund delays for businesses receiving, as the minister claimed, credited tax in the following year, for example? Has the minister, with the tax administration, confirmed whether the current IT systems can even process or track dividend withholdings in 2026? In one of the press releases, comparisons were made to Curacao, Aruba, and other places. But in all those other countries, they didn't just adopt a law 25 years ago, they amended their law or made their law to reflect their current realities. So why were no exemptions, incentive, or carve-outs included for reinvesting dividends? The minister again compared St. Maarten or the tax to Bonaire. But Bonaire applies a 5% dividend tax, and Curacao often applies 0 for non-residents. So what is the rationale then for St. Maarten applying the highest combined rate in the region without any competitive plan to attract or keep investments? I would like to, through you, Madam Chair, for the minister to name one single regional jurisdiction with both a 34.5% corporate tax or profit tax And on top of that, a 10% dividend withholding tax with no exemptions. Name one entity. Matter of fact, St. Maarten is not just the highest when it comes to corporate taxes in the region, we're actually top 20 in the world. In the world. Through you, Madam Chair, can the minister honestly say that introducing this tax now, with no exemptions and no consultation, is the best way to help a recovering economy? If this tax is really about fairness, why roll it out without fairness in the process? And Madam Chair, because again, and which is, I would say, very typical with the current administration, we say one thing, then we backtrack, and then we blame the former administration when it seems to be bad, but when it's good, we take the credit. I want to be very clear. Yes, the Ministry of Finance, we did start the process of looking at a number of taxes in 2020. Matter of fact, we started in 2021 with that process. Before I came, they also started looking into a few other taxes, but I know for sure we started phase one, looking at phase one between 2021 and 2022, and continue to 2023. But we were looking at many different taxes. We had meetings with the friend side to discuss potential sin taxes. And there we discussed, hey, if Dutch side implements sin taxes, we need to ensure that the friend side also does it simultaneously, because we can't have the uneven disparity and persons who went over to the other side to buy goods and not buying it on our side. The dividend yield tax was also part of the package to look into and research in phase one. And we also discussed making amendments to it to ensure that we are matched up regionally. In addition to that, we also had the motor vehicle tax for dual tap motor vehicles with a higher rate for vehicles above a certain weight. All of that was in the same package, Madam Chair. We also had the formal tax law, the AL, all of that is the same package, Madam Chair. And surprise to surprise, what the minister mentioned recently, the repealing of inheritance tax, the repealing of the land tax, all of that was done, yes, with the former administration, and yes, part of the same package of phase one. But what's interesting, Madam Chair, what we started to do was decided we're going to ensure that we're going to punish the business community first. That's what it seemed like to me. Because in that same package, or actually no, in phase two, there's also, and which we were pushing, to tax casinos and lotteries to ensure that they pay TOT. And the minister can confirm this. So what I'll do is ask a question. Minister, all the laws that I just mentioned, were they not part of phase one and the gambling tax? Wasn't the former administration already working on the gambling tax to ensure that casinos and lotteries pay their fair share, to ensure that they also pay TOT? So my question is, why didn't we start there? I agree, we can't have champagne dreams on a bare budget, but what we can't tax the casinos and lotteries first, which is already there. Why can't we proceed there first? Madam Chair, in either, because I stand to be corrected, in either phase one or phase two, and I believe it was phase one, the repeal did not only include inheritance tax, the repeal didn't only include the land tax, the repeal also included the tax holiday. But conveniently, in no press release from the government, they mentioned the tax holiday being repealed. So my question to you, Madam Chair, to the government, is the government going to continue the process of the former administration of 2022 to repeal the tax holiday? Since we like to go back to 2022, let's stick to 2022. Is the current government, is the current coalition going to stick to the repeal of the tax holiday? And can that be given to Parliament? Matter of fact, can all of the lists of legislation from phase 1 and phase 2 be sent to Parliament before the second round? Because again, it's very convenient the legislation we choose to do and choose not to do. So yes, Madam Chair, we had so many different taxes that definitely would have avoided the general burden of the population, but we chose not to do those taxes conveniently. We chose to increase the burden on corporations that are already struggling from Hurricane Irma, COVID, tariffs, among others. In continuing with my line of questions, Madam Chair, in the Ministry of Finance, in the presentation, expenses came in at $90 million below what was planned. How much of that is because of the budget was passed late, or how much of it is because spending didn't just happen? Through you, Madam Chair, has the ministry figured out how much of the money that was spent in the first quarter will still need to be spent in the second or third quarter? Is it realistic to assume that the tax income will grow by 3% or just because the economy grows, or do we have to look at real compliance? So in the budget it mentions, yes, we expect increased taxes because of 3% economy, but is it just growing the economy, or is it that we're going to expect or enforce compliance? And if that turns out to be wrong, is there a backup plan to adjust the numbers mid-year? Right now, we're already mid-year already. I believe the budget should already had the actuals in it, as the minister mentioned in one of her prior answers, that ideally the budget would have had the actuals already. So if the numbers change mid-year or next couple of months, can we expect a budget amendment with figures going downwards? Madam Chair, the payments, through you, Madam Chair, I appreciate, I don't know what happened or transpired in the last 28 to 36 hours, but I saw that the ministers started to send confidential, the documents that we've been requesting. It's very ironic that we didn't get them in CC, and we get them just before, some according to MP York and MP Doran, but we get them just before the public meeting. But when we look at the payments above, I want to confirm, I want the Minister of Finance to confirm, Madam Chair, that the document above with all the payments, allegedly all the payments, above 50,000 guilders that was supposed to be sent to us weeks ago, not even for CC or this budget, can the Minister confirm, again, can the Minister confirm that all the payments are there? The promise was to send all the payments. Again, I'm going to ask again, can the Minister confirm that nothing was left out? Because if I know certain businesses or entities were paid and they're not there, it's very, in Dutch what they say, very opvallend. So again, I'm going to confirm, ask the Minister to confirm with all of her staff, if anything was left out. And secondly, if the Minister left them out, explain why they were left out. So if they were redacted, why they were redacted for each one. Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask, I'll now go on to the Ministry of Rummy. Minister of Rummy, is it true that a high-ranking staff filed a complaint against the SG of Rummy and the Minister of Rummy for being forced to sign and approve any documents? Again, is it true that a high-ranking staff within the Ministry of Rummy filed a complaint against the SG and the Minister of Rummy for being forced to sign documents? And if it's not against the Minister, or if it's not against the Minister of the SG, who is the complaint filed against? in the presentation from the Minister of Finance, it stated that, or we saw actually, that the fees were very backlogged. So with the backlog in fees from government, what is the ministry going to do to collect long lease fees? The government keeps saying they need money, but they have money. They have money to collect. But it seems like some people are off limits. There are individuals, there are entities that are off limits when it comes to collecting. But the small man is always a target. We don't see that same energy being spent on particular entities or individuals versus when it comes to quote-unquote locals. And I believe we'll be back here for Budget 2026, and I'm sure we'll hear the same comments and answers when it comes to collecting fees or backlog of fees within the government apparatus. Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to know about the CapEx that was left there by the former administration, since we'd like to emphasize on that, for Dutch Quarter, the Dutch Quarter Road, and the sewage network. I'd also like to know about the stormwater pumps, the status of that. I heard a tender went out, it failed, and there's no update. I know the process of going digital within the building permits department had already started. What is the update on that? Where are we with that? And what are we doing to increase the revenues of domain affairs? I'll now go on to questions by the Ministry of AZ. The former administration was looking into the process of the lawyer, the legal entity of the government going through an official procedure. Will the current administration do a tender, or is there any kind of plans for the current administration to do a tender for the legal, the lawyer of the government? What we see is we have a lawyer for government that's basically on retainer, but every single ministry has their own lawyer, and then every minister or cabinet again has their own lawyer. So we spend millions and millions of guilders on lawyers, the lawyer fees, when we're supposed to have our own. And I know the former Prime Minister was looking into this and going through a process of putting out a tender on being able to have an official lawyer entity for government. Looking at the invoices upstairs, I see that we've paid out some court-related fees. So I would like to ask, how much money have you spent currently on paying out any sort of court-related fees? How many court cases is the government currently in, or how many court cases has the government been in since the start of the year, or let's say the start of the term? And how much do we have to potentially pay out? And how much has been paid out? I'll now move on to VSR. Why is there no update in the budget 2025 about the audit or recovery plan or the settlement agreements for the arrears of SAV in full? SAV right now needs 6 million guilders per month. We are paying them, we were paying them last year, according to the answers, about 5 million. So we are now increasing our debt to SAV and the OZR about 1 million guilders every month. When the former administration was there, we came in and we met a similar situation. We had to, SAV was asking for, I believe, 4.2, and we were paying them 3.6. So every month we just increasing our debt to SAV. And we came in and we said, no, we're going to stop the bleeding, and we matched whatever payment it was. And in 3 months again, they needed more money, and then that process continued. So I'm asking now, since the government is saying they have an over 15 million guilder surplus in the first quarter, why can't SAV be paid the amount that they need to be paid to stop the bleeding of government? That 50 million guilders would have definitely covered the surplus. So through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask the Minister of VSR Have you had these conversations with the Minister of Finance? Have you had these conversations with SFV? Is it correct that SFV needs 6 million guilders and we're paying them 5 million guilders? What amount are we paying SFV per month for OZR? The previous administration had an agreement for 95 million guilders that we both agreed on after months of discussions with SWAB, after months of discussions with CFT. We reached to a point where they even said, listen, that's the best agreement we could get, right, on both sides. Let's get this over with. 95 million guilders. I understood that the current administration threw it off the table and starting the whole process over again with the same entities that told us, go ahead. And now, since the deal was off the table, it went from 95 million guilders to 135 million guilders. I'd like the Minister of VSR to confirm what I just said, so everything I just said regarding the agreements, 95 million, etc., and what that total amount is, and if the old deal is off the table because they're starting the process over again with SWAB. And I want the Minister of VSR to confirm all these answers before the Minister comes into Parliament with the Ministry of Finance and SFV. Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to now move on to a few questions for the Ministry of TIAT. Minister, you had a very full town hall meeting from what I saw and heard. I also understood that the ministry is taking the lead on the so-called building to come on the old government parking lot. What I want to confirm is why isn't this being done by the Ministry of Assets? So the construction of building that's coming in the old parking lot, or the old government building, the whole location over there where some of the vendors are, why isn't that not being led by the Ministry of Assets and VROMI? Or at the very least, a committee of all three. Matter of fact, that question goes to VROMI and AZET also. Is there a committee between the three ministries for that building? What I can say, I do appreciate, is that the minister did mention that Parliament still has to decide on the Parliament building, so at least Parliament wasn't totally left out. In addition to that, Madam Chair, I'd like to know if Parliament will get a say, or a meeting will be held with Parliament, not just in a Parliament building, but also regarding what our vision is for the beautification of Phillipsburg. Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to confirm and maybe even congratulate the minister on, I understood that a few months ago, that the minister with the BTP approved Starlink on St. Maarten. So, Minister, I'd like to confirm, because I also see the Dutch side of the island being able to access Starlink now. So I want to confirm if the minister and BTP finalize that agreement or arrangement, because we saw nothing in the media, saw nothing anywhere, and persons still have concerns if it's legal or not. So I'd like the minister to confirm if she signed off, if there's a decree. It was a big issue a couple months ago, I think late last year. So can we get a decree? What document can we get to show that the ministry, the minister, BTP, officially approves Starlink for local consumption? Through you, Madam Chair, the Minister of Finance has repeatedly mentioned or saying that the budget is transparent and legally sound and reflects our joint decisions. But what does that really mean in practice? How is the public to see that this is true? In her opening remarks, the minister also mentioned two key words: transparency and legal compliance. But the battle to get information and documents through, Madam Chair, has been just that, a battle for members of Parliament that want to ensure transparency and legal compliance. Madam Chair, an MP before me spoke and mentioned a very interesting term, confirmation bias. And with that, I would like to say, regarding confirmation bias, people are always clinging to what they want to hear, discarding the evidence that doesn't fit with their beliefs, giving greater weight to evidence that does. But there's no bias when it comes to facts. And the fact is, the cost for Soar Beach increased more than $500,000. Why? Because we also paid over 40,000 guilders for police officers for Soar Beach, based on the answers given by the Minister of TIAD. So there's no bias there. That's a fact. But the thing is, in my questioning in the CC, I didn't ask the ministry or the minister for an approximate figure. I asked specifically. My question was, how was this spent? How many ministries contributed to the police officers that helped us out from Aruba and Curacao for Soar Beach? How many ministries contributed? How much money was given per ministry? Which line item those ministries used to cover this cost? So, because the answers given by the minister in the report states it was an interministerial decision. That would mean that every ministry gives money from their department and then carries it over to the Ministry of Justice. So, which ministry, which line item, and how much per ministry? Matter of fact, Madam Chair, since I see that the government is now in the mood to actually send accurate information and documents, can we get even the first 2 pages of that document, of the advice? Redact whatever sensitive information that you don't want to put in, but just leave the figures. I'd like to ask the Minister of Finance and the Minister of TIAD, was there a decree needed for this? Because I don't see that in the amount given. Through you, Madam Chair, the Minister of TIAD in her answer stated in the report given in the CC, and I really appreciate having the report because in December we had a different answer when we asked questions on Soar Beach. In January we had different answers when we asked questions about Soar Beach. Last week we had different answers again when we asked questions about Soar Beach, but now everything is in writing. So now we can't change around the answers anymore. In the answers, it stated the port gave $175,000 from the outstanding concession fees. In a prior answer given by the ministry, it stated the port paid out money on the advance of the year before. That was in December. In another answer, it was stated the money came out of the concession fees, just out of the budget. But now, today we understand that the concession fees existed, 4 million guilders, and the port gave an additional $175,000 for Soar Beach. No, before I talk. Oh. The port gave an additional $175,000 for Soar Beach, Madam Chair. So what I would like then is confirmation. In the budget has a concession for Soar Beach. If the port gives an additional $175,000 for Soar Beach, where is it in the budget? It's not reflected in the budget. And if you're going to take on an additional amount of money, there should be some type of documentation to show this. So please, Madam Chair, because that would mean that the budget right now is off by at the very least $175,000. And I went back and I checked, the budget 2024, it wasn't there. I went back and I checked, the budget amendment 2024, it wasn't there. So Beach was paid according to the answers given prior between December, January. So Madam Chair, where in the budget are we seeing the extra income from the port of $175,000? Because again, that would then show that the budget is off. But the concessions are already accounted for, the $4 million, and the ministry or the government says an additional $175,000 given as concession fees owed. Matter of fact, it is also stated that the port owes 13 million guilders. So my next question would be, if the port owes 13 million guilders, where is that reflected? Is that reflected in the current income of 2025? Because we get those answers, but we don't see it anywhere as receivables in the budget. So I would like confirmation from the Ministry of TIAT, the Minister of Finance. What is the 13 million guilders? Is it only concession fees from the port? Is that number accurate? Does the number was given prior in written form? So does the port owe 13 million guilders? And if the port owes 13 million guilders, and in a time span of December to January, we could just cough up $250,000, that means the port has a lot of cash available to give up to the government that they owe already anyway. So if the port owes 13 million guilders, what I would like to see is not just so Beach get money, what I would also like to see is we go after the port and say, hey, we need money also for the breakfast programs for the school. That's why I would like to see the money from the port also go to. I would also like to see the port say, hey, you owe 30 million guilders, let's take that money that is owed to government, right, and go towards GB for financial relief to the people that are suffering from GB. That's what I would also like to see. I would also like to see the port give that money then and go to rehab programs for the youth. So again, if we can take out the money from the port without any sort of accountability, because again, it's not reflected, can we then use that same money, right, for other items also? But again, where is that reflected? Madam Chair, through you, to remove all the bias from Soul Beach and the discussions, and I know that's something that all ministers and MPs are all about, transparency and legal compliance. I will be presenting a motion in the second round, and the motion will ensure accountability. And lastly, I'd like to say transparency is not a courtesy, it's a constitutional duty. Legal compliance is not optional. It is a foundation of trust between the people and their government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irian. I check my list, and I have the next speaker up is MP Ludmila De Wever. MP De Wever, you have the floor.
Good evening to everyone. Well, Madam Chair Lady, all of a sudden, we have a very good distraction from the Minister of Finance in the form of 10% dividend withholding tax that distracted all of us from budget discussion for the most part. And we're here now talking about tax reform instead of the budget. I find it pretty interesting, but it's about a law that, an old law that we carried over from the Netherlands Antilles that was lying dormant there like the Sable volcano until we had the time to activate it now. And that's just the part that scares me the most. But all I wanted to say was gold stars and thumbs up, to the Minister of Finance for distracting everyone from the budget 2025 with this 10% withholding tax. I have my other questions coming in the second round. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP De Wever. The next speaker is MP Franklin Myers. MP Myers, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and a good evening to my colleagues here in Parliament, radio listeners, televiewers, to honorable ministers that are here those of you in the Tribune and those of you listening via social media. Madam Chair, I will not be long because I believe that the people of St. Maarten has actually listened to this debate already in January. And if you cannot say what you have to say in an hour and a half and then some, then you just like the sound of your own voice. I want to echo the statements from my colleague MP Ludmila de Weaver, where she said, you know, the distraction of the 10% proposed tax, because it went from being a sole beach budget to now a dividends budget. And, you know, I told the Minister of TIAT, I said, you know, opportunity only looks like opportunity when you're looking back on it. Every ounce of opportunity that you're looking, that is in front of you, looks like risk. And we are here where we are as a country based on developments that we have. We can brag about the best airport and harbor facilities and all of these things that we have done as a country. All of those things looking forward look to us like risk. And today, when we look back at them, we can say, okay, they worked out. Some of the things are going to work out, and some of the things are not going to work out. It's life. But some people just won't grasp that. And again, one of the things that astonishes me, Madam Chair, and I have the luxury of history that a lot of my colleagues don't have. I remember members of the minority faction stating that the very proposals, the very things that they're claiming now were signed off by the Leona cabinet before she was selling out to the Dutch. And I hate to bring up old things, but it's important to mention because the impression is being given that governing of St. Maarten started 4 years ago in 2020. And before that, nothing existed. And everything from the road programs to everything now was done under their administration. But you hear that governing is a continuous thing, continuity. And whenever the ministers acknowledge that they have continued a program, they're also being praised for that. But whenever and they're constantly reminded of those that this is what we did. This is what we did. But I sat in here as a member of parliament and heard members of the then minority faction saying the Leona cabinet, Marlon Romeo cabinet is selling out to the Dutch based on the agreements that government benefited from. And you know, does St. Maarten have problems? And that's one of the fundamental problems with St. Maarten, Madam Chair. Everyone knows the problems, but we don't contribute to the solution to those problems. Here it is, we have an initiative, and I'm going to bring up Soul Beach. We have an initiative where an opportunity presented itself for us to recapture something that we had lost because of a natural disaster in 1995. Because of a natural disaster, the opportunity presented themselves. Bear in mind, the promoters of this function could have gone to St. Kitts. They could have gone to Antigua. They could have gone to many of the other neighboring islands. And we jumped at the opportunity. And today is the first time since 1995 that we as an island, has hosted an event. And I always try to look at things, what if I was the investor? What if I wanted to do something in St. Maarten? What if someone else is looking to do something in St. Maarten? And you're hearing all of the labels that are being leveled, misappropriation of funds and illegal transfers of money. These are the things that you're hearing. And you have connections throughout this world. You have connections, and all of a sudden your reputation by the highest legislative body is being put put to question, then it makes me wonder, well, if I would want to invest in St. Maarten. And this is where St. Maarten has taken a wrong turn. Because I remember St. Maarten where we welcomed development, where we welcomed these kind of things. Where I remember 1995, the excitement around Simbad when he wanted to promote such a thing in St. Maarten. I remember after we was devastated by Hurricane Lewis in 1995, and many of my colleagues in here at that time was young children. I remember a local businessman to put St. Maarten back on the map, the tourism map. Out of his own money, paid for a major prize fight down at the Atlantis Casino back in the days. It was covered on HBO. So it shows that not only foreign investors, but local investors that have this country at heart did what they had to do to get St. Maarten to where it needed to be. But today, it seems like whenever we have any kind of good news, it's somehow shot down by bad news. And then again, I say, I heard my good colleague and good friend, and I don't want anyone to think he's not my friend, Arian Artwell came with a lot of good suggestions just now in regards to the monies from the harbor. Very good suggestions. But my good colleague sat there as Minister of Finance for 4 years. For 4 years, and he could have implemented those very good suggestions. He could have taken the money from the harbor and implemented it in the food program. So all of these things I'm going to encourage you, Minister, to try and do. Try and do, because they are good programs and they should have been done in 4 years.
MP Myers, if you would allow me to give MP Irian the opportunity for an interruption.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
MP Irian, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you may know, MP Myers, I have a long history of going back and forth in Parliament.
It's a love-hate relationship.
First of all, I'd like to say, Madam Chair, that no one, we've stated before, no one has an issue with Soul Beach or any other event happening. What I guess the MP does not believe in is transparency and legal compliance in following the different laws that we have, because that's the only argument that I've brought forward. And again, the comments pertaining to the other programs, yes, I'm sitting on no, because again, if the port has the 13 million guilders to give up, right, then we have the money now to do that. We didn't have the money in 2020 and 2021 during COVID, but we did bring 300 million guilders here to support all the businesses on the island.
Madam Chair?
MP, you have a second one, or you just remain in standing there?
He's just holding on for round 2.
In the event of.
Madam Chair,
So MP Myers.
I am all for compliance and accountability. I've always said every member of Parliament has a right to hold the members of the Council of Ministers accountable. But we have taken accountability to the point we act like it's ownership. We want to sit on the chair of the Council of Ministers. We want to ask them about the decisions that they make. And here in this Parliament, Madam Chair, there are 9 of us who've already sat as ministers and would not have accepted and did not accept the overreaching by Parliament over when they were ministers. So again, I say, accountability and ownership is 2 different things, Madam Chair.
MP Myers, with your indulgence, MP York wishes to make a brief interruption. MP York.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, as MP Myers said, he's been in this House way before me and way before a lot of parliamentarians. But what I understood, one of the main roles of a parliamentarian, MP in this House, is oversight, right? And the MP is legally allowed to ask for documents. The only thing that, for example, my person have done for the last 6 months is ask for documents. If the MP, the good MP, finds that is overreaching, then I'm lost for words for what his definition of what the MP is and what the MP is supposed to do as it pertains to oversight over the sitting government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP York. And MP Myers, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the interruption, MP York. One of the statements made, for example, was the taxing of casinos. And my question to you was, and there was a legislation, phase 1, that was from Minister of Finance. Was it signed? Was phase 1 implemented? Because, again, basically and sign is two different things. And Madam Chair, you see, why I bring this up is because when the argument or the discussion gets to the point where there is no further argument, and then it becomes personal. And I'm going to explain why. A little while ago in one of my interruptions to MP Darrell York, I mentioned the discussion was about the cannabis legislation. And when the discussion was not, when he had nothing else to come with, so to speak, his thing was, who was the lawyer for the cannabis legislation? So taking a shot at the now sitting Minister of Justice. But she was contractually bound by the government to provide advice to the government. Like many lawyers throughout St. Maarten that has agreements and many facilitators that government pay to facilitate for their services. But the ultimate decision, Madam Chair, is that of the government to make, not of the lawyer. And one of the members that were speaking, one of the members of parliament that was speaking today clearly stated that, in pertains to justice, clearly stated that they are speaking in an advisory role, not a decision-making role.
MP Myers, if you would allow me to give MP Irian the opportunity for an interruption.
Thank you. Yes, I have to defend my new protege from National Alliance, MP York. I know he hasn't been through much battles as much as me, so he might not want to step up to the mic at the moment. But I really believe that MP Myers now, he himself is making it personal, because MP York was clearly just stating that there's continuity in government because the person that had the contract is continuing now as minister. But MP Myers is now definitely making it personal, because that's not what the MP stated.
Madam Chair, that's a good spin on things. That's a good spin on things. But again, and I'm going to reiterate, that's when all else is defeated in the argument, and then it becomes a personal attack. And that's what it was, because it's a fact. And again, he may not have the battles that you have, and you do not have the battles that I have in this house or in this political game. The fact remains that, yes, it is our responsibility to hold the members of parliament accountable. It's our responsibility to question them, and I will never be a proponent of taking that responsibility or questioning any member for holding them accountable in this house, Madam Chair. But one thing I will do, I will defend the 7 members of this coalition that I am presently in, and until the day that the people of St. Maarten said to me, Frankie, okay, we do not want you in Parliament no more, I will continue to do that. The very things that we are speaking about in every government, Madam Chair, in every government, and I've been in a few, in every government, at some point or another, you're going to have a disagreement. You're going to have a little disagreement with your colleagues. You do not see eye to eye. There's certain things that I believe in as a member of this parliament. There's certain things that my colleagues do not necessarily believe in as the same member. Does not mean that the government is in peril. Does not mean that there is a friction. It means that we do not have to be, we can be disagreeable. We can disagree without being disagreeable. And I think that's the maturity that we are trying to push into our society now. Because, again, when we come in here and we speak ill about the things that our members in the executive branch is trying to bring to this country to make St. Maarten, to put St. Maarten on the map, and trying, you're knocking down someone for trying. When we were in the GB crisis, I heard the same members discuss the same thing as it regards to the Prime Minister getting involved in trying to do it in the matter of a crisis. And had he done nothing, it would have been the same thing. Why didn't the Prime Minister do it? And this is what I am saying. We have discussed this budget at length in January. We made 7 proposed amendments. Those 7 proposed amendments seem to be the issue with the budget. We are back here now, the Minister of Finance, they've incorporated it, and what we are doing, we're doing the same thing over and over again. We're doing the same thing over and over again. Why? Because we want to be able to say that we politically grandstand. And we want to be able to say, I gave there wasn't a question in this whole debate, whether Central Committee or this, about any of the 7 amendments that was in the proposed budget back in January. All the questions that related to this budget was Soul Beach, cannabis, and now the dividends tax. Madam Chair, I have 2 more questions, and then I'm done. I promised that I wouldn't be long. Thanks to the interruptions, it actually ran a little longer than anticipated. One was for the Minister of TIAT. Sorry, not for the Minister of TIAT, VSA. I want to know what is the current state of the hospital. I see the construction is going on. I want to know if it's on schedule. How is that coming along? I know back in November last year, we approved a budget amendment for the funding for the prison. I want to know exactly how is that coming along in regards to, that's to the Minister of Justice. I want to know when is that construction scheduled to start on the prison. Those are my questions for now in the first round, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MP Myers. Members, in a minute or 2, I will be adjourning this meeting until tomorrow morning, God's willing. However, before I do that, I just want to make a general comment to the members regarding motions. I have heard some presented. I have heard some announced. I have been informed of some. And while our rules of order do not stipulate when a motion can or cannot be submitted, it just says during the deliberations. However, if you look at, for example, the Netherlands, it is stated specifically in the rules of order of the second chamber that motions cannot be submitted in the first round. There is a reason behind that, and the reason being that you would want to hear answers to your questions by ministers before you determine, well, there is still something I want to put to the floor for a vote in a motion. So I just wanted to give that to those who have presented, but especially to those who are considering to present a motion in the second round. I also want to reiterate a point that I made, I believe, during the Central Committee meeting on the budget as well, and having to do with receiving documents and whether documents are received to be held confidential here at Parliament. From Parliament's side, we are seeking to establish some guidelines with respect to the handling of confidential documents once we get them. However, I want to encourage the government, like I did during a Central Committee meeting, to also establish guidelines in terms of how they respond to questions or requests for documentation. And when it is asked of Parliament that a document be held confidential, that it can be, the reason for such can be given. In fact, I had even mentioned at the time to especially the members of government that the the law, the ordinance on open government, and which is for the general public to be able to request documentation from the government. But in there are some exception grounds. And I had asked the government to look at these, not to tell Parliament, well, you should apply via the so-called LOB, but rather to look at some of the exceptions, so the bases on which the government can actually refuse a citizen. They're very limited, but nevertheless, they are there. So I just wanted to make those 2 points, and this meeting will be adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow, Friday. Meeting adjourned.